Okay, welcome everyone to the Asheville City Council meeting. It is August 26, 2025. If everyone could just take a moment and silence their cell phones. And if you want to speak tonight, you can go out in the hall and sign up to speak, and it will show up on our computers. If you've already done that, great. If you change your mind during the meeting and you don't want to speak anymore, please let them know out in the hall. Or if you change your mind and you do want to speak, please let them know out in the hall, and they will change the list on our computers. Tonight, as with all nights, you'll have 3 minutes to speak, 10 minutes if you have a group and others have allocated their time to you, which instructions are on the agenda for how to do that. And we have a pretty long agenda tonight, so I hope everyone brought a snack or something. So we appreciate everyone being respectful in their comments, and we will do the same and try to listen to everyone who speaks tonight. Also, one other thing, sometimes this comes up and I've decided I might want to address it. Sometimes people ask us questions, but we're doing the hearing portion of each item and we're just to listen during that period of time. You can certainly pose questions, and there might be a point later where those get addressed, or the council has questions and might be able to ask them. So just to let you know, we're to be listening to you during the public comment period for each of the agenda items. All right, with that very long rambling instruction that I ad-libbed just now, we will rise for the Pledge of Allegiance. Pledge allegiance to the flag of the United States of America and to the republic for which it stands, one nation, under God, indivisible, with liberty and justice for all. We have one proclamation tonight, and that is Overdose Awareness Month, and Councilmember Bo Hess is going to deliver the proclamation. And if anyone is here on that item, my agenda says that Jackson Seaver is here. Mr. Seaver, if you're here, please come on ahead. And if there's anyone else here on this item that would like to step forward, please feel free to do so at this time.
Check. All right. Awesome. Hey, Sync. So, whereas the city of Asheville recognizes substance use disorder and overdose as ongoing public health crises that deeply affect individuals, families, and communities across our city and nation. And whereas in 2024, Buncombe County experienced the lowest rate of fentanyl-positive deaths since 2018, reflecting the success of comprehensive responses to this crisis. The recent data signals hope. Emergency data visits for overdoses declined from 438 in 2023 to 295 in 2024, underscoring the effectiveness of collective local efforts to save lives. And whereas despite this progress, substance use and addiction remain pervasive challenges, requiring a sustained commitment to awareness, prevention, and recovery support across all neighborhoods in Asheville. And whereas data shows that men are particularly at risk, as they are more likely than women to use nearly all types of illicit substances and more likely to experience overdose or require emergency medical intervention. And whereas women are equally as likely to develop a substance use disorder as men, thus highlighting the need for responsive, inclusive treatment approaches that meet the needs of all individuals. And whereas recovery is possible, and Asheville is committed to promoting a full continuum of care, including detoxification services, inpatient and residential treatment, partial hospitalization, intensive outpatient programs, aftercare recovery support groups, and certified peer support. And whereas the city of Asheville stands ready to support our healthcare providers, public health officials, nonprofit organizations, and community advocates to expand recovery resources, reduce stigma, and save lives. Now, therefore, Esther E. Mannheimer, Mayor of the City of Asheville, hereby complains August 2025 as Overdose Awareness Month in the City of Asheville, and encourage all residents to take time to remember those we have lost. support those in recovery, and continue our shared work toward a healthier, more compassionate, and resilient Asheville. Thank you. And we have representatives here from Next Step Recovery, which is a men's addiction program, and I will see if they want to say a few words.
Hi, my name is Jackson Seaver. I have worked with men in recovery for going on close to 5 years now. I myself have been in recovery for going on 6 years in September, and it is an honor to come in front of you all and speak to you all today. Thank you all very much for having us.
Hi, my name's Matt, Matt Ryland. In addition to being a supporter of Next Step Recovery, I'm also a professional, licensed clinical social worker and addiction specialist. I worked in harm reduction in 2018 when I was in grad school at UNC for my master's in social work, and worked the first year of a program where we reduced opioid overdose fatalities in Guilford County. We supported that reduction by about 9 percentage points. Some of the worst areas in the country in High Point. In addition to that, conversion to treatment, the biggest experience that I can remember is that we helped scores and scores of people that we built relationships over time with, going out to their communities in plain clothes. And when they decided they wanted to actually ask for help and go to treatment, they had been stigmatized by a system of polo shirts and whatever else. And so they asked us for help. And we helped them come out here to Asheville and go all over the state and the Southeast for that. So harm reduction works. Something that's not really as well understood, but the fact is there's a lot of people that don't report because individuals have not needed to have emergency services. Of course, we would like them to have those services, but there's a whole big swath of data that just supports the fact that naloxone works, and any idea to the contrary that we should be removing this from our communities because it creates some kind of image that we're, whatever, it's just plain wrong. And I appreciate all the people that are here to support it. Thank you.
Hey everybody, my name is Foster Baptiste. I'm a person in long-term recovery from substance use disorder. And I'd like to commend the city, Bo, and the mayor for this proclamation and for recognizing us. Harm reduction is a strategy, a kind of new strategy and evolution of recovery services. And it's a practice and a strategy that is going to save lives. It's already saving lives, and it's going to continue to save lives. One of the most important things that Bo mentioned was the word hope. Hope is essential, and hope is something that is generated from the community and from each and every one of you guys in here that's a member of this Asheville community, this great Asheville community at that. So thank you all for being supportive of this. I thank the council and the mayor, and thank you, Bo, for having us to come in there to be supportive of this. Have a great night.
Thank you. Thank you, Matt.
Really?
More dogs at council.
More dirty dogs. More dirty dogs.
Just makes me happy. Just makes me happy to see a dog.
Okay, next we have the adoption of our consent agenda. We do need to pull one item to consider separately, council, and that is item, okay, Q. Am I saying it right? Yes, Q, there it is, thank you. All right, so do I have a motion to approve the consent agenda without item Q?
So moved, second.
All right, I have a motion and a second. We have 3 people who signed up to speak under the, okay, Maggie, it was Sage made the motion. And Anthony, okay. We have 3 people signed up to speak under the consent agenda. And again, you'll have 3 minutes to speak. Each of you, please watch the lights on the lectern. Green means go, orange means you're getting ready to stop, and red means stop. The first person signed up to speak is David Clark.
Hi, thanks for seeing me so promptly this evening. I'm David Clark, you all know me, I'm from UNCA and the Five Points neighborhood. I'm here to thank you for writing the letter to the university about the Woods project. We did not get all we wanted, but we are glad for what we have. There are 2 things I know about you all. You are underpaid and overworked. You put up with a lot. I also know that not all the interactions you have with the general public are necessarily that positive. Some people bring a certain level of hostility that I don't support, and the members of my group do not support. So I'd just like to point that out. Beyond that, this is a pause in the development, but we are not stopping, and I hope you aren't either. But it does give me a chance to note that there are some things to be proud of. With the nature of national politics being so rancorous and divisive, I have found a issue that I can jump firmly on one side of and meet someone across the table without hostility, with a certain level of respect. And it's very encouraging to see a large group of people getting involved with lots of different talents. And what I think we are seeing here is a training ground, right? The people in our group, I suspect some or maybe a number of them will get involved in electoral politics. So while I'm thanking you, I'm also saying perhaps maybe don't get too comfortable in those seats up there, because there might be someone from back here that may want to take a turn. So thank you very much.
The next person signed up to speak is Chris Cotita. You know what, I said that all wrong. It's, well, okay.
You did great. That's actually it. So. Well, I also want to thank you for the, I guess, item Q. I didn't actually get to look at the agenda, but I assume item Q is the letter.
No,
Oh, it's
a
not.
different
Okay,
item.
never mind then.
No.
Forget what I said about that.
The letter is item EE.
Okay,
It's
well,
a
I want
long
to thank you
consent
for item EE, the letter to Chancellor Van Noort, sharing a lot of the community's concerns and asking them for a transparent process. It's very meaningful. On behalf of the Five Points Neighborhood Association, it's very meaningful to all of us that we have your support and we have your advocacy. I wanted to share a different letter that many of us in 5 Points received yesterday or today. This is a letter from a real estate agent, and I want to read this. I want to read the letter. I don't have a countdown timer, so I hope I do all right. But dear neighbor, feeling sidelined by the new stadium plans? Now might be the perfect time to cash out while your property value is still playing offense. With the new soccer stadium development coming to 5 Points and the surrounding woods disappearing, many homeowners are feeling blindsided. Whether you're excited or upset about the changes, one thing is certain: strategic timing matters. Values are shifting, and early movers often win big. Don't wait until the noise and traffic kick in. Let's talk strategy before you're stuck on defense. I specialize in helping homeowners maximize their exit when the market is in transition, and this is a moment of transition. Don't drop the ball, make the call. So this letter is not by some upstart real estate agent. This is actually the top producing real estate agent for the firm that they work with in Asheville. And I think it's a bit vindicating of our concerns, whether or not the threat is real of what this real estate agent calls out in her letter, whether these things will actually come to fruition, property values will drop. The fear of it is real, and I think that's what this person is appealing to in the letter that they sent. So our neighborhood is certainly is shaken. We feel threatened, we feel under threat, and we really appreciate the support that you all have shown to us so far. And we also want to say that this isn't over, and we're going to need your continued support moving forward. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, everybody, just a quick review. No clapping, but if you like what the speaker is saying, just give us and if you don't like it, you can, that. Okay, so the last person signed up to speak under public comment for the consent agenda is Patrick Conant.
Thank you, City Council, for giving me the opportunity to speak. I wanted to make comment on the changes to the HRCA resolution, which I believe is item Q. I was on the Blue Ribbon Committee that helped draft these membership guidelines and the focus areas for the HRCA. And I did that work with a number of community leaders who had a lot more experience and knowledge on the topic than I did. I just wanted to comment to pose a question. I see that the ordinance is being changed and you're removing all of the membership guidelines that are based on experience or demographics. And I just feel as a member of the public that we deserve a more clear explanation as to why that change is being made. I've heard the city might be experiencing legal challenges to that structure, but this just hasn't been really laid out why we're making this change. And it really makes me worried about how our city's going to enact a successful reparations program if, an existing board is already being picked apart. I understand that there's been changes to the law since that was enacted, but really I'm just asking for the city to provide a more clear explanation as to why these changes are being made. Thank you.
Okay, those are all the folks signed up to speak under the consent agenda. So let's go ahead and vote on the consent agenda motion, and then we're going to do...
Before we vote, can I offer a comment on EE?
Yeah, oh, yes, please.
I just wanted to say thank you to the folks from Save the Woods for organizing, getting us to this point today, and to this collaborative spirit that we see of possibility and the pause to move forward for a better plan for all of our community. In that, I know that I'm among those of you who live here who saw just how fragile we are and connected to our ecosystem after Helene. I've seen y'all fighting for the owls and fighting for the trees. I saw a real fun guy talking about fungi, Spencer Beals, inviting folks to draw pictures of the many different species of fungus. Some of them take, hundreds of years to form, and they're in that space. So it's certainly been eye-opening and connecting for me, and we do have a long way to go, so thank you for your advocacy.
Okay, so with that, all those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed? Okay. All right, so then I need a motion for item Q. Do I have a motion to approve item Q?
So moved.
Thank you. Second? Anyone?
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other questions or comments regarding item Q?
Yeah, I just have a question. I was speaking with the city attorney before the meeting, and I think there's some confusion in the community about why we're going to this length. So I thought I would ask if you could fill us in on why item Q is on the agenda today.
I'll be happy to do so, Councilmember Roney. This particular item makes what I would call a minor modification to the existing ordinance that deals only with the appointment process for membership to the HRCA. This removes one subsection in its entirety. The point of that essentially arose as a result of a lawsuit that the city has been involved in for some time regarding that particular board and the way that the ordinance was originally worded. The city has, as part of this particular ordinance amendment, fully resolved that litigation with no other liability for the city. And we've done so in a way that's preserved all of the existing membership, council's ability to ensure equal opportunity for that board going forward, but to also ensure that we are out of the woods with any kind of allegations of discriminatory impact that could potentially result from these ordinance appointment measures. So this essentially helps us resolve a lawsuit, but withholds and maintains the existing structure of the board.
Thank you for that answer. So I'm going to maintain my position as I did in the closed session about this and voting no. And I wanted to share just a small amount of my why. I was not on council when the HRCA was formed, but we had a number of data sets explaining racial inequities in our schools and access to education, pay inequities, housing inequities, issues with ADA compliance across our transportation network, so many struggles in ways that prove that we should do better by each other. And this board, when it says in its list who's meant to bring their professional experience, who should we invite, it's like a reminder to me of who's most impacted and who's left behind so often. When we think about folks with disabilities, I think of my friend Priya Ray at DIY Abled and how she reminds us that all of us will have a disability at some point in our life, even if it's for a very narrow window. So when we design our city for everyone, it's good for all of us. And so that's the spirit of why I've taken the position I am today.
And I appreciate that, Councilman Roney. I'd just like to add some context for this. As most people know, we have a change in leadership in Washington and a cancellation of all things DEI. And unfortunately, we are being sued over this, the way we've worded the appointment process for this committee. So while I would love to vote with you, Councilman Roney, we do have to make these changes, or we could potentially be facing long litigation that we're likely to not prevail on and end up incurring attorney's fees and paying the other side's attorney's fees. So sometimes we have to be pragmatic in the way that we resolve things to save tax dollars, but be able to at least preserve a commission that we know is doing good work and concentrating on things that are very important to our community. It's an unfortunate reality that we're having to navigate in this new regime, and that I know is tough for all of council. So we can't all vote no, but I appreciate you symbolically doing so in protest of having to make such a change.
Thank you so much for the response and the opportunity to comment. I will add that sometimes we can't do anything, and sometimes we should do what we can, like fighting for human and civil rights and our constitutional rights. And that's something that our community needs us to do. Thank you.
Well, I wasn't trying to get into anything, but I guess you're saying you want to continue with the litigation. So,
I've stated my position. Thank you.
right. Okay. All those in favor, please say aye.
Aye.
Any opposed?
No.
No.
Okay. Next on our agenda, we have reached the portion where we hear presentations and reports. Deborah, before we hear from the housing needs assessment, do you want to do your employee recognition first and let those folks?
That would be fantastic.
That's
if
what
you
I was
would
thinking,
allow
because
that
we're gonna, I
adjustment.
think it'll be kind of long.
Yes, ma'am.
All right.
In the agenda, that would be great. And they are actually physically huddled up in my office. So-
Okay, we'll give them a second to come in here. We know they're listening. Staff.
Yes. They.
Just later. Yeah. Not yet.
I almost started to ask you to do this earlier, Mayor, but
Yeah,
I
I
didn't
know,
know
I
if it
saw
was
it.
appropriate.
Yeah.
All right, here they come. All right, so as they are making their way down. So good evening, everyone, and thanks, Mayor and Council. Hopefully you all know by now, one of my most favorite things to do at these meetings is to acknowledge and recognize the outstanding work of our city employees. You've heard me also say that all of our departments and employees are first responders. Tonight's recognition exemplifies this in every way. Tonight we honor and recognize the outstanding work and heroism of a few of our exemplary city employees from the Parks and Recreation Department. This will include recognitions for the following: Edward Eddie Gardner, Eddie, Kristen King, and other Linwood Crump Shallow Center staff: Tamika Crudup, Zamia Hammond, Christopher Moore, Kenny McDaniels is not here, Eugene Smith is not here, and Devontae Penland, but we still want to recognize him. Took me a minute because I don't like to talk about this incident. Unfortunately, last month, we had a pretty serious event happen at one of our recreation centers. The incident was the Asheville Police Department responded to a shooting at the Linwood Crump Shallow Center that occurred Monday evening, July 21st, which left 2 people injured. How did our staff respond? Tonight, I want to acknowledge the heroic acts of the staff who immediately jumped into action to respond to this very dangerous situation. Despite the danger, Mr. Gardner immediately, that's Eddie in the purple, ran towards the victims to render aid to those that had been shot. A fellow staff member, Kristen King, advised other staff to call 911 and then assisted Eddie by taking over, hear me now, first responder, CPR. Eddie and Kristen's quick, decisive actions were critical. They overcame personal risk and emotional distress to focus on the victims, who were both transported to Mission Hospital with serious injuries. Eddie and Kristen are recognized as heroes for their unselfish acts of bravery. And like most heroes, they ran toward the danger, not from it, and ultimately saved 2 or more people's lives. We also would like to commend the quick actions of the entire Linwood Crump Shallow Center staff. As I said, Tamika, Zamia, Christopher, Kenny, Eugene, and Devontae for ensuring the safety of everyone at the center during and after the incident. So please join me in thanking and recognizing Park and Recreation staff for their heroic efforts. So I would like to. And then lastly, we, again, are just so proud of you. But it's not just enough to say thank you and we're proud of you. We got to do better to respond to some of the things that you all are having to deal with at some of our sites. And so in closing, City Manager's Office, Parks and Recreation, Asheville Police Department, Finance, and other staff, we are developing a plan to enhance security at our parks and recreation centers. Mayor and Council, we will be coming back in the next 2 weeks with a proposal to try to improve security at these public spaces. So again, Pete Wall and others, if you all want to have anything to say, we're good? Okay, thank you all.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Appreciate you all being here. Yeah, and I appreciate the mayor making it an exception for us to recognize those employees with
Yeah.
applause. So thank you very much. And this ends the manager's report.
Thank you. Okay.
That is a wonderful but tough act to follow.
I'm sorry.
Let's talk data.
Yes.
Oh, boy.
So my name is James Shelton. I'm the Community Development Division Manager here at the City of Asheville. Every 5 years, our programs that we administer on behalf of the Department of Housing and Urban Development, that's our Community Development Block Grant Program and our Home Investment Partnership Program, we're required to develop a consolidated plan. We brought that consolidated plan to this council back in June, which we have now submitted to the Department of Housing and Urban Development for approval. As part of the development of the 5-year consolidated plan, we're required to undertake a housing needs assessment to understand what the ongoing housing needs are of our community. This housing needs assessment is comprehensive, and it includes the entire 4-county consortium area of Madison, Buncombe, Henderson, and Transylvania counties. The leading jurisdiction and the presiding jurisdiction of the home consortium, we do a study on that whole 4-county area. But here tonight to present the housing needs assessment's findings specifically on the city of Asheville is Patrick Bowen of Bowen National Research. And I'd like to invite Mr. Bowen to come up and present the housing needs assessment for the city of Asheville. Thank you.
All right, good evening. Thanks for having me. How do I advance this? There we go. All right, so as James mentioned, this is actually the 3rd time that we've done this housing needs assessment. I was actually here in 2014, then again in 2019, and then here we are in 2025. And so we've had an 11-year history of looking at this area, including Asheville. And so one of the things James strongly advised me to have is some key takeaways for y'all, because he said they like key takeaways. So we had, again, he goes over the relationship that we worked with the Land of Sky Regional Council. They put the consolidated plan together, but we did the housing needs assessment. Kind of the big takeaways from this is that Asheville continues to experience affordability pressures. I won't show you much of that. I'll talk about the rents and home prices, but you all know this. Housing is not really affordable in this area. While home sales slowed down here in the last year or two, the number of homes that were sold, the median home prices keep going up, and that is a little bit different than we see in other markets around the country, where median home prices have kind of leveled off. Asheville and the region as a whole, you're seeing increased home prices. Tropical Storm Helene obviously had a significant impact on the area. Buncombe County in particular, you all know, you've probably seen a lot of the data. I'll just show you a little bit of that here tonight. And then overall, we have a 5-year housing gap estimate over 11,000 units. Now, that does not mean you need to build 11,000 units. There's a lot of ways through this, adding new housing, repairing or preserving what you have, providing financial assistance to those that are less fortunate and just need help with their housing costs. So again, not necessarily a number to shoot for new construction, but certainly a big need. All right, so as James mentioned, it's the 4 counties, the city of Asheville. I will mention to you all, besides the kind of the regional look to this study, we do have individual chapters, so if you just wanted to see Asheville's numbers and the conversation about Asheville, there is a section to the report about that, as there is for each of the other 4 counties. Looked at a lot of demographics, economic, because it's housing. We looked at your rental supply, your senior care facilities, so nursing homes, assisted living, things like that. We looked at the for-sale housing stock. We looked at evictions, foreclosures. We looked at where all the community services are and how that might impact housing decisions, probably more pertinent in the more rural counties of Madison and Transylvania. We looked at different special needs populations. We looked at, obviously, Hurricane Helene. We did an online survey of stakeholders, so we got a lot of community input. I don't know if any of you participated in that, but we got a lot of good input from people. And then we have those housing gap numbers, and I'll show you those final numbers at the end. All right, just a couple basic demographic things I wanted to share with you. Again, a lot of good demographic information in the study, but what I wanted to share with you here tonight is kind of the big stuff, and that is household growth. We have population data in the study, but I focus in on households because households drive housing units or housing needs. So you can see your growth since 2010, and you're expected to add about another 2,200 households up through 2029. So all things being equal, and there's other things that drive housing needs, but obviously growth is the one that everybody kind of notices and sees, and so you will need additional housing just to tread water. but you don't want to just tread water. You've got other housing issues that I'll show you here in just a second. And then on the right side, I just show the growth rates of you all compared to the county as a whole, and then North Carolina's statewide numbers. So you're on par with what the state's expected to grow over that 5-year projection period. So I picked just a couple household demographics I wanted to share. I thought these are most critical. So Asheville's in that royal blue, Buncombe County in the gray, and North Carolina in the dark blue. Where are you expected to grow? It's in that 35 to 44 age group, 45 to 54, and then notice the big jump in 75 and older. So you have some of this is just people that are already here, and they're just aging in place, so they're going to shift over the 5-year period and move into some of these groups. But you also have a lot of folks moving into the area, and the study does address who's coming in, where are they coming from, incomes, all kind of stuff like that. I won't share that tonight, but there's a good overview of who's moving in and what that does to the community. These two graphs, the top is renter households by income, the change from 2024 to 2029. The bottom is owner households. So where's all your growth? Again, Asheville is in that royal blue. Your growth, just like the county and the state, is going to be renter households that make over $50,000 a year. Again, these are households, not population or individual wage earners. And then for home ownership, while you have some growth in that $50,000 to $99,000 range, much of the growth is in that $100,000 and higher. One of the things I caution folks on when they see these declines, projected declines in these lower income households, that does not mean we don't need more affordable housing. You do. You have an extreme shortage of this. You have long wait lists for people to get into this housing. You have people living in housing conditions that they shouldn't be in. You have people paying excessive amounts of their income towards housing costs. So there's other things besides growth that drives needs for housing. And so certainly you have a wide range of needs, and I'll show you that at the end. But I just didn't want people to look at this and think we don't need affordable housing. You definitely do. All right, so this is multifamily rental housing, Asheville compared to the county, which Buncombe's numbers include Asheville's numbers, and then the PSA is the region, the 4-county region, primary study area. And I just wanted to show you the vacancy rates for the market overall. It's at 4%. Typically where you want to be about 4 to 6%. You want vacancies. Developers, investors, they don't want vacant units. But for a healthy housing market, you want vacant units so as people get married, have kids, people are coming to the area, you want vacancies, incomes climb, incomes drop, you want housing available so people can move around. Then we also broke it out by program type, whether it's market rate or tax credit. So tax credit would generally serve households in this area that make about $45,000 to $75,000 a year, and then government subsidized generally would serve households that make less than $45,000. And you can see your vacancy rates are extremely low for those two affordable components, tax credit and government subsidized. Again, you want to be at least 4%. You're so far below that. There's a high level of demand for affordable housing. And it's not just the workforce, it's affordable for even seniors. And then I marked, and again, it should be, the orange box should be over on the households for Asheville. You have a large number of people waiting to get in, whether it's the market rate or even the tax credit or government subsidized. There's a lot of pent-up demand for affordable housing as well as market rate. One of the things I do not have up there, but I wrote this down because I just wanted to illustrate how much rents have changed. So when we were here in 2019, I'll just show you talk to you about 3 different rent levels. These are apartments. So the median rent for a 1-bedroom, 1-bath in 2019 was $1,075. Today that is $1,529, up $454 in that short period of time. 2-bedroom, 1-bath, $1,085. It is now $1,557, up $472. 3-bedroom, 2-bath was $1,495 back in 2019, up to $2,100, $605 increase. So significant increases in the rents that are far outpacing what I would think we'd all agree is income growth for a lot of residents, particularly those of modest means. And so you can see affordability remains a challenge for folks. The other thing that we looked at is what we call non-conventional rentals. So if you can't rent an apartment, what else can you rent? A house, a duplex, mobile home, anything like that. You have about 12,000 of those in the city. 202 of those are vacant based on our research. It comes back at a vacancy rate of 1.6%. Again, you want to be about 4 to 6%. So even in this segment, I can't rent an apartment because I'm a modest to low income household. There's not much available to me. It's very expensive. Let me find another alternative. Even these alternatives are limited. And then I show you the rents for these. Asheville, for a 2-bedroom unit, is in the light blue on the far left, $1,950. and then a 3-bedroom at $2,400. So even this segment of the market doesn't have affordable product. At $1,900, $1,950, you about 70% of your renter households can't afford that product. So a lot of people can't afford what you have typically available. And I assume I could ignore the flashing light here. That's not relevant.
It's Maggie, she was
Okay. Okay, just what I didn't know if that meant something. It's flashing, that meant something to me. Okay, so this is what is, these are the homes that have been sold just in Asheville. On an annual basis, 2021 up through full year up to 2024. Our research was up through March of 2025. But for 2022, you can see where the number of homes sold started to drop in 2023 and leveled off in 2024. We've seen it all over the country. Home mortgage interest rates kicked in, slowed down sales activity, and even slowed down your increase in median sales prices, right? They climbed up to $435 in 2023, leveled off in 2024, but here we go in the early part, at least of 2025, and home prices are climbing. And that's true for the entire 4-county region, where, again, home prices slowed down for a little bit in 23, 24, and here we go in 25, they're climbing again. So we're not seeing that in a lot of markets around the country, so Asheville is seeing an increase that, again, is somewhat unusual.
Is it statistically viable yet, though, with only 184 units? I mean,
Yeah, that's a valid point. So in the end, keep in mind that was March when we cut this off. Peak season is June, July.
Okay.
So the best time would have been to do it would be right now, but of course we were all under time constraints with the consolidated plan. But even if let's just say it still leveled off, $430,000 for a home, most of your residents couldn't afford that. And then another thing I wanted to show you real quick is sales activity. The number of homes sold is on the left-hand side. And that should say 2014. 2014, 715 units were sold. 2019, 489. And now we're down to 319 available. So you can see your inventory has dropped. In the graph I show you in terms of the price points. And so in 2014, you had 200 homes priced under $200,000, down to 26 in 2019, down to 1 this spring. And I remember, in fact, that even the region-wide, you had over about 1,000 homes at that low price point. It dropped to about 200 or 300 just a few years ago. It's down to 28 for the entire region. And when I spoke in spring of 2020, it was the last presentation I did before COVID hit and everything shut down. I remember saying to the audience that day, I said, well, we got this decline of product in that low below $200,000 that's just dropped dramatically in 5 years. I bet if you bring me back, we're going to see that drop even further, and that's been evident in both the region-wide numbers and here for the city of Asheville. And you could even see in that $200,000 to $299,000 range, down to 31 homes. So you just don't have much product under $300,000. That poses a challenge for a lot of people that want to get into home ownership, transferring over from renter to a homeowner. So limited availability overall, but certainly for the more affordable product. And then just a few slides. This is all on the results of Hurricane Helene. And so this is all FEMA data. So the bottom right of that table, you had almost 20,000 housing units damaged to some degree. The data that I pulled, that I have, wasn't done on a city level, it's done on a county level. But Buncombe County clearly had the most significant damage of over almost 13,000 units, 85% of those being homeowners versus about 15% for renters. And then what we did, I wanted to understand, because FEMA did break this out in terms of the degree of damage. They had a category for rentals, either minor or major. The definition is rather long, but nonetheless, this is homes that are underwent significant damage. And so Buncombe County had 248 of those, Henderson County at 124, and then you can see the other two counties, minimal damage relative to the other two counties. And then the same thing for home ownership. Out of 11,000 owner-occupied units that were damaged, 651 of those were estimated to have kind of a different category how FEMA did this, but they had damages of $20,000 or more. And so 651 of those units in Buncombe County, Henderson 313. So again, you have a lot of units that were damaged region-wide, but also here in Asheville. So we did account for those units when we came up with our final estimates. And since the most granular data that we could get from the FEMA data we pulled is on zip codes, and not all zip codes match up exactly with your city boundaries, but you can see the city boundaries in red relative to the darker blues, showing the greater share. So it looks like really the western side of the city bared the brunt of the damage to housing units. And then lastly here, or near last, is the housing gap estimates. Again, a lot of stuff went into this. If anybody wants to know, I certainly explain it. But these are the housing gaps by different area median household income levels, which tie to different housing programs. But to make it easier for the public and others to understand, we put the corresponding household income and then the corresponding rent range or the price points for those. So you can see on the left-hand side, it's the lowest income households and most affordable product. And as you head to the right, higher income households and higher price rents and home prices. So the largest gaps here in the city are basically for the housing that's affordable to households that make up to roughly $75,000. Rents about $1,800, $1,862 to be specific or lower, and home prices at a little bit different. Now for sale housing, it's the more moderate to higher income households are where the largest gaps are within the city. So in the end, you have about 6,400 rental units you need, 5,200 for sale housing units to solve all housing issues. Again, you have growth, so that's part of it. But you have, and again, I don't show it here in tonight's presentation because I had limited time, but we talk about how many people or households are living in housing cost burden situations, substandard housing, those kind of things. So those all got built into this to understand that not all of this has to be new construction, but certainly that would help. Some of this could be just preserving the existing housing stock that you have. And these are those takeaways that we started with, so I'll just leave those up there. And see if there's any questions that you have. It was a big report. The entire report's over 300 pages, so there's a lot in this. But the Asheville piece, just the chapter that we kind of pulled out, is only about 30 pages, so it's a little bit easier, condensed to see what's happening in Asheville.
We're in the question phase now? Yeah, I had a question back to slide 7, and you had paused on this one to make a comment about, as I scroll and you scroll.
Tell me which one, because I don't have numbers on here.
It was about the renter households by income. Yeah, and you had said, like, don't take this as we don't need affordable housing, and
Right.
I 100% see that and understand what you're saying and agree. I guess a question is, based on the analysis that you do, can we infer from this that this trend is happening because there isn't enough housing for the lower income folks and they're being priced out of our community? Or that might be too far of an inference for the methods you use?
Probably a little bit.
Okay.
Some of that will be people, their incomes are just projected to climb, because again, this is a 5-year estimate. So some of these are expected to move up, and so some in that $25,000 to $50,000 range should be moving up in that $50,000 to $99,000 range. Again, I don't want to get too deep in the weeds, but another example could be I'm a millennial that makes $30,000, and my fiance, we get married, she makes $30,000. Those two people that lived in a separate household at roughly, let's say both $30,000, we have now became a household that made $60,000. So we didn't come to the area, our incomes didn't change. Our housing situation changed. We are now a couple with two incomes. So there's so many moving parts in this, and part of that, I suspect, is that we use ESRI, which is a national demographer, and so they are probably projecting that millennials, in theory, should be getting married at some point, and so incomes are starting to be joined together to drive some of this up, and so it would look like you lost two households that make roughly $30,000, and you didn't lose them, they're there. So a lot of moving parts, so I would be careful to
That's
assume.
super helpful.
But with that said, yeah, there's probably some challenges here, and I've learned this because we studied the whole state. In February, we issued a report on behalf of multiple groups. It was a statewide housing study. And one of the things I learned from that is lower income households are often getting pushed out into outer counties. And so some other counties that we've studied, not in the immediate area, but just a few counties away, we're seeing people coming out from the Asheville area. So you're probably correct, but it's probably not 100% that that's all that's happening.
And we're definitely seeing that in our transportation data with our metropolitan planning organization. You can see the migration out of Asheville to different markets and the flow of people moving around. Thanks for going into more
This
detail.
is just anecdotal, but because I do this for a living, and so I'm staying at hotels, I'm at the restaurants, or whatever. And so I always ask the store workers, which probably creep them out, I go, where do you live? Which is probably not the right thing to say. But, and I tell them what I'm doing. I should have led with,
Takes me
I
to
study housing, and I'm curious where you live, but I mess that up sometimes. But one of the things I've learned is, there's a lot of people that work here, right, but they don't live here. And I'm not just talking about Buncombe County, the region. They're being forced out, but they want these jobs here because of one reason or another, and time after time, those people say, well, if I could live here, I would. And I'll close with this comment, I'll answer any other questions you have, but we didn't do this here, but we have surveyed over 10,000 people in the last couple of years in other markets, essentially east of the Mississippi, south of New England, so markets similar to here. And we asked people that are commuting into a community, would you live in the community that you work if you could? And about 40% of those people say yes. Now, when push comes to shove, would they really do it? Maybe not all of them, but the point is people do want to live closer to where they work. And so that does matter. And so I know Asheville is growing a lot, but again, you have an opportunity to grab some of these other households, depending on what this community wants to be. There's a lot of communities I suspect would love to live in Asheville, as would I if I had the opportunity. So.
Thank you.
We're seeing it a little bit too in the vacancy rates of the rest of our regional partners, which are all below 1%, right?
Yeah.
So our market rate is starting to balance out around.
Well, it's not you. It's everybody around you in terms of vacancies, affordability, those things. So it's a regional problem. So hopefully the region will come together and try to work on solving some of this.
I was going to ask just about the population forecast. So interesting to see the change in population from 2020 to 2024 of Asheville relative to Buncombe County. Buncombe County grew faster overall, but neither Asheville nor Buncombe County grew as fast as North Carolina overall, which I think would be surprising for a lot of people to hear that live here,
Sure.
because it feels like we must be the fastest growing city in the state. But the projections going forward have Asheville growing at a faster rate than the county, on par with the state growth rate. It's,
Going the wrong way.
You're almost there. There.
Oops,
What accounts for the projection that our growth will zoom ahead like that? I mean, zoom, it's 1.4%, but.
Higher than the counties overall?
Yeah,
or?
I mean, why will that change? Why will we be growing faster than the county in the future?
Yeah, I'm not the demographer, so I don't know all the nuances behind why they're projecting that. They're looking at historical trends. They don't, this is probably one of the flaws, they don't look at like land use policy, or I know you have a lot of housing programs and incentives and things like that. So they don't study things probably that closely. But you're gonna have a lot of growth, is probably the point.
Wasn't there, I'm sorry, go ahead, Antoinette. You sure? Yep.
So I had the opportunity to see you this morning,
Okay.
and it was a great presentation, far more extensive. So I jotted down a couple of questions I had then,
Okay.
hoping you. So we kind of touched on one of them, it related to displacement. So can you tell me what practical tools you've seen in other areas that were successful in, if not preventing displacement, but curbing it? And then I'll go ahead and ask the second question. This morning you talked about a centralized housing resource center.
You listened.
Yeah,
Nobody
did.
ever
I
asked me
did.
about that.
So I was wondering what that might look like in Asheville, because I wasn't
Okay.
clear exactly what you meant by
All
that.
right, so for your first part of that question, I wouldn't point necessarily to an individual community because the nation's going through a big housing challenge. What I would suggest people to look at, and I was going to mention this at the end of the question and answer session, is there is a website, localhousingsolutions.org, and they study this and look at other cities all across the country. And so there's a lot of really good examples that are made very understandable to the public. If there's a community action group out there that's just trying to figure out housing, elected officials, policy setters, people like that. So there's really good examples of what's been done around the country. Another one that just came out, the League of Cities put out I'm going to get this wrong, I think it's Housing Accelerator Playbook. They do the same thing. They've collected information from cities all across the country and asked for input. What are they doing? What was successful? So they have a lot of good examples in there. For the online web tool thing that I had mentioned, I've never seen anybody do it. And so this probably would take a while for me to talk about it. But what I have in my head, I'll give you the easiest example to go look at. But a lot of counties have economic development groups, and so they have a website. And what do they put on their website? Well, this is our workforce, and they're educated, and there's their attributes of our workforce. Here's sites. If you want to come and open up some kind of commercial site or whatever, industrial site, we have business parks or whatever, here's our site. If you need tools, if you need resources, we have these things. Well, why can't somebody model that, but for housing? We have sites, whether it's city-owned sites or publicly owned sites, or citizens have them, or again, good contact resources. And this could be even for developers that are trying to find, hey, what about this area can I learn quickly that has like the one-stop shop for everything? But even for the citizens, it could be a great resource. Again, you have a housing authority and you have other housing advocacy groups. Well, why can't everything be in one place? And so in my head, I've not seen it done, but I think if you're like trying to find a low-hanging fruit, that's one of them that would not require much money or time, but would be a powerful resource for folks. So.
Okay. Because I think we're already considering doing something for available housing, and it sounds like adding developer resources to that might be something to consider.
Yeah, the Just Economics group is working on the shared application central, and I think the city, we're actually also partnering with them on there, right? To help them do it so that there could be a centralized application process to help avoid all the rental application fees. And then in the past, there also has been a fairly large, I want to say it's 4 sides, front and back brochure of all affordable housing locations, contact information, apartment complexes, who they serve, if they allow vouchers. There's that kind of stuff, but there's not really a
real-time availability.
Yeah, kind of. I was thinking when you
Yeah.
said that this morning about the star reports that hotels get.
Yeah.
You know, and they get like such on-demand nightly data of what's happening. And if you had that for housing, how helpful would it be?
Well, just think about what you all just went through with the hurricane,
Parking
right?
tax,
Maybe you've thought of this, but you had this hurricane, right? People have been displaced. What if that website existed where people can not, record what you lost, but what's still left? Because if I got displaced, where can I go? Well, the city was ready for it. Nobody knew that event was going to occur, but you have this resource that people could turn to quick. And I think there's a company out there that does something like that, and y'all may have.
It seems like they're coming, and
Yeah.
even here with the emergency, you know, when this happened with COVID too, and when the community shut down, and we have a lot of second homes or transient homes, and how could they have been freed up immediately for people who had been displaced, and you know, that connecting organization.
Well, maybe you'll be the first. I really think somebody could do something, and again, it shouldn't be too hard, but it could be an incredibly powerful tool for the community.
Mr. Bowen, thank you so much for being here again. Could we go, I think it's forward a slide where on the left-hand side, it shows the 2014, 2019, and 2025.
What, no,
It's going.
for sale housing?
Perhaps. Keep going. There.
And again,
I'm
that's
sure-
an error. That 2024 at the top is 2014.
Yes, I assume that. I just thought that when we're sending this out to the public, they might like some clarity on that. I'm curious, because we have, since you've been here last time, we have a new affordable housing plan and we have a missing middle housing study. How have you utilized the data in those studies to synchronize and update this report?
We didn't. So everything, again, keep in mind, the number one objective was the consolidated plan. And so the consolidated plan has specific housing need assessment data points it required. So, explaining what's happening with the for sale housing market, we did that. Explaining what's happening with the rental supply, we did that. Provide demographics on a variety of groups, but most of the focus is on lower income households. So we focus on those data points that was required as part of the consolidated plan. I didn't look at other reports to try to build that in here too.
So I'm hearing you say we didn't collaborate or coordinate our data.
No.
But one may inform the other, because it seemed to me that my takeaway was this would be a good argument for missing middle housing.
Sure. But I think that was done a little while back, correct? And so all of our work was first 5 months of this year, really.
Okay. And then this, of course, doesn't take into account whole home short-term rentals in our area.
No.
The study does, though. I mean, both of those things are mentioned in the broader study because they were shared this morning, too. So there was a slight decrease in short-term rentals or transient housing, but it was minimal across all 4 counties. And then, I mean, I think it was like 1% or something. It was really small numbers, 25 less or something. And then, what was the other thing you mentioned? Because it was also brought up.
Let me just interject.
Okay.
Maybe I misunderstood your question. So there's a category of housing called seasonal recreational housing. It's through the American Community Survey, which is like the census. So people report, this is what I have this other house, it's not my permanent residence, but I'm there at some point of the year. Some of that housing is probably short-term rentals as well. And so what Ms. Turner was saying is, when we showed every community, Asheville and all 4 counties, that share of what that housing stock represents from 5 years ago versus, 7 years ago versus 2 years ago, it's dropped. So it's not as big as it was. But we have another part of the study that gets specific to Airbnb and VRBO, and that is slowly climbing. Again, not big numbers. She mentioned that changes are not large, but the point is any change in a market when you don't have a lot available, particularly for the workforce, affordable housing, anything you take off the market is taking one more unit that a family or somebody could have lived in. So it's still an issue that plays a role, but not as big here as, say, Transylvania County in particular. That is a big role in its housing market. It makes up a big part of it.
Thank you so much.
Okay.
The other one was the missing middle, because I remember a slide from this morning that talked about duplexes, triplexes, and so on. So it is spoken to in the larger study. I had one more slide that just to point out before we call it. Can you go back up? I think it was like the 3rd slide. Just an interesting data point showing the ages, that one right there. So a loss in household heads by age in the 25 to 34 range. Did you have any thoughts on why?
Yeah, so that's a good question, good observation. So keep in mind, it's a 5-year projection. So some of those in that 25 to 34 are 30 to 34. And so over the 5 years, they're going to move up. So that's the younger part of the millennial group. So they're going to move into that 35 to 44 age group. So it's not necessarily we can't hold on to young people. Some of it's just they're here, they're staying here, and they're aging into that next group. But some of it could be younger people that are, I want to be here, but I can't afford to be here.
But can't afford it,
Yeah.
okay.
Good questions for
These
us.
studies are so helpful. And now that this is the 3rd time that you come to our community and helped, it's just so powerful to be able to watch trends over
Yes.
time. It really, I think, informs our policymaking, so thank you.
And I wish I had
and
more
your whole
time
team.
because the study is, I'll be speaking at the coalition tomorrow morning. I'll dive a little bit deeper, but even that, I can't really do justice to what's in this report. But it's a good report. Y'all should have my contact information or can get it, so please call me as you start to explore
Great.
things or you're trying to look for data to try to understand something that's out there. I can try to help you, okay? Thank you,
You're on
folks.
tour around here for a brief period.
Yes.
I have one final question on this. So we, sitting in our seats, we go to various conferences, hear talks with various authors around housing and affordability, homelessness, and how all these things are interconnected. But one question I have, you have all the housing incomes, household incomes, and the housing market rate, affordable, tax credit housing, subsidized housing. You have all these different buckets. How does it affect other buckets if you are adding housing stock to one bucket, right? So if you say, you have a need in this bucket, but your greater need's over here in this bucket. Well, then how does adding housing stock in one bucket even impact, or does it at all impact the needs in these other buckets?
Yeah, absolutely. Very good question. A couple ways to look at it. One, just take seniors. If you had a senior housing that would allow your seniors to downsize, right? So now they can move into a condominium project that's maintenance free, so they don't have to do anything with their property. That would appeal to them. Well, now they just freed up all this housing stock. That some of it could be older because that's been their home for 40 or 50 years. So some of it might be older, it might be more affordable. You just freed up a whole part of the market. So you could solve 2 things with just one decision on a type of housing to support. I was in Clarksville, Tennessee 3 weeks ago, something like that. They're growing. They're getting a lot of push from Nashville, people moving up to Clarksville. And this is just my observation. They did not make this statement, but I got the sense that their goal through this, because they have an affordable housing need, but they also have these other segments. So they're trying to think about is that middle part of the market. Like if we can build housing that serves households that make home prices that are like $250 to $325, something like that. If we can build that, wouldn't people then move up into that segment that would free up that lower segment? And so that's That's, I think, a realistic strategy, because again, there's some headwinds to affordable housing. So could you build something that's higher priced that would free up affordable housing? So there's a lot of pieces, things that can be done that one bucket could help solve the other bucket.
I see that anecdotally sometimes when you can't, someone that's looking for a nicer house can't find it, so they buy one and then build onto it or improve it, and then trickles throughout the neighborhood.
Sure.
And increased value.
Yep.
Gentrification.
All right. Thank you.
Thank you
very
for letting me do
much.
this. Thank you. Good luck.
The consortium meeting will be hosting Patrick again tomorrow and will be televised on YouTube if you'd like to tune in.
And if you want to read the 300-page report, you can find it on the website. Okay, that concludes presentations and reports. Council, we have two public hearing items. The first is item A, a public hearing to consider conditionally rezoning a portion of property at 587 Haywood Road from Community Business 2, conditional zone, to Community Business 1, conditional zone. And Will Palmquist is racing down the stairwell to, oh, here he is. Here he is, everybody. Will Palmquist, city planner. Uh-oh, he's blocked. He's like, can he make it too?
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. Good evening. Will Palmquist, Planning and Urban Design. I'll be presenting this rezoning petition for the project known as Trinity United Safe Shelter and Home, located at 587 Haywood Road. Here you can see the subject site outlined in red. The actual total property of the site includes the church that fronts on Haywood Road. This is in West Asheville, and also this surface parking lot. The actual site itself is the rear portion of the property that includes an existing building and parking lot. Total site for the entire property is 3 1/4 acres. The existing zoning is Community Business 2 conditional zone and Haywood Road corridor. The proposed zoning is Community Business 1 conditional zone at that rear section of the property and retaining the Haywood Road corridor district at the front where the church and parking lots are. The existing future land use is traditional corridor. No change in that would be required. All right, so a little bit of background about the site and what's being proposed through this conditional zoning. So back in 2011, the site received approval for conditional zoning at that rear portion of the site to allow for the use of the building as a K-8 school. In the meantime, that building has been repurposed to be an overnight shelter with associated uses. That was approved under a temporary use permit through Code Purple. The applicant is seeking a permanent zoning approval for those uses. So the shelter use is not a permitted use in the Community Business 2 district, nor does the proposal align with the existing conditional zoning. So the applicant has to rezone the property to a district that allows for a shelter use, and they've also provided these conditions. So these are below on the third bullet. So this would allow for the use of that building as a nightly shelter with a maximum of 35 beds, as well as other uses that are more incidental to that shelter use. These include a community center, a barber shop, consignment shop, preschool, K-12 learning community, community gathering space, and training space with a focus on workforce development. There is no proposed development or site improvements proposed at the site, so it's just the existing building being repurposed with what's there remaining. The proposal was reviewed and approved by the Planning and Zoning Commission at their August 6th meeting. In regards to the comprehensive plan, Living Asheville, the future land use of the site is designated traditional corridor. This is proposed in part that traditional corridors can be enhanced with full multimodal access as well as a broad range of community service uses. The proposal also supports goals in the plan such as to alleviate homelessness and to promote social equity and paths to upward economic mobility. Therefore, staff concurs with the Planning and Zoning Commission and recommends approval of the proposed conditional zoning. I'm glad to answer any questions you might have.
Is the applicant here also going to make a presentation of any kind?
I don't believe they have a presentation. They should be here to answer questions if you have any, I believe.
Thank you.
We talked about it this weekend. I don't see Christian, but I'm sure. Yeah. So it's up to the applicant if you'd like to say any additional words, or council if you have any questions for the applicant regarding the project. Or if you just want to say a few words, you absolutely can.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Anna Pizzo, here on behalf of Christian Chambers, the director of Safe Shelter. So, trying to think of how I can say this very concisely. Trinity opened its doors about 4 years ago as a shelter when there was no Code Purple plan in November and the temperatures were dropping below zero. And that has kind of shifted and evolved over time. More churches have joined with Trinity, Grace Episcopal, and also Grace Covenant Presbyterian Church. And then Counterflow, my small business, also supports that work. And we've spent the last year and a half rotating around different locations, kind of like room in the inn style, and that's been great. And then with the growth of Peak Academy, who was the last person to be using the Trinity United Methodist Education Building on Haywood Road, they needed a larger space, and so that building became available. And we moved Safe Shelter there with the temporary use permit. And because it's a large building, it's now really a community space, so we're calling it Home West Asheville Community Hub, or Home Hub for short. And we already have a lot of amazing things happening there. So we have the shelter on the top floor, but then we also have a learning community, a preschool, barbershop, consignment shop. We have other grassroots groups like Asheville Mutual Aid, Wellness Collective, and the Pansy Collective. So it's really become an incredible place of collaboration. We also have a community room that's available free of charge for different community groups and neighbors, and deep time coffees right across the parking lot, their cafe and roastery. So it's just been a great location for us. It's right on the bus stop, and it's just been a lot of opportunities for people to get around easily to supermarkets and pharmacies, even if they don't have cars. We've had several neighborhood meetings and are pleased to say that we got the support of the Burton Street Neighborhood Association for this change, and that's the neighborhood that we're a part of.
I do have a question for you. Are you still, or were you a referral only org?
Yes, so we're a specialty shelter, so we focus on the gaps, and we're pleased to say that those gaps are getting smaller and smaller. But we primarily serve families with children, and so we are referral-based, but we also now have walk-in hours, so people who are in need of really any resource, but particularly housing or shelter, can come in Monday through Friday between noon and 2 to get services. So there's multiple ways to access the shelter. You can make a self-referral on our website. You can come by the building at 27 Balm Grove Avenue. But it's not, there's a criteria. There's like a guest agreement that people agree to stay there, including no drug use. We're not allowed to have anyone who's on the sex offender registry because we serve children. And it's a real community, So we've had, so far, 70% of our guests have moved into transitional permanent housing, which is really unheard of. And yeah.
What's the time frame that they typically move into that permanent housing?
It really, really varies. I'm not sure what the average length of stay is, probably several months.
Okay, yeah, I would expect that.
It really depends on barriers. So we get a lot of families where there's only one income and there's people with disabilities or there's multiple children. And so it's gonna be a lot of a longer process for them to find housing versus a single person who already has a job.
Would you happen to know what your longest staying resident, how many months they've been there?
Yeah, we have had a few people who've stayed for over a year. So we're rather unique in that we don't have a time frame. Everything is individual. And so as long as they're working on their goals, they're not kicked out at 30 days or 60 days. Everything is individualized.
We have a very interesting combination of uses. You have the community center, barber shop, as well as a preschool and K through 12 learning. Some of that organic traffic, how do you regulate who comes and how safe they are to be around children?
Yeah, I mean, I think a lot of who ended up at the home hub was a result of Hurricane Helene. So the safe shelter was actually in the basement of Trinity when Hurricane Helene struck, and we received flooding in the basement. And then we ended up joining with the YMI to be part of the Bridging the Gaps project, where we were bringing resources out to people in the community rather than being a place where people could drive to get supplies. So really going out into neighborhoods and mobile homes and places where people couldn't, drive over and get what they needed. So a lot of it was really organic, but it's also really collaborative. So we have, the barber shop will give free haircuts to guests. We've had several situations where some of the children who are staying at the shelter will end up going to the preschool or the learning community, either for a short term, or because there's a snow day, but the learning community, Hawk Hill, is still open. So it honestly works really well. This Thursday, we have the Buncombe County Health Department coming to do a clinic, and the community paramedics is going to support that, as well as Mutual Aid Wellness Collective. Asheville Medical Solidarity is also in the building, so it's just a lot of overlap, a lot of amazing collaborations where we have doctors who can prescribe necessary medications, and we have a partnership with B&B Pharmacy down the road so they can get medications and co-pays covered.
So I'm not sure I heard answered. So is there a way, in that 12 to 2 period when you're having folks coming in, we have children there, are we checking IDs against that SO list, or how are we making sure that our children are safe?
Yeah. So we have different entrances, and then we have gates. So we have locked gates, and so the locked gates are only open. There's one that the preschool and the school have access to, and so that's only open when the school children are arriving, and then the rest of the time it's locked.
Okay.
And then there's a different door for the medical groups, and then there's a different door for the shelter itself. And then anyone who comes into the shelter, they each floor has a different door, and then they basically walk into the shelter and just have access to the front office where a staff person greets them.
Okay.
And so they don't go anywhere else into the building until we've checked the security. And
So there's separate entrances, and where
Separate
the children are,
entrances.
it seems like it's locked. Okay.
locked gates, and the only place people enter is one room where staff are there to check on security. And
you mentioned somebody checking in, but is somebody monitoring or manning the house while everybody is doing their individual business? Who's taking care of who comes and goes and how long they stay?
Oh yeah, staff is present at all times. So we have peer support specialists and community health workers who monitor the shelter. We have teachers who are monitoring the schools, and we have members of the different groups that are, so every room is separately locked, and it's only the owner or volunteers of that group that accesses that room. And then we also have a facilities manager who's there most of the time, and then we have overnight staff we have someone awake at all times. So it's honestly like safer than it's ever been because there's someone there pretty much around the clock.
Just so that, I mean, maybe one point of clarity, you all have operated Safe Shelter in West Asheville previously.
Just since October.
Yes, we operated, at Trinity United Methodist Church. Then the next year at the, where RSAA is now on Haywood Road, the former West Asheville Presbyterian.
Maggie, will you turn off the light there? And because I remember touring it when you were at a different location and could see the staffing. So this sounds to me like it's similar, except a little larger, and you'll be able to accommodate families. And we've identified a need for family beds. That's one of our gaps in
Yeah,
Asheville.
no, we currently serve families. That's our main population we serve.
Thank you for being here and sharing so much detail in such an open way. This is more information that I'm learning about just the day-to-day operations, usually when we have a shelter application before us. Just on behalf of some of the emails and neighbors that I've heard from today and just recently, it sounds like maybe some didn't realize this was happening. And can you speak to your outreach a little bit? Because I know there was some outreach on behalf of your organization. And then, can you speak to that first?
Yeah, I'd have to look up the precise dates, but when we first got the temporary use approval to be moving into the education building, we did some flyering and canvassing around the neighborhood and just kind of shared what was happening. And then since then, we've had, I want to say, 3 community meetings with neighbors. And then an additional meeting in partnership with 12 Baskets or Asheville Poverty Initiative and Trinity United Methodist Church. So it was a larger meeting with neighbors and businesses to talk about concerns. We were operating a safe parking program, and we got feedback from neighbors that they, were worried about some of that. And so we actually ended up closing that program. We've had cookouts and neighborhood celebrations, just kind of like block parties. We partnered with Deep Time to have a Second Chance Fest this past Saturday or the Saturday before with the bouncy house and music and food, dancing. And then we've also been really active in the West Asheville Business Association and then the newer Heart of West Asheville Business Association. So attending those meetings regularly for the past 6 months. And
That's
then we
helpful.
have the notice out.
What about along State Street? Like,
Well, and I bring it up really because, in the absence of us having our boards and committees up and rolling, we usually hear from more constituents, not just, when it's made it to here, but I am hearing from residents in our emails all day today that there is a concern around, and I'm just trying to reconcile this with what we're hearing about this wonderful thing you're doing of housing families. I'm trying to reconcile how I'm receiving lots of emails that say there's open drug use in the parking lots and stuff. And are there multiple, I couldn't figure out if there's multiple activities happening and that there is some of like the more low barrier shelter occurring at times while also housing the families, or am I misunderstanding?
There are multiple things happening at once during certain times. Like I said, each floor has its own locked fire
Right.
door. And then most other activities like the preschool and barbershop have their own entrance as well. So there's not necessarily, it's like a shared building, but they're not necessarily sharing the space. I think as far as whether you're going to consider us low barrier or not, it just depends on your definitions. So we don't require IDs or medical records. We welcome pets if they're well behaved and on a leash or in a crate.
Awesome. What about co-housing with your partner, if you were different sexes? We see that
Yes,
a lot, restricting
we
that.
welcome LGBTQ folks
So
and
you don't have to
trans
separate by
folks.
male and female, okay.
No, we're not your traditional gender segregated shelter. We have separate rooms for families and then individuals.
What about like when we had the Ramada running and we were experimenting with the low barrier shelter, you were able to show up there under the influence or with a weapon so long as you turned it in, anything like that?
Yeah, so we typically, anyone who has a more serious substance use disorder, we typically work with Haywood Street Respite to house them. However, you're not going to be barred from entrance if you are under the influence, but we still expect certain ramifications, so you can't bring any alcohol or substances into the building. We search bags as people come in. Same thing if someone has like a pocket knife or mace, they turn that into staff and then get it back when they leave. And if there's disruption or ongoing lack of sobriety, then we're going to work in partnership with the community paramedics or other partners to get them into treatment or to a more intensive shelter option.
I'm hearing some of the same concerns you are, and as somebody who walks the neighborhood every day, I am seeing an uptick in visibility for our unhoused neighbors. And what is not surprising to me is that a lot of folks who were attempting to shelter in the woods out of sight were displaced by Hurricane Helene. When we did the point in time count, for example, I was assigned the area by the Aldi and Walmart in East Asheville, and there was no one. There was no one around the Walmart. There was no one by the Aldi. Everything was closed. There were no resources nearby. That's where I would normally expect to find a lot of neighbors who didn't have access to housing. So I'm not surprised to see some of those neighbors in my neighborhood because they're looking for somewhere safer to be. What I am a little bit surprised about is that people didn't know about Safe Shelter. Because it's fairly new, because it's a smaller model. It reminds me of like, it's easier to have mutual agreements with a small number of people. Like it'd be easier to solve a parking problem on your street than for the whole city. So the mutual agreements in the small number of households is attractive, and it does seem to be working across the country. But it doesn't, it's a little bit of a wrestle that folks are concerned that the populations are the same. Because they're seeing some folks outside without shelter and unaware of the folks that are inside with shelter. And so that's what I seem to be noticing is that folks didn't know about Safe Shelter, they didn't know about Room at the Inn, they didn't know about Code Purple Shelter, and so now it's like, why would you bring this service here when we have so many people in need and not realize that you're filling the gap? So that's just, I wanted to share some of what I'm noticing in the neighborhood.
Yeah, I mean, I'll share in general. I also live in West Asheville, and
Do you all have any more questions?
oh, you don't have to stand, is that what you don't?
Yeah, you can sit
Oh,
down.
I would
I
love
mean,
to provide a response though,
Okay,
if I'm
yeah.
welcome to.
Oh, go ahead and respond to her.
Yes, so I think Hurricane Helene displaced more people for sure. We've served many people who were housed until the hurricane. I know also in the past months, some of the more tucked away homeless encampments were removed from their previous location. And so we did see like a noticeable, that was the main shift we saw, was that suddenly there was a lot more unsheltered homeless people in West Asheville. And my understanding is that a lot of them were tucked away into wooded pockets and then were forced to leave. We really do try to, we want to be sensitive to everyone, all the neighbors housed and unhoused, and we also want to really specify like that Safe Shelter, that if you see someone who is unsheltered, that's not necessarily a Safe Shelter guest. It's very likely not. So most of our folks are working, most of our folks are in school, We do have some folks with disabilities, but a lot of them are spending time with family, helping provide childcare, volunteering. And I know that the unsheltered homelessness in West Asheville has become an increasing problem and is really on people's radar. I know the Continuum of Care, which Safe Shelter Director Christian Chambers is on the board of, has recently decided to come up with a work group looking at West Asheville unsheltered homelessness, and I encourage people to get involved in that channel. We do a weekly community cleanup, and a lot of the folks that help with the cleanup are unsheltered themselves. I just think the bottom line is we don't have enough housing.
I think you're,
We just heard about that.
yeah, well, and you're saying, well, what I was about to share, which is, I'm a resident of West Asheville too, and I am hearing from neighbors and constituents throughout West Asheville that there's a problem. And what's hard for me here in this moment is to understand if your organization is really helping it. It sounds like it is, that the problems we're experiencing aren't a reflection of your organization or even possibly related. It's hard to know because a core area is right around you. And I guess it's almost, for me, I feel like there's two things being asked here. One, to allow the temporary nature of the shelter to become permanent. And the other ask is to allow it to grow some 75% in beds. And I'm just a little worried. I'm worried about the area. It's almost like I want to hear from our staff of whether or not we are capable of managing this area in such a way that we can allow the use to grow. And I know that's not really a question for you. I'm more pontificating.
Yeah.
I don't know that we have a staff member that could address that here tonight.
I mean, I can assure you that Safe Shelter guests work really closely with our peer support staff, with our community health workers. We have an on-staff mental health clinician, part-time as well. And so I can guarantee you that the people who are, using the bathroom, leaving litter, using needles are not our guests.
I feel like you're being very understated in selling it because, I recall, you have a lot of folks who leave and go to work during the day. You have kids who go to school during the day. I think it is hard to conflate the demographic of what people are experiencing in West Asheville. But my sense of the kind of shelter you're running, it's more buttoned up in terms of.
Because you were at,
Go ahead, yeah.
Because you were right beside, you were utilizing A-Hope for a period of time, right?
Yes.
Because I feel like I remember during that time, because of the overnight activity, actually instances, disturbances went down.
Yep.
Significantly, yes.
Yeah.
Do you have a wait list right now?
We do.
Do you know how many people are on there?
I
Or
don't,
families?
but our community health worker could get that number to you.
Thanks.
What's the impact if we don't allow you to be permanent or don't allow you to grow?
We would have to shut down.
Because it doesn't pencil at
or
this
we would
size,
only be able to operate during the winter months.
Can you tell me more about that? Why would it make you shut down?
Because the temporary use permit is associated with Code Purple.
Oh, simply for the permit reason. Okay, I was
Yeah.
thinking it
They're
didn't
one
make
of the
sense.
organizations
Okay.
that we've routinely funded.
Simply because you're expiring. I thought you meant we need to be bigger to survive or
No,
something.
no, permit-wise.
Okay.
Yeah.
I do wonder, I'm gonna look at you, Deborah, but you're on our COC, and you've shared about a recent effort to start a work group on providing more support in West Asheville, because we are seeing different populations of unhoused, right? We have families going to your shelter, which, by the way, my daughter just started middle school on Monday, and Asheville City Schools sent to all the parents information about the number of unhoused kids going to public school. it was upsetting. You kind of think about it as these kids and children aren't people necessarily I know, but like they're going to school with my daughter.
And you
I
would
want them
not
to have
see them and know that they're homeless.
That's right. And they're not the same people we see walking on Haywood Road. They're kids who like just had to buy a $32 K-Sit to get to middle school for their first day of school. It really is a different population. And I'm concerned about the populations I do see walking on Haywood Road. I think that is increasing. And so is there anything you could share, or maybe we could get some more information about what the continuum of care is doing as we are acknowledging we're seeing things in West Asheville flare?
Absolutely. I'll do my best to respond. And, just like any other population, the unhoused is not a monolith. There are a range, there's a continuum. So the continuum of care, and in fact, at the last board meeting, I presented the issue of things that are happening in West Asheville, and another topic that you all will be talking about in terms of panhandling. And I suggested to them that this cannot be a city issue alone. We need your help. Mm-hmm. The majority of the people on the continuum of care are those entities that serve the unhoused. And my comment was, we need to work collaboratively, collectively, the same way that we did on Ann Strait, and to address some of the issues that were happening downtown. I know it feels like a whack-a-mole, that we address an issue downtown and it goes to another area, and then yeah, it does. And we are trying to develop more proactive kinds of tools and ways to respond and address the issue. And it is not just to look at how do we enforce laws. It really is about, and Kristen is helping me a lot, educating me a lot about the needs and the outreach that is needed. And obviously, we need more services and we need more beds. We do not have that capacity in this community. So what do? Do we not do anything? Do we not address a small number now and hope that, you just heard that from the housing presentation. Mm-hmm. And so what we are trying to do, at least from the city staff perspective, is to link arms, join up, get partnerships to see if we can address this issue from the continuum of complexity that we need to address, which is, some of it is enforcement, but a whole lot of it is social services, and quite frankly, beds.
Yeah, it does make me think, as we have two different solutions presented to us in one council meeting for shared challenges. If we have a proposal to expand and sustain a shelter, and there's also a conversation we're going to have in a little bit about panhandling, which might have some overlap with some of the folks that we're hearing concerns about. And I think it's interesting too how we're getting lots of emails on both topics, and it feels as though folks are telling us pick one or the other because one is more just or more right or more effective. And I can't help think maybe we need to try many things, because the unhoused aren't a monolith. There are very different types of categories that present different community challenges and are faced with different challenges. So now I'm speculating, less questions, but just more.
I serve on the COC. I don't get to vote like Deborah does, but I do get to serve there. Of course, the COC is recommending this. But our North Star is the study we had done in conjunction with Buncombe County around what our needs are to address homelessness in Asheville and Buncombe County. And it, we love our data. I mean, it gave us the numbers of what our needs are and what in serving all the different folks that are experiencing homelessness, whether they're families or individuals, male or female, veterans, and whether they're experiencing mental health or substance use needs or otherwise need more supportive services. all the different ways people need to be reached. And I think it's very clear that what you're proposing tonight fits in the conclusions of that study in terms of what we need. It's a piece of the puzzle. So I don't think I hope there's not argument about that aspect. I think we're having a discussion tonight that's really more around land use, I think.
Now I'm a little concerned that you and your great organization might be in the wrong place because of everything else that's happening around you. Could we find you a better permanent home?
I think that, we feel like where we're at is creating a corridor of care. So, there's multiple reasons, like, number one, who we share a building with and the way that we're able to integrate that holistic care that goes from healthcare to education to mental health all in one spot, and then employment, and then across the street we have 12 baskets. So we purposefully don't serve lunch because we know 12 baskets serves an amazing lunch where people get a whole menu to choose from. And then just down the road, we have Salvation Army with their food pantry and a lot of additional space that we hope will be put to community use soon. And then just another block down the road, we have Reparations Stakeholder Association of Asheville, RSAA. And one of the first things that they said was, we're not sure what we want to do with the building, but we know we don't want to have a shelter, a salon, or a school. Well, guess what Home Hub has? A shelter, a salon, and a school. Together, this can create a corridor of care where in just a few blocks on Haywood Road, you add in Ingalls, you add in B&B Pharmacy, you've got a lot of needs being met in one place that's on a main strip with sidewalks. To me, that makes a lot more sense than pushing us out to somewhere where there's not public transportation, there's not sidewalks, and people are having to spend all day taking a bus here, there, and everywhere to just get a prescription.
So I think to my colleague's point, I think on the back end, we're gonna have to increase services, but I think there's two different issues here. There's our unhoused neighbors who, and just across America, and the same thing is the same in North Carolina, most of the folks who are homeless are actually women and children, LGBTQ folk. So there's that issue, but then there's also a public safety issue. I feel like that's a separate issue that's, maybe what we're talking about and what my colleagues, and quite frankly, I drove over there in the past 24 hours and it didn't look good. There was people out on the lawn, it just looked like mayhem over there. And so we have got to get a hold of that area. We've got to make everyone feel safe, from those who are experiencing homelessness to those who are raising families in their homes. That is what a functioning city does. And so, I'm kind of concerned too. And also the flip side is we really desperately need these beds. And there was no question there, just making a statement.
I appreciate your statement, because there's just, I don't know if everyone understands what's happening in West Asheville and the severity of it, and it is not because of your organization by any means, but you are there in the midst of it with us, and so I'm naming it, and there's a lot of community concern right now, so I'm just having a hard time just figure out how to resolve it, and I feel like so much is needed on our end that we're not able to provide, whether we're understaffed or unequipped or still figuring out how to be a fully functioning COC. It's challenging.
Okay, any other questions for the applicant? No. Okay, any other questions for staff before I open the public hearing on this item?
No, thank you.
Thank you. Okay, we have 3 people signed up to speak under this item, so I'm going to open the public hearing. The first person signed up to speak under this item is Patrick Conant.
Hey, City Council. My name's Patrick Conant, and I live in East-West Asheville. I walk up and down Haywood Road all the time, and I've actually been to the site where this conditional zoning permit is requested because one of my neighbors is a counselor and has an office in the building. It was actually, I went and helped my neighbor set up her office as one of the things I did when I got back to town after Helene, after being away, so I could work. And I just remember like seeing this space and hearing about the plans for the property, and it was one of the first things that gave me hope coming back to Asheville. So, you know, I don't know everything about the programming they have planned there. I just want to share that I've been there, and it's a strong organization. It's a collaborative partnership. And, you know, more than anything, our city needs to say yes to solutions and partnerships. The continuum of care has identified that need. Staff have recommended approving this zoning. Planning and zoning also recommends approving it. So, you know, I understand anytime there is a proposal for a shelter, there's going to be concerns and there's going to be challenges we have to address. But I really think the city needs to say to every neighborhood, we all have to do our part to be a solution, to be part of the solution to this challenge. And I think that's what's in front of you here today. So, you know, I'm not an expert in this area. The kind of work I do is different, but I just strongly encourage council to approve this conditional zoning request and allow this organization to continue doing the important work they're doing. Thank you.
Lisa Allen.
Hello there. I'm a neighbor of Safe Shelter, and I feel safer because they are there. If there is a problem with someone who's having an episode, I have a resource right across the street. They have given me their phone numbers. They're very responsive. They are great neighbors. I strongly encourage you to approve this. And let me tell you about one evening I had dinner at that facility. They invited the community in, so there were a lot of residents there and neighbors as well. They had a baby shower for former residents. So all of the residents and the staff had all these gifts for former residents there, a couple that were having a baby. And then we all went out into the parking lot and had a gender reveal party. I sobbed. That was the coolest thing I'd ever seen. So please let this great neighbor continue in West Asheville. We need them. They have hearts of gold. They have a great staff. They're imaginative, they're creative, they're giving people solutions. And they also serve a great cup of coffee. So please approve this zoning.
Thank you. And then finally, Christopher Mitchell.
So, City Council, thank you for giving me the opportunity to speak. I want to start off by saying, you know, I have great sympathy for the homeless community. I think her name's Kristen, and what her program and everyone is doing is great, and we do need the support out there. People go through different circumstances that unless you've been through them, you can't understand them, and so I do recognize that aspect of it. But at the same time, I want to speak kind of as a husband, father, family that lives in West Asheville, right off of Haywood Road as well, very close to this area. And I think it is some of the same concerns that have been brought up by, you know, Councilwoman Turner and Councilman Hess and everyone like that, where it does get pretty rough around there. And I've known West Asheville for 30 years, and I've seen it when it was worst Asheville and nobody wanted to live there. And now I've seen it grow into kind of this hub of Asheville that is helping contribute to the economic growth that we're having here. I've seen so many great small businesses open that have been attracting people that have always served downtown in an economy from that standpoint, come to West Asheville. And I think West Asheville has become an important part of the Asheville economy and everything like that, and has been a place for people to start businesses, grow, attract new things. We saw a housing presentation earlier where, unfortunately, housing in West Asheville is super expensive now too, and people are paying lots of good money in home prices, taxes, everything it may be, to move their families there and have a great place to be able to walk up to the shops and stores and restaurants and everywhere that we all like to enjoy. And you know, I bought my house there 8 years ago as that boom was kind of coming, and it was awesome. It still is awesome. Asheville is awesome, you know? But as things start to kind of turn towards like the worst, or the aesthetic doesn't become well, or there's trash, or you're worried about your kids riding their bike and running into needles, or you're worried about being berated going to the Ingles grocery store, being yelled at with your young kid and your wife and everything like that, it's concerning. And also at the same time, we saw what cost of living is here. We saw what the incomes are here. Unfortunately, some of us that have bought those houses at the right time and have seen some of the economic resurgence, we depend on that equity a little bit, you know, and if that starts to take a downfall, some of us that can afford to live there currently because of when we bought, we're not going to be able to afford living there anymore. So it's not so much an issue of supporting the community that needs it. I want to be there for those people. I want to help in the ways that we can, but I do think it's collaborative, and I think that it's fair to understand that West Asheville has brought a lot to this community with its growth, and I would love to continue to see that.
Thank you.
Yeah.
That concludes the public hearings portion of this item, so I'm going to close the public hearing on this, and Councilwoman Turner just said she had another staff
Just
question.
one
Bill,
question.
back up here.
When does the temporary permit expire, and is there anything preventing us from renewing it as temporary?
So the temporary use permit was approved under Code Purple. It's technically probably could be considered expired, but the city has not taken action to enforce any zoning violation in the manner, since they have an active application to
rezone.
permanently legitimize the use.
So when we pick up Code Purple again, I guess we usually talk about that in September, to adopt in October, we could make this we could handle it that way and do the same thing we did last year. I'm just looking at our options.
Potentially, yeah. In the meantime, the property would technically be under zoning violation without a clear path to permanent legitimacy. If that makes sense.
So can you expand on that thought? What would be the benefit in doing it that way?
To me? Oh, I thought you were saying to Will.
Yeah.
I'm just, sorry, I think he's also texted me about the answer. Is there new information?
Yeah. Assistant City Manager Ben Woody just reminded me that the temporary use permit is capped at 180 days, and the total number of people allowed under that is, 15? 19
okay,
people.
that's
So
okay,
that
okay.
would, limit their ceiling of folks they could accommodate.
You were asking me. I guess I'm just, in light of the concerns I'm hearing from neighbors, I'm just wondering if, there's both an ask to increase the number of beds and to make it permanent, and I'm just wondering if there's another way. I actually really love what I heard tonight, and to the woman that spoke, I just can't appreciate her and how she shared all that so much. I love the idea. I am concerned about West Asheville, and I don't want my concerns about West Asheville to be solely reflected on like this one organization, because it's not. But in light of everything that is happening in West Asheville, I'm just wondering if we need to be looking at things more in a temporary manner until we can respond more proactively, or all of these better ideas that's happening with the COC and some working team, whatever that looks like. That's all. That was my thinking.
I hear your concerns, and we're neighbors in West Asheville. And as a member of the Continuum of Care, as an individual, which, just gonna take a minute to say what the Continuum of Care is. The city of Asheville used to be holding the container of homelessness responses. We had a homelessness initiative advisory committee. We brought in a consultant, and one of the top recommendations of the Within Reach report to reduce homelessness by 50% in our community was get it out of the city and let it be owned by the community, which means you and you and you and you and me and we can all be members. Our book groups and our neighborhoods and our businesses and our faith communities can all participate. We have so many recommendations of what needs to happen. I'm really concerned about the cuts to Medicaid and SNAP at the federal level. We are going to see more crisis, and it is going to be deadly and really uncomfortable. But I believe in the people of Appalachia. I saw us pull together during Hurricane Helene, and I want us to get some stuff done. So we are struggling with the reality of we don't have enough resources, we don't have enough housing, and we have people in crisis. We have serious public health issues, behavioral health issues, substance use issues, food security issues. It's a lot. But I'm actually really excited to support this because of the history of Room at the Inn, because of the history of the faith communities coming together to provide a place for intact families that would normally be separated, people fleeing intimate partner violence, having a safe place to land, people who've been historically excluded and feel still excluded from typical shelter. And the data, 70% of people getting from homelessness into shelter, into housing, that far outpaces the national and state data. And so I'm like, well, we're talking right now about having like one emergency shelter and putting a whole bunch of people in a lot of trauma in one place. And I'm kind of wondering if smaller mutual agreements in a neighborhood is actually a better plan. Because when I see what's happening at Safe Shelter and I shop at the thrift store and I buy coffee at the coffee shop and I get to know the neighbors and I see people that I've known there the whole time that I've lived there, like, it feels like something we can do, and we need a lot more of it. So I encourage folks to check out the Continuum of Care. You can be a member too, and get to know Safe Shelter. It's part of our neighborhood in West Asheville, and we have really serious issues going on, but I see this as one of the solutions.
And just piggybacking on that, I do want to honor the creation of the COC, and if we're gonna support the COC and its work and all the partners that we've brought together to make this work across our whole community, it would be a good thing for us to support their recommendations, and this is a good opportunity for us to do that in this application. So I hate when we set up something like we vote on a strategic plan, or we vote on some large plan, but then when we get a project that falls under the plan and then we turn it down, we're working against ourselves in my mind. So hopefully in this moment, we'll have an opportunity to live up to the plan and all the work we've done to get to this point. So I do think we need to address the issues in West Asheville. I'm really glad that the COC has created a committee to look at that. I think we probably shouldn't, I don't want to imply just because it's being created out of the COC that these problems are all just related to homelessness in West Asheville. So I hope that we can kind of broaden it, and I know that that's the intention.
And I can assure you all that the city resources that we can bring to bear, we are doing that in a coordinated manner, working with the neighborhood to address this issue. Because again, we can't own the complex social and economic issues that exist, not just in West Asheville, throughout our community. So, this is a land use issue that you all have voted on.
And that's what we wrestle with as a community, right? Like who's gonna help take care of it? And I'm not going to be able to support this tonight, but it is not a reflection of me wanting, I want the organization to succeed. And that's why I was asking if there were alternatives to other ways that I can support this, because I do want the organization to continue on. But for all the reasons I've already mentioned, I just have concerns about the area and the timing and our own city's role in managing that area.
I'm just so, like, a little bit taken aback, because usually we're just tripping up over ourselves, not moving forward, listening to the neighborhoods. But in this case, we just seem to be disregarding the neighborhoods in every sense. And so you know, not that I think, to be clear, we should not be tripping up over ourselves. We should be moving decisively in urgency, especially in this moment. But I mean, we have a whole flood of emails with concerns, and these are two separate issues. So I would like, you know, that committee to move with urgency, and maybe even present to us in the next month or so about, you know, what they're looking at. Again, you know, we have the best people in that room. You know, this is my field, and this stuff, you know, we can move with urgency and with solutions at both angles. And so I hope that we can get that committee in here and get to some solutions for West Asheville.
Like to make a motion?
Okay, please, yes, please make a motion.
I'd like to make a motion. I move to approve the conditional zoning amendment. This is a long one, everybody, Baron. I move to approve the conditional zoning amendment request for the property located at 587 Haywood Road from Haywood Road District Form Corridor HR3 to Community Business 2 Conditional Zoning CB2CZ to Haywood Road Form District Corridor HR3 and Community Business 1 Conditional Zone CBI-CZ, and find that the request is reasonable, is in the public interest, is consistent with the city's comprehensive plan, meets the development needs of the community in that the request, one, supports organizations with a mission of combating homelessness to the greatest extent possible, and strategically locates services for the homeless so that they are accessible and equitably distributed throughout the city and region, and two, encourages partners to promote job placement and workforce development services in disadvantaged communities and providing career path mentoring skills across mentoring across all skill and education levels, especially for those living in poverty.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. All those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed, please raise your hand. All right. Thank you, all the folks that came tonight for this. This is your moment to run out the door before we move on to the next item. Everybody, I think we'll just take a quick break before because the next thing's going to be really long, I think. So could we take a quick
Get
quick
excited.
break and also maybe some shuffling of chairs and things. So, all right. Just 5 minutes. 5 minutes. 5 minutes. I mean, 5 minutes.
She was just right there. You want me to?
All right, welcome back, everybody. Welcome back.
Check.
All right, we're live. We're back on air here, so we're gonna get started. We're just chasing down one last. While we're just taking a moment here, we're gonna hear from. Go look out there.
She was doing an interview.
Okay, well, she'll, okay. All right, we're gonna move on to public hearing item B, which is, if you're counting, the last public hearing item. It is a public hearing to consider conditionally zoning 93 and 95 Springside Road from RS4 residential single-family medium density to RS4 CZ residential single-family medium density conditional zone for the purposes of constructing 36 single-family detached housing units. Thanks. And I'm going to ask if you have an empty seat next to you, please raise your hand. 1, 2, 3, 4. Okay, we have 6 people in overflow, so.
And we should all be up here now. So no overflow anymore.
No overflow anymore. Okay, everyone, settle in then. Get cozy. We need those seats like they have in the movie theater, where you can just, anyway. All right, Will, please proceed.
Thank you. Mayor, members of council, Will Palmquist, Planning and Urban Design. I will be presenting this conditional zoning petition for a project known as Springside subdivision. So here you can see the site outlined in red, located in South Asheville, in the Oak Forest neighborhood. The site consists of 2 properties totaling approximately 6 acres. The site slopes pretty significantly to the north from Springside Road. The existing zoning is RS4 residential single-family medium density. The proposed zoning is that RS4 conditional zone. The conditional zoning is being requested for technical modifications to the underlying zoning district, and I'll speak to those momentarily. The existing future land use is residential neighborhood. No change in that would be required for this conditional zoning. So here is the latest site plan. It's oriented with north to the right, so I might refer to cardinal directions and also page directions when I'm explaining the layout of the site plan. This is the latest site plan received yesterday, and I'll highlight some of the changes that have been made recently and since Planning and Zoning Commission reviewed the project. The project now consists of 35 single-family detached lots. That's a reduction of 1 from the previous design. There's also only 1 main road connection from Springside Road, and the connection to lots 33 and 34 and 35 are made off of an internal roadway connection. There are also sidewalks proposed along the north side of Springside Road, as well as the west side of the new roadway internal to the site, known as Private Road A. There is not a sidewalk proposed on the east side of that internal roadway, and I'll talk more about that momentarily as well. There is a crosswalk proposed across Springside Road with a warning signal or raised surface, which the details to be worked out with the city at the final design stage. So as mentioned, there are a number of technical modifications being requested for this project through the conditional zoning process. A lot of these relate to the geometry of the site. So they are outlined on the right side of the screen. It might be hard to see, but there is a table that's been that's included on the site plan drawings that shows the specific requests for each lot proposed. But the overall ballpark of these numbers is that the minimum lot size is being requested to a minimum 3,040 square feet at the smallest amounts instead of the typical 8,000 square foot that's required in the RS4 districts. The minimum lot width is being requested to be reduced to 38 feet at the smallest lot instead of the required 60 feet. And the setbacks are requested to be a front, side, and rear of 15 feet, 6 feet, and 6 feet, respectively, instead of the typical 25-foot, 10-foot, and 25-foot requirement. The applicant's also asking for a technical modification for not having a sidewalk on the east side of Road A, and not mentioned on this slide is also a request to not have street trees required on that internal stub road, as referring to it. This is the landscape plan, just showing the new trees proposed along Springside Road and the internal roadway based on the requirements in our zoning code. You can see the lack of the trees proposed on the eastern stub road, and then also noting the open space being provided in excess of the minimum required. The tree canopy preservation plan shows a combination of preserved trees to the east. On the east side of the site, there is a stream that runs roughly along that property border. So there is overlap with that stream buffer, 30-foot wide buffer that's required with that area of tree canopy preservation. And then to further meet that requirement of tree canopy, there is new tree plantings proposed along the western side of the site. Finally, the conceptual grading plan, just a couple things to note on this page. One is a new element on the site at the top west side of the site. which is that the applicant is proposing a 10-foot wide area of undisturbed land. So essentially means that the trees that are existing, approximately shown on the site plan, would remain and no grading would take place in that area, and it would remain as an undisturbed buffer between lots 1 through 10 and the Spring Forest Circle Road to the west. And then this is just highlighting the StormTech stormwater system, which is designed to detain a 25-year storm event, which is above the base stormwater requirements. So here again are the conditions, the major conditions with this conditional zoning. You can see the 5 technical modifications that I mentioned earlier, as well as some of the project conditions that the applicant has agreed to. First 2 are already discussed: the enhanced crosswalk to be installed across Springside Road, the upsized stormwater detention system, and then the last element is a newer condition being proposed, so that relates to the technical modification, in that in lieu of that sidewalk on the east side of the main road, the applicant is proposing to deposit the cost of that construction of the sidewalk as calculated based on their design metrics into a fund that would be designated exclusively for the future construction of a segment of sidewalk by the city along Springside Road. So just to be clear, that's not a fee in lieu. This is a conditional zoning request, and the number is based on the applicant's calculations, not based on the city's fee in lieu calculations. And we do have transportation staff with us this evening in case there are questions about how that could be administered and sidewalk planning in the area and that sort of thing as well.
Can I ask you a question while you have that slide up?
Sure.
Third bullet point, minimum front, side, rear, 15, 6, and 6. I was in a conversation recently, I believe Councilman Roney was there as well, and I thought it landed at 15, 6, and 15.
So some of the lots are proposing rear setbacks of 15 feet, but some go down to the 6 feet.
So the 1 through 10 on that side do have the 15?
They do, yes.
Okay, thank you.
Mm-hmm.
And while you're here and while we're asking questions and while you said transportation, when I looked at the Close the Gap plan, it looks like even though it's named under section 9, this road is like 20 projects down in the project list. So if the applicant is contributing to the sidewalk fee in lieu specifically earmarked for this project, what does that do for our list? Does it bump something higher up in the priority list?
That's a great question. I'm going to defer to Christopher Cairns, who's here this evening. Would you like to hear from now or at the end of the presentation? Or?
I mean, he's standing up.
Yes, so here he is.
Yes, always want to hear from Chris Cairns.
Hi, I'm Chris Cairns, city engineer, city traffic engineer. Realistically, this would not have any effect on the priority list. I will mention Springside is on is number 2 on the corridor priority list for sidewalks. So, and that's still a pretty big project to go end to end. But the gap itself, it would not 21,000 would not.
Do you have like, I know you can't tell the future, but maybe we can forecast the weather, like how long before that could bubble up?
That I don't have any feel for. I know it does not have funding at any point, and not even, I don't think we've even gotten a rough estimate in anticipation of being funded.
And is that because it's so far down on the list?
Yes.
It's like, it's, you know, section 2 in the corridor, section 9 of the Close the Gap, but it's like, it's really like 20 deep.
Right.
Okay. Thank
Councilwoman Roney, I asked a similar question of our assistant city manager who let me know we could address it in follow-up CIP processes, that 5-year plan is out, but if we wanted it in the next one, we could say add it during budget season.
Yeah, I just think about infrastructure issues like, and this isn't your fault, this is like West's fault, so you're good. Hall Creek was promised a sidewalk for a, 7 or 8 year period of time? And
Yeah, they
like,
had a huge water
putting
issue though.
density on areas that will have infrastructure one day, but, and there is a plan, it's just not today or a soon day.
Right.
So thank you.
So just to be clear though, it's not in our 5-year CIP. If council wanted it to speed up, we'd have to take action next year.
But does it, we don't have enough right-of-way there. I assume it would would require condemnation, probably moving utilities, right? I mean, it's the same complex level of putting in a new sidewalk, probably not on par with Hawk Creek due to the topography issues in Hawk Creek, and the creek, literally the creek also being in Hawk Creek. But, so not quite as challenging, but
But similarly to Hall Creek, it's a safe routes to school issue. We've got thousands of students within a mile.
And there was at one time federal funding to build sidewalks to schools, which got some projects done, but that's gone now. I mean, I'd be curious to know if this might be something we approach the county about as well, since they have a county school there, they have, they have a county library, they have, it's a lot of county facilities in that area, but.
It is alarming that there's so many schools and no sidewalks.
Great. So those are the major modifications being requested and the project conditions proposed by the applicant. Here are some concept drawings of the houses that would be constructed on these lots. The project was reviewed and approved by the Technical Review Committee on February 17th. It was reviewed twice by the Planning and Zoning Commission, first on April 2nd, where it was continued in order for the applicant to work out issues with the community, to consider their recommendations in more detail and focus on issues relating to density, traffic safety, and the environmental impact. The project was recommended for approval by the Planning and Zoning Commission at their May 7th meeting with the following conditions. And these are now all incorporated in the project conditions document. That includes the maximum building height of 40 feet as is prescribed in the RS4 zoning district, the post-construction impervious surface area not to exceed 45%, the crosswalk on Springside Road, and the upsizing of the stormwater retention system to detain a 25-year storm event. So in regards to the project's consistency with the comprehensive plan, staff does find that the project is consistent with the future land use designation of residential neighborhood, which talks about areas that are mainly single-family housing that could benefit by having more diversity and of housing types over time. Just a note that the densities proposed in that future land use category generally are between 3 and 5 units an acre, and this proposed development is slightly higher at 6 units per acre. The project supports a couple of goals in the plan to make streets more walkable, comfortable, and connected by eliminating gaps in the citywide sidewalk network, and to mitigate flooding and erosion by maintaining and enhancing buffers and open space preservation along creeks, streams, and rivers. Staff also finds that the project partially supports goals in the plan, including to encourage responsible growth by prioritizing greater densities of development overall. So noting that the project does have higher densities than what would normally be allowed in the RS4 zoning districts, but also noting that the project could achieve these densities with a smaller overall project footprint if it were to take a different type of building form like duplexes or townhomes or multifamily, for instance. The project also partially supports the goal to celebrate the unique identity of neighborhoods through creative placemaking by supporting contextually appropriate infill development in a variety of housing types. So again, that the project is proposing single-family houses, which is what the majority of the surrounding neighborhood consists of. However, just noting that the overall density and form that's being proposed is much denser and closer together than the existing neighborhood. Finally, also that the project partially supports the goal to promote general health and wellness by promoting accessibility to parks and open spaces to encourage their use for health, wellness, and recreation. The project does provide and actually proposes to provide more than the required open space, but the staff does note that that open space could be enhanced through the installation of additional features or amenities such as playgrounds or other recreational features. Staff also finds that the project does not support the following goals in the plan: to increase and diversify the housing supply by ensuring that affordable housing is equitably distributed throughout the city, encouraging mixed income developments and communities. No affordable housing elements are proposed in this project. Also, that the project does not support the goal to protect land and water assets by locating developments to minimize environmental impacts, including environmentally sensitive areas such as steep slopes, mature forests, intact native ecosystems, et cetera, by clustering buildings within these areas to minimize road construction and preserve open spaces and wild habitats. Since the project proposes to build a road through basically the entire project site and impact a large portion of the site, staff finds that that goal is not being met by this project. So staff does concur with Planning and Zoning Commission and recommends approval of the proposed conditional zoning, while noting that the project's consistency with the comprehensive plan could be enhanced by changes to the project that reduce the overall footprint of the development, increase the amount and quality of open space and landscaping, and provide for a more mixed income community. And then just finally, a note that it's come to staff's attention that there is a legal action pending about the ownership of a small portion of the property, which is to be conditionally rezoned. We've discussed this with City Legal and the applicant, and it's been agreed to that if the conditional zoning ordinance is approved, it would not go into effect until this ownership issue has been fully resolved. I'd be glad to answer any questions you might have.
I was just going to ask if there's a timeline, if anybody knows when that ownership issue might be resolved.
I do not know. I don't know if we've heard any updates lately.
I don't know that anybody has an exact time frame on that, but that's something I think that the applicant's attorney might be able to address somewhat. I can tell you that any rezoning that is approved has a certain timeline already built into it. These rezonings have a maximum of a 5-year limitation before they are essentially viable to be rescinded administratively. So if this was held in escrow at post-approval, it would only have so much time to get that resolved automatically.
I have a question before we maybe go to the applicant's attorney. Well, and before the question, I just want to commend neighbors. I feel like I was at the first P&Z meeting when this was proposed, and it's a different proposal. There's been a lot of changes based on strong communication and the neighborhood getting together and kind of advocating effectively. I think that there was multiple entrances, and now there's one. I think the improvements and the stormwater is pretty powerful, especially after what we've seen with Helene, but particularly this neighborhood has had nuisance flooding, and so the increased stormwater work is a really phenomenal improvement for the application. A question that also I think has resulted from the neighborhood advocacy is around condition 8 that talks about a crosswalk with a warning signal and/or a raised surface. Love that. I think great multimodal infrastructure, whenever we can get that through partnerships, is a good outcome. However, I still had a question. On the map, some of us were sitting with neighbors today. Yeah, any of them that have a crosswalk, great. Mm-hmm. Okay, so kind of the question is, and this might be more towards transportation, the condition currently says a crosswalk with a warning signal will be installed in consultation with a traffic engineer regarding final design and placement. And so I was wondering if you could speak, where's your recommendation for the crosswalk? Because I've heard the community asking for the center line of the road to be at the apex of the hill to increase safety, but also hearing that having the sidewalk at the center, at the apex of the hill is the safest, so that the most vulnerable users are safest. So could you just talk to us about what, if we know an answer or kind of some of your thinking? I know that talking to the community, safety is the goal, and so I'm just looking for your professional recommendation of how to navigate that should this move forward.
Well, I'll first start by saying it's all a balanced engineering judgment. I don't know the difference in elevation between the center line of the road and where the crosswalk is. You know, if that's 6 inches, that's not going to make a huge difference. Mm-hmm. Obviously, it's best to have pedestrians most visible, so that would be ideal to be at the crest of the vertical curve. At the same time, when you have a few hundred cars coming in and out every day, it's good to be able to see in both directions and be seen. So it really is a balancing. So part of it is knowing the site, and I honestly don't know the elevation difference, but sure, would err on the favor of the most vulnerable, which is a pedestrian.
Okay, thank you. Okay.
I'll have some more to share, but I want to echo some of what Maggie was saying about the neighborhood and the engagement around this, because I have found it rather remarkable. I've worked with housing projects in this community for a long time, and it's not uncommon to sit in the room and talk with neighbors around projects that have been proposed for their area. But something happened for a first with this neighborhood group, which I want to kind of give them a shout out. Usually we are in a situation where there's a large apartment complex coming in and the neighbors are saying, oh my gosh, this is so different and it's so much for our neighborhood. And in this case, the neighborhood said, this seems better suited for apartments and townhomes. And I just thought that was so amazing because we usually hear the opposite. So just a little appreciation to the community for that. And I know I sat through several meetings with them, and there's just been so much genuine curiosity and inquisitiveness about how things operate and how things are approved and how things are developed in their neighborhoods. And I'll have more to say about the project itself, but just a general appreciation for the way that the neighborhood engaged on this project.
Can I ask a question, if you will, of the, in the presentation, staff says that this does not add to the diversity of housing.
Why was that?
Can you go to the,
Last one. Next.
Thank you.
That.
Does not increase and diversify the housing supply. So what would you want to see on this property that would increase and diversify the housing supply per the comprehensive plan?
Is he speaking about affordability?
Sure. So obviously it's not up to me, and it's.
No, I'm just trying to understand.
Yeah, I understand. Sure. This goal, and I think it's backing up a little bit, understanding what this goal really means is trying to increase the supply of housing, but understanding that we also need a mix of different types of housing. We need smaller scale duplex and townhomes. We need multifamily for rental purposes and that sort of thing. So that's the overall tenor of the goal, of course, and the real strategy is trying to provide also more specifically affordable housing that's equitably distributed. So that could be.
So basically, if an applicant has single-family homes that are market rate, it will never meet our goal of diversifying housing supply. Probably.
Some strategies that relate to that goal could be met. So, and not every, and I always like to say that not every project is going to provide everything for everyone. So, projects have their own merits, and not every project is able to provide affordable housing, for instance. So it's not necessarily saying that every project has to provide affordable housing to increase and diversify the housing supply, but just noting that that this strategy isn't met, and this would just be a way for the project to be more in line with the comprehensive plan in particular, and provide, I guess, value in and above of.
So are you saying if there were townhomes, it would increase and diversify the housing supply?
It would definitely diversify and diversify the stock of housing for sure, since most of our housing is single-family homes. So that would perhaps meet it better. So I'm not sure if I'm getting to the answer exactly.
Yeah,
I think
that's a tricky one.
That's interesting.
I think P&Z was getting at this too, and that was where the goal of those, there are 4 or 5 micro lots, they're smaller lots. Not all of them are 3,000 square feet, but in that top right corner, there's, and I think that's what they were getting at. Can we get some smaller housing in here that might have a different price point, but.
Because so now if we're talking about the Bowen report, and they showed where we're
Market
doing really
rate.
well with housing, it's 500 and above, and then.
Yeah, we've hit
lower
4%
ones.
vacancy on that.
Yeah, okay. Never mind.
On market rate, 4% vacancy rental.
Yeah, these will be.
We don't know what they'll be, but yeah.
I understood, we'll hear from the developer. Okay, do we have, one other question I have, and can you go back to the site plan? So I went down there and checked out this site yesterday, and we had I know the neighborhood has done an incredible, just like, if we had to hand out awards for most organized neighborhood, you guys would win this year, for sure. But but I think this has evolved quite a bit, but one of the final asks I heard today from the neighborhood was two things. One was to increase the buffer along the north property line where it runs along that private road to 20 feet with a 10 feet of that being undisturbed between lots 1 through 10. I think I phrased that correctly.
And-
And so that would be wider than what is shown there. What is the net effect of that? Will, do you know? I mean, it looks like
Is it 4 feet?
because to meet the front setbacks, I assume it has to slide the whole thing down slightly.
What is it now? There's a 10-foot undisturbed buffer, tree line, and then a 6-foot additional to the house. So it's at 16 right now. So we're talking about 4 more feet, and that would be either in more trees or on the other side of the trees.
Correct. That's how I understand it to be too. The design implications could be met in a few different ways. It could shrink that lot to be smaller. It'd be up for the applicant to speak to whether the house footprint would be viable based on the product that they're thinking about, or the site could be designed in a way to shift further east or plan south to accommodate for that wider buffer. So there are.
And that would shift the entrance road. I mean, the
Doesn't
whole
have to.
thing would shift slightly.
Well, that's what he's saying. So if the
Yeah, alternatively.
envelope was smaller, so every little box on there is an envelope, and the house will be somewhere within it. But if they also have that front setback they have to have from the road. So they can't just shrink it and move it to the other side. So the whole envelope of the house would have to shrink, or the road would have to move.
Yeah,
Basically.
well, something's got to give.
So
I mean,
smaller houses,
Right.
4 feet less deep,
Or you could split the difference.
2 and 2.
Right. Okay, so that was the, one of the final requests I heard and also asking for that entrance to shift, a page south, I guess, as we're looking at it, to come down just a few feet, which it sounds like we got a little bit of an outstanding issue between transportation staff and the neighborhood and the developer in terms of what's the safest location of it. Those were the two things that I heard coming out of this meeting. Now, we may hear in public comment something else, but the folks we met with earlier today, that was kind of the two primary things. The other issues, a lot of work's obviously happened on this since the beginning. Okay, so you're not here to tell me whether or not that's doable. You're going to leave that to the applicant to tell us whether that's doable.
Yes.
Okay. Any other questions before we hear from the applicant? Okay. All right. Okay, I think Maggie's going to put you on a timer, isn't she? She is.
Good evening. My name is Derek Allen. I'm a land use attorney with Allen, Stahl, and Kilburn. I represent the applicant Sage Communities, who's with us tonight. Wesley Green is here for Sage Communities, along with our site design engineer, Ariel Renier. She can answer any questions about moving, how we move things around. I did want to follow up on council members' recognition of the efforts that have gone in here. I wanted to thank council members Roney and Mosley and Turner for attending not one but 2 neighborhood meetings and facilitating lots of robust discussion. And I would address the mayor's comment about there being 2 outstanding issues now. I'll get to those later on. But the fact that we've been in this project since January and there are only 2 relatively modest things left, I think speaks volumes to the work that's gone into this. I also wanted to thank Will Palmquist. I think that he's been to at least 2 of those meetings as well. I'm gonna go out of order just a little, and then I'm gonna let Wesley come up. So Wesley, be thinking about what you're gonna say. The issue about compatibility and diversity of housing, we'd hit on that at planning and zoning, and I'm not trying to beat Will up, but I think the mayor was spot on with that. Diversity of housing means diversity of all housing. right? And one of the comments that was a public comment earlier on in this process came from someone supporting the project who said, within a quarter mile of this proposed development, there are mobile home parks, 4 schools, multi-million-dollar homes, fast food restaurants, auto parts stores, senior citizens facilities, churches, high-density multifamily apartments, et cetera, et cetera. I think that's important, and what this project is offering is normal-sized houses on smaller lots. There's a segment of our population which happens to be a little older than me or a little younger than me, that's the market segment they want. They don't want a big yard to take care of, but they want to feel like they're in a home, and this is what this is designed to do. Wesley, if you would start to come up, I do want to leave us with this first part as part of my introductory remarks. We've heard now 2 different presentations, the last 2 presentations, and you hear it here. Housing is our #1 thing. We have study after study that tells us that we need housing, and housing of all types. Little A affordable housing, big A affordable housing, LIHTC housing, tax credit housing, subsidized housing, expensive luxury housing, middle market. We need all those types of housing. Mr. Bowen talked to us about this report, and he identified 5,217 single-family homes that are needed. This is a small pittance of that, but that's just in the Asheville area. If you look beyond that, we're looking at 34,000 housing units that we need in that area that he was studying over the next, not 10 years, 15 years, next 5 years. We have to get that done. We have to get it done now. And the other thing I wanted to do while Wesley's waiting patiently with me is just to outline the timeline here. When the Urban Land Institute folks were here, they had a couple of remarks every time I would go to one of their meetings as someone who is in land use and development. And they would say, your ordinance is way, way, way overcomplicated. And they would say, why does it take so long to get something done here? And I'm like, well, those things are probably related, but I wanted to point out here, our first pre-application with the neighbors was on January 3rd, 2025. We had our first PZC hearing in April, our second one in May. The first city council date was scheduled for July. Then we went through 2 different meetings with the neighbors on August 15 and August 20. We've been through 7 revisions of the plan to get to here. That's why, and we need the housing now. Wesley, if you would, introduce yourself and specifically, why is this site appealing?
Thank you so much, council members, for meeting with us tonight. My name is Wesley Green. I appreciate the opportunity to be here. I grew up in Western North Carolina and have deep roots here. My grandfather purchased his first home on Biltmore Avenue in 1950, and my father served in the National Guard over on Patton Avenue for 2 decades. So I've witnessed Asheville grow firsthand since the 80s, since I've been here. For the past 21 years, I've worked in the Asheville real estate sector, primarily developing small infill, and I've always believed that this type of housing is a thoughtful way to increase housing stock, and today's proposal for Springside really does that, right? It's really that goal 5-acre infill that we're talking about. That's what we're looking for. And so, you know, I think the primary location is crucial, right? You've got 4 schools, you've got a public library, you've got public transportation. You know, we've got sidewalks on part of the road. I know there's still a gap there, but we're working on it, right? And then, you know, with the site, it does have good topography, right? I think, you know, we'll talk later, but your question of moving it an extra 5 feet is really what's not possible because of the topography on the other side, right? We're trying to be very smart on the topography of the site to keep it down through there without missing the whole other side of the road. The houses design that was brought up, there is going to be diversity. There's going to be a single car garage, 2-bedroom, 2-bath, smaller houses that are going to be provided on this site. There will also be 3-bedroom, 2-bath. I don't see any of them really going over 2,000 square feet. I think somebody said 3,000 square feet. I think these are going to be probably to under 2,000 square foot houses. These are going to be the missing middle houses that we're looking at. I do want to say I thank you so much for the work that the council members have put in meeting multiple times with the neighbors and with us and the other sessions that we've had. I do want to thank the neighbors who have addressed safety and concerns and brought up many things that we've had discussions over several times. You know, being a developer, there's a balance that we've got to figure out, right? That's the whole thing, is how do we get development? How do we get the land, the roads, the sewers, the stormwater, the sidewalks? All those things add up in cost, and that's where we're trying to figure out the housing part. You know, I think one of the other amenities we'll talk about is the Montgomery County Swim Center just across the street. So my daughter is a lifeguard there, right? So she drives Springside Road. I'm from South Asheville. We see that road, we drive it, right? So, and I think this housing really provides what my employees, I have a bunch of employees, and I would love for them to have access to these houses and have access to the schools, because these houses will be in the 400,000 price point range, I think, is where they're going to come in. But again, we have to get all the numbers together after we get all the approvals. I just want to say this site has been on the market for over 5 years. Many times it's gone under contract and people haven't moved it forward because they felt like they couldn't get anything through. That's where I came back and thought, man, if we get 35 attainable houses in this location, and these are smaller houses that are attainable. They don't look like the same single-family houses next door to them, but they are the single family that is in the market that people need. So if you want the missing middle in housing, this is the missing infill. And the challenge is we keep reducing lots. We've started at 37, and we're down to 35 now. We've taken a couple away, and again, we're trying to figure out how to make it work. I thank you again to the neighbors for voting last night, the majority for approval for this project at their neighborhood meeting last night. And I thank you, council members, again, for your time. Please help us bring the missing middle housing. Thank you.
Thank you, Wesley. I do want to go through what has happened in terms of the changes to the site plan, because I think it also illustrates the conditions that we've added to this project. The primary conditions that define what this project is like have really been driven by the neighbor requests and concerns. Early on, the neighbors gave us a list of conditions for the developer, which were categorized into non-negotiable conditions and ranked conditions. The non-negotiable conditions, and I'll just walk through the site plan. When we first submitted the application, there were actually 3 drives along through here. There's the main drive, and that's always going to be the main drive into whatever goes here. But then there were 2 drives that were down further on the site plan this way. The first non-negotiable was eliminate the 2 driveways serving lots 35 to 37 on Springside Road. We've now done that. There's just 1, and there's actually not 37 lots, there's 35 lots now. So in addition to eliminating 2 of the entrances and having 1, we've eliminated 2 of the lots. The second non-negotiable of the 3, relocate the proposed development's main access, which is here, further east to the crest of the hill. And so you'll see the jog in the road here that's proposed. The crest of the hill, and Ariel can give you the surveyed measurements and the engineer's conclusions here that the crest of the hill is on this part here where the crosswalk is, and that's why we placed the crosswalk there. But we have moved it further east to the crest of the hill, and that's what that site plan adjustment has illustrated. The third of the non-negotiables was to require a type A 20-foot vegetative buffer between the development and existing single-family homes. There are single-family homes that run here to this road. There's a wooden fence and then a parking area here, and then there's existing vegetation along this drive. In our negotiations and discussions with the neighbors, we discussed a couple of different things here. One was putting up a fence, and we discussed that and said we can do that, or we could leave 10 feet here, and this is pretty densely vegetated along Spring Forest Circle, and so we've introduced that condition and then added additional setback for the building envelope, and that doesn't mean that the house is that much closer, but there's another 5 feet in the building envelope, so it's 15 feet instead of the 20 feet that's been requested in that condition. Moving to the ranked conditions, number 4 was reconfigure the turnaround of Springs on this main road here. The earlier site plan had this turnaround going this way, and now that's been done. I would ask for additional time since I had my speaker in the middle. Thank you. That's fine. And then, so we've done that. Number 5 was work with the city to upgrade the existing stormwater culvert. That's a city job, and we will do whatever we can to push on that, and it's not even on our property. I know that the council members that were there, Ms. Roney and Ms. Mosley and Ms. Turner know that, and hopefully staff is addressing that issue with the stormwater culvert. The request was that the stormwater design be based off of the 25-year storm instead of the 10-year storm, and we've done that and implemented that as a condition. The next one was limit 20% of the single-family homes to be rentals, and we discussed in our work session that we can't do that, it's unconstitutional. There's a related one that said that there shouldn't be any short-term rentals, and we've assured them that those are prohibited by our city's ordinance already. The 8th one was confirm all setbacks are applied appropriately, and that was addressed with this issue on Spring Forest Circle. And then the last one concerned a Duke Energy easement in terms of getting in to repair their infrastructure, which is down on this side. And assuming the project goes forward and we're able to close on it, then we can, of course, do that. It's a lot. And so the fact that there are just these 2 items remaining that we've given some pretty explanatory reasons why we can't do that, I think that we've made lots of progress. This is what infill development is going to look like. This is what it's going to feel like. So if we're going to do what Bowen has suggested we do, which is to increase our housing stock of all types, these are the decisions we're going to have to make. I would like to reserve the balance of my time because I understand and received an email that the majority of the neighborhood group that we were working with approved of this plan, but I've heard some discussion today that there are some folks that may still have questions about it, so would like to be able to address those at the conclusion of any of the public remarks.
Okay, this is a good opportunity if you have any questions for.
I just want to clarify to make sure I heard you. So it almost sounded like you were saying, because there's only these 2 things left, we're going to do them. But maybe what you said was, no, we're not going to do those 2 things.
I'm saying that there are reasons why we can't do those final 2 things, and they are related directly to the site plan piece. And in terms of the one related to the road, I think we've already done that. I think we have the crosswalk where it belongs, and we have the entrance pushed as far to that crest as we can to be able to keep the sidewalk where it needs, the crosswalk where it needs to go, and be able to get that crest as far east as we can.
I do see that. I feel like the road, the entrance, and moving it a few more feet is troubling. But there is no interest from the applicant around shrinking the envelope of some of those houses to allow for the additional 4 feet?
I will leave that up to Ariel Renier and the applicant himself, Mr. Green, to address those questions.
I'm ready for public comment.
Anybody else?
Thank you.
Okay, all right. Public comment. Okay. We have lots of people signed up to speak under this item, and there's a couple of 10-minuters. But first, we're going to begin with a 3-minute speaker, and that is Kendra Miller. And just so you know, the next speaker, Drew Pollock, you're on deck. You are a 10-minuter.
Hello, thank you for your time and your service today. My name is Kendra Miller, and I've had the pleasure of either speaking with you or meeting with each of you over the course of this time. And I really appreciate the time that you've given to us as a neighborhood to understand our concerns and to really understand where we're coming from. And I also want to bring forward the safety issue, because that seems to be something that not only do I have a very personal connection with living next to the property, but many of our neighbors and our stakeholders in the community, those are the teachers, the bus drivers, and those that use the services around the area, do have a concern for. We know that there are thousands, as you mentioned, students that are traveling this road daily. And there are 4 schools that it serves. This road, as we've mentioned, it's a narrow neighborhood road. It has blind curves, it has hills. It is very difficult to travel, let alone for a pedestrian. You know, I've seen bus drivers swerve in order to avoid hitting kids walking home from school directly in front of this property in question. In addition to that, just today, there was a fire truck that was caught in the congestion on this road trying to get to the elementary school. These are the safety problems that we have concerns over. This isn't something small that can be brushed off, but we know that these are concerns, and we know that this property and this development just does not meet the best safety standards for our community. So what we're asking for you is simple. We want safety for our children. We want safety for the families that are traversing this road. We want zoning protections that we can trust, infrastructure upgrades before any high-density development is approved. This property, this development, it simply does not meet the needs of Asheville. And this area is not equipped to handle this type of housing development. So the question before you is this: will you allow a plan that chooses profit over people, or will you stand for thoughtful, balanced development that prioritizes safety and livability? I urge you to vote no on this proposal and choose a path that keeps Asheville safe, strong, and supported, not just now, but for our future residents.
Thank you. Okay, Drew, you have 3 people yielding their time to you, and I will call their names. Please raise your hand when I call your name. Doug Lannis. Yep, Doug. Okay. And Jane Melton. Yes, Jane. Okay. And Dan Melton. I think it was Jane and Dan. You kind of did a sort of 2 hands. Okay, you're both here. Yes, there you go. Okay, thank you very much. All right, Mr. Pollock, please. Oh, and a presentation. First of all, I would expect no less.
I just need to get that a little bit bigger, maybe. Can I do that?
We've got some AI on the side there too.
Yeah. Is that all right?
That you can
set
X
up-
out your AI if you want.
Thank you, I will. No thanks, AI. All right. Thank you for being here tonight. I am resident of Oak Forest, Drew Pollock. This is an easy no vote this evening regarding this proposal. It doesn't align with our city's plans, our zoning, or our needs. This project, I'll just see if I can, I guess I'm gonna have to skip forward like that. This project fails on multiple fronts. It conflicts with our zoning regulations and standards. It undermines our missing middle housing initiative. It ignores the Boeing report's recommendations. It contradicts the Asheville 5x5 economic growth plan, and it strays from the Asheville comprehensive plan. Regarding Asheville zoning, this conditional zoning request is beyond anything Asheville has ever approved. It asks for standards exceeding RM8 density, but without RM8 safeguards. So the 20-foot buffer is one of those items. This is a high-density project for developer profit, not a plan that serves citizens. It's easy to build when you don't have to follow standards. It's easy to put a project together when you don't have any rules or regulations that you have to follow to protect people. The key issues that we've identified are outlined on this slide that are identifying, serious, when you look at RS4, RS8, and RM8 and the standards, we're beyond all those standards. We're just throwing them away. I think one of the things I wanted to point out too in listening to some of the comments and presentations so far is that we all shouldn't get points for safety. This should just be something that should already be in the process. So we should have things like crosswalks and making sure that turns can be made safely, especially in high-density school zones where there are a lot of new drivers who are required to drive that road to turn into that high school. It's really important that we protect people and make the right things and do those things as part of the process. And we want developers to be looking at that. We also want community to be noting those things and pointing those things out. Another way of looking at our zoning is RS8 and RM8 zoning both require a minimum of 4,000 square foot lots. So why isn't the property being rezoned properly? Instead, this proposal is being forced through a conditional zoning process in RS4, a shortcut that cuts corners and leaves neighbors with the consequences, and we live there, so we're going to suffer the consequences if this gets approved. And why allow that? Why would we make that choice? When we talk about missing middle housing specifically, and this is really, this proposal is for single family housing, and it's not what Asheville needs. It's not what Bowen report is pointing to. It's not what our missing middle housing initiative or housing report pointed to. And this slide is, I have 2 slides here, but these are the missing middle housing types. We're looking at duplex side-by-sides, stacked duplexes. These are multifamily.
Can you zoom a little?
like one click.
Absolutely. I'll try to zoom in here.
Yeah, that's better, okay.
How's that? So the palette of missing middle housing types. This first round, duplex side-by-side, stacked duplexes, or even triplexes and fourplexes, places where we can have multiple families. We actually get the right kind of density that we're trying to target that allows us to meet the needs of the missing middle as well as the housing growth that we're anticipating. And
we suggest we desperately need even in the market. The next slide as well, and another set of design standards. So we've got lots of different options to choose from here. And we can contrast this with single-family housing projects. Like, what can we accomplish with really smart development? So it's clear this is not doing anything to increase affordable housing. And I think, it's important to note that we had a great presentation earlier this evening on the presentation on approving a place where people are unhoused and they need help being unhoused. We can solve that problem before it gets to that problem. There are a lot of people in need in this community who need an ability to buy or purchase a home that allows them to build some equity versus being trapped in a rental forever and never being able to get out of that, but building some sort of generational wealth for themselves. So let's give them a pathway. This missing middle housing, the conditional zoning should allow reasonable adjustments to RS4, giving us tools to build smart. So when we approve conditional zoning, we should be using it as a tool to build smart, not to build in a rough or cookie cutter way. That the way I see this proposal is it's a bit of a cookie cutter. It's a bit of a rubber stamp around file cabinets for humans. It's not a resilient, not a livable, and really, frankly, not a respectable way to build relative to in our post-Helene reality. We need to build back stronger, as we've been saying since Helene. And as we build back stronger, we need to be thoughtful about the communities we're building and definitely not take shortcuts. Oftentimes, going through this process, one of the things that I often ask in my work, but it also, if you haven't had Latin in a long time, cui bono, which means who benefits. And so, who's really going to benefit if this were to go forward? It's not Asheville families, and it's not employers either who are looking for a workforce that could live in these communities and then have that short commute and have that ability to be a meaningful part of our community. Regarding the Bowen report, really big thanks to Mr. Bowen, who was here this evening, in his thorough report. His findings are clear. Conditional zoning requires a clear public benefit. This proposal fails that test. The Bowen report emphasizes that there's a missing middle, and that's where flexibility makes sense. And it's not missing middle single-family housing. It's missing middle of that palette that I presented above. And that's a report that the city's had since late 2023. And there's a missing middle housing initiative that's on our website. It's a plan that we like to follow. So, I heard earlier that we like to have plans, we like our data, and we like to have a North Star to follow. And that should be our North Star. We should be following that. This site really is ideal for more of an RM8 townhome or duplex housing type that supports that affordability or some more creative design proposal. This plan really doesn't provide any of those benefits that I mentioned. The Asheville 5x5 economic growth plan, our city's economic future depends on affordable housing near jobs. I frequently hear from employers and I frequently see employers get blamed for the cost of living here. And it takes all of us to create an affordable place to live. Our city's economic future, again, depends on affordable housing near jobs. If we keep approving projects like this, or if we decide to approve projects like this, we create urban sprawl, more congested highways and roadways, and fewer affordable options, not more affordable options. The 5x5 plan calls for smart housing decisions that keep Asheville livable. Again, cui bono, who benefits? Not our workers, not our families. I do still have some conflicts with the city's review of this proposal. There was a slide that mentioned that this makes the city more walkable. This is not connected to any sidewalks, nor does it sound like it will be connected anytime soon. So to call that to be a clear pass, it's a clear miss. So I didn't understand the feedback, and it's been the same through PZC. But there were several items that I noted through PZC that had been noted as approved or clearing, and not, in my opinion. And that's actually 2 pages of different issues. Those issues include standards that were misapplied or misrepresented, And, I think our staff are competent and I respect their work. I just think that this review is flawed in some way, misleading, or maybe we're not unclear on the standards that we're supposed to be applying. Tonight's vote is historic. I don't think you should think this is just a trivial community group stepping up to this. This is actually a historic moment that you're standing in. Your decision will shape the future of Asheville's neighborhoods and the character of our community. A yes vote on this aggressive conditional zoning proposal opens the door to unchecked land speculation and gentrification. It sets a precedent. If RS4 standards can be erased here, then every RS4 neighborhood is at risk of tear down, overbuild, and the loss of stability for families already struggling with food, housing, childcare, health, and other health insecurities like healthcare. There is no clear public benefit, no good reason this project could not be built under RS4 use by right, nor is there any reason it couldn't be rezoned more appropriately to RM8 to provide townhomes or duplexes, the kind of the missing middle housing Asheville actually needs, although a more creative and capable developer may be required, and that will come. We'll find someone.
Thank you.
May I have another minute? I just have two
No,
paragraphs.
sorry. Thank you.
Mr. Allen requested.
I know, the developer never has enough time to finish doing their presentation, so we probably need to alter that, but we do have to stick to our time, I'm sorry. We have a 1 hour cap on.
You can
this.
email it to us too,
You can, yeah.
or leave it with Maggie
Yeah.
so she can make copies for us.
Appreciate it. Thank you.
Well, I would just say that I don't lose.
Okay, thank you very much. Thank you.
Housing values are skyrocketing.
Thank you very much. The next person signed up to speak is, I think it's Terry Crudy, even though the R is missing in your name on my sign-up sheet, but I think that's right. Oh, you know what? I'm going to tell you if you're on deck. So after Terry is Shannon Reese. Yes, just for planning purposes.
Honorable Mayor, Vice Mayor, and council members, I'm Terry Cood. Speaking as a resident of the area that is adjacent to this application. I appreciate the goal of having more housing in Asheville and truly appreciate that some council members have actually visited our area. In addition, I appreciate that council and community members work to mitigate some of the worst parts of this conceptual plan. However, there's a reason it's called zoning protection, so that people can have a sense of what can and can't happen in and adjacent to their community. There are ways to modify zoning regulations such that when this body, just like when this body changed minimum lot size in RS4 from 10,000 to 8,000 square feet to achieve greater housing while preserving the intent of medium density. But to toss that completely aside and go even smaller than high-density minimums seems arbitrary and strains the entire purpose of zoning. There are a lot of conditions that the applicant has talked about, but they benefit the project. They benefit the application. The only things that really benefit the community are the things that the city already needs to do for safety, which is our prime concern. If, and I say if, you feel you must approve this, please condition your approval on removing at least one and maybe more lot and redistributing that land to achieve the minimums of high-density RS8 with proper conditions, including safety and infrastructure improvements, and without adding another property's possible traffic. It's hard to believe I need to ask to increase these lots to meet RS8 requirements in a zone that will still be called RS4. As far as process, the proposal is not appropriate for a conditional zoning application according to your own documents. And the title issue may delay and even prevent the very goal that you are setting an unfortunate precedent for: swift acquisition, swift supply of housing. This is not affordable housing, but we still need housing. The process should not involve being called names, and being berated by applicants' representatives and by a commission member. My neighbors, even when upset, have been unfailingly respectful. We did not receive the same courtesy. You have the last word on what is allowed on this site. I respectfully ask you to use your vote to make what happens here better than just less awful. And one other thing I would love to, if I have 8 seconds left, there's a right-of-way that I had not seen before. Does anybody
Thank you.
know what that is between lot 17 and 18?
Thank you.
Thank you.
Then we're taking notes on the questions, and maybe at the end we'll be able to circle back on that, I think. Shannon Reese, and then after Ms. Reese is Doug Clark.
Hey, y'all. My name is Shannon Reese, and first I'd like to say just good evening. And I would like to start by saying thank you, not just for your time and energy and staff time and energy, but also for the unpaid internship that myself and my neighbors have had during this development process in the city of Asheville. We have really learned so much about this and look forward to applying it to future development proposals, not just in South Asheville, but all over our city. We have heard from so many of our neighbors in other parts of the city offering advice and encouragement, and we are heartened by the level of engagement that we have seen from our South Asheville neighbors and our neighbors in the north, east, and west. I was at the meeting last night, and when I say that it was a slim margin, I mean it was slim. I'm talking like 1 or 2 votes. And this was, like Terry said, less awful, or like I said last night, you know, more okay. It's okayer, this plan. And I was one of the ones who voted for it because I wanted our neighbors, you know, to get the best site plan, because one was, y'all were gonna vote on something tonight. So we had to make some determination about what was gonna be best for us. And so that is how that happened last night. Again, I wanna reiterate, thank you to everyone. Y'all didn't have to go down this primrose path with us, but you did. Councilperson Roney, Vice Mayor Mosley, and Councilperson Turner participated with us in the mediation, and we really appreciate it. And so, thank you. Oh, and thank you all for all of your time. You really spent a lot of time with us and a lot of effort on this, so thank you.
Thank you. After Mr. Clark, it'll be Robert DeBrecht.
Start. Ready? Okay. Thank you, council, for your time and all this. I know it's been a long road already. Doug Clark, I'm from 3 and 4 Springside Park. Yeah, I'm gonna try to hurry, so it looks like I'm gonna be mostly reading this. I've been a resident for 49 years. We all know that grading and site preparation is expensive, but lot sizes with houses which dwarf the lots indicate to me that maximizing profit is the true aim of the parties involved. Per acre property price is further driven up by this behavior, and affordable housing becomes even more unreachable. This hurts affordable housing while increasing neighborhood impact ×2. Springside Park, this is the damage part of my speech tonight. Springside Park is the lowest strip on the north side of Springside Road. The lowest property on the street just found out that they're, and I mean the lowest property, the one that gets the most flooding, they just found out that their parent is apparently going to be in a wheelchair from now on. And so that's a nice, comforting thought with all the flood water and everything. At any rate, the property in question is all uphill from where we live, which means floodwater and sewer water head downward to older existing infrastructure. Many Springside Park residents have had repeated stormwater and sewer overflows into their houses and across their yards, resulting in expensive repairs. The MSD engineer I talked to said that the cutting and flushing program now in place was the only thing to expect, as there are no plans to replace aging terracotta with ductile iron sewer pipe. On days sewer lines are flushed, if you aren't home, you can have a surprise waiting in your basement. My unfinished but once finished basement will remain unfinished because of the uncertainty this creates. Knowing potential for property damage currently exists due to infrastructure weaknesses seems risky to all, not just the residents that have been in the area for a long time. And since that was I'm gonna get done early tonight, so. Sorry I read it, but thank you for being here.
Thank
you
you.
for everyone that spent their time.
Stephen Riblet, wait, did I skip over? Robert DeBreck is next, and then Stephen Riblet.
Keep my timer here. I'm Bob DeBreck, and I reside at 11 Briarcliff Drive. Thank you very much for taking comments today on this conditional zoning request for 9395 Springside Road. Currently, as you've heard, Springside Road is not even easy to navigate, even on a good day. It's a real mess during peak hours, such as like the beginning and ending of the school day. Currently, there are roughly 137 units on Springside that must use the road for access. The proposed increase of roughly, let's say, 35 units will bring that up as 25% of what exists there now. So we're already dealing with a messy situation, and we're going to make it worse by a considerable amount of traffic. The concerns about the safety and the traffic and all that, that's been well handled by some of the other people. And my hat's off to Drew. He presented so many of my concerns and considerations in such a beautiful way. So I can cut off some time by saying, like he said, that's the guy. Okay. Now, so the main thrust that I want to bring up here is the fact that a variance of a significant deviation to the existing, pardon me while I stutter here, zoning that RS4 zoning that exists, the difference between RS4 has been pointed out and what's being proposed is enormous. And presumably, back when we came up with these zoning laws, the designations were developed after considerable consideration about what was good for Asheville. And if we're going to make a change to that idea, we need to do it carefully and with thought. We just can't simply rubber stamp. Somebody comes in and says, "Hey, I'd like to do this because," and grant him the variances. So for home purchases, for people such as myself who purchased a home with certain zoning laws in effect, we have a right to expect that they will stay that way and won't be changed just at a whim. So we have elected you, all of you, to look out for our interests. Do you want to undermine the trust that we've put in you by voting yes on this? Do you want us to conclude that it's the developers that you're favoring and not your constituents? I don't think so. I encourage you to do the right thing and say no to this proposal. And with that, I say thank you very much. Have a good evening.
Thank you. Okay, Stephen Riblet and then Andrew Paul.
Hello, my name is Steven. I'm an Asheville resident and soon-to-be first-time homeowner. I'm going to provide a bit of a different context than some of the other folks who have spoken tonight. As a first-time homeowner, I'd like others to get the same opportunity that I have in being able to afford a home, especially young families like myself. I agree with the recommendations of the Parking and Zoning Commissions. As mentioned earlier tonight, Asheville has a need to create more homes over the next 5 years, and at times we need to be creative about how we do that. We can't always let perfect be the enemy of good. In this case, we may be asking what comes first, the sidewalks or the homes? Without starting either, the less is less likely. And I guess as a final thing to think about, if we say no to this, how long will it be before that land is developed, and how much further out are we putting homes that someone could move into and live? Thank you all.
Thank you.
Congrats on buying a home.
Andrew Paul, and then Reggie Reeves.
Hey everyone, I'm Andy. I am a lead organizer with Asheville for All, which is an organization that advocates for housing. And this is a place where we can add housing. It's a drop in the bucket, but we need a lot of drops. We're gonna need a lot of drops to fill that bucket. I have so much that I want to say. I had a whole story I was going to tell, but I want to respond to some of the things that have been said. I'm also a history professor, in addition to volunteering around housing, and so don't get me started about the history of residential zoning. That's all I will say about that. I too had some whiplash looking at the memo from the staff today. There were parts where it sort of dings the project for being more like RS8 than RS4. And then there's another part where it says maybe these should be townhomes instead, which of course are not allowed in RS4. You know, I would love for this thing to be filled with courtyard apartment buildings, but I have a feeling that would not change the opinions of most of the people behind me. As Stephen said, we can't let perfect be the enemy of the good, and these are homes. I also want to say these are not missing middle typologies. I think that is important to clarify. It's also important to say the missing middle study does advocate for eliminating minimum lot sizes. And we know that small lot homes are a tool that is being used successfully in zoning reform in places like Houston and Atlanta. And then what I was going to say originally was just that, you know, my twins are starting school on Thursday, and it's really exciting to me because, partly because we live in a place that is really near schools, multiple schools, and that was really important to us to live near public schools so we can walk there. It seems that if you prevent homes from being built near public schools, all you're going to do is exacerbate those things like the pickup lines that form at 3 o'clock, because you're moving all those families that could be walking or biking or strolling to school. And I know there's some work that needs to be done on the roads, but all you're doing is pushing people further out. And I think as a parent, that's really important to me, that we support our schools and that we have residential populations near schools. So thank you, guys.
Thank you. And then it's, after Reggie Reeves is Robin Lannis.
All right. Good evening. My name is Reggie Reeves, and I live at 9 Springside Park. I just want to say a few words today about approving high-density development in places where the infrastructure is just not sufficient. When we had density without safe roads, adequate water and sewer and stormwater to support these infrastructure, these issues and their costs land on the city and on the taxpayers. What looks like short-term growth can easily become long-term debt for the city. One thing that we've heard multiple times in this process is that the city needs these types of projects and the property tax that they generate for improvements to infrastructure. Well, if this is true, then in the last 5 to 10 years, South Asheville has shouldered high-density development that has generated a lot of revenue for the city. However, our infrastructure isn't being upgraded. We aren't getting better roads, but we are getting more traffic. We're not getting better sewer lines or stormwater infrastructure, but we are getting sewer backups and overflows, flooding every time there's a heavy rain. I'm not opposed to high-density development where it makes sense and where it makes sense, but it must come with infrastructure that is planned, funded, and ready to go. Otherwise, we're setting ourselves up for negative impacts and financial strain in the future. All that to say is that South Asheville is tired of shouldering the load without the city taking care of our infrastructure. Thank you.
Thank you. Robin Lannis and then Larry Moody.
Hi, everybody. My name is Robin Lannis. I live on Spring Forest Circle, which is just, I think, to that western side of the new development. I appreciate your time, and I appreciate all you guys that worked on this project. Thank you so much for doing the mediations. I think that that gave us some options with the developer that would not have otherwise come to the surface. Sorry, do I need to? Okay. So I appreciate you working through that mediation. That was very helpful. This is a less bad proposal than what was initially on the table. I would agree with that. I am grateful for my neighbors that helped make this transparent. I would say without them doing this process is not very transparent, so thank God Shannon interned, and for a couple other people. But I think that if we want an engaged community, it's important to keep that transparent and kind of like what our logic is and is in line with our goals. So despite the changes that were in the proposal this morning, I would like to ask you to vote no against the application that's on the table, because I believe that it doesn't prioritize, it prioritizes new housing above safety. I sat in the traffic gridlock for the last 2 days trying to take my kiddo to school, which you guys got an email from me on the first round. It is not safe to walk my daughter to school, so it's not possible. And we're gonna add 72 cars to that situation. So that was almost kind of mind-boggling, to be honest. We're doubling, this proposal doubles the number of houses versus the 17 to 21 that your staff said was use by right, okay? I think that's important. You're gonna get less pushback this time than you did last time, right? Because it's a less bad proposal. But we also, at the meeting last night, we were basically put in the position of, we will only submit this if you guys agree to not protest against it, which is just a step shy of coercion. When you have people that are getting it that close in under the wire, that just doesn't feel like good collaboration. I don't think this is us ignoring good in the search for perfect. I just don't think that this is a good proposal for this area. You've heard lots of other reasons, so I won't repeat all those. So I am asking that you vote no on this current application. Thank you for your time.
Thank you. Larry Moody, and then Natasha Schwade.
I'm not much of a speaker, but I'll do my best. My name is Larry Moody. My grandfather owned all this property. And they don't have a clear title to this property. And I've been sued for my signature on this, and I can't understand how you're voting on it when they don't have a clear title to it. I thought the state of North Carolina said you had to have a clear title. So I don't know what to say, you know, but we've got it, and we're going to court over, they missed, it's been a shady deal. It's a family deal, you know how that goes. And it's been a shady deal all the way through. And these people in Oak Forest don't deserve this. They're the people, the infrastructure. You hadn't got the infrastructure. And my grandfather would turn over in his grave if he knew all this was going on. And that's just about all I got to say, and thank you for your time.
Thank you. You guys, you held out so long. All right.
You're doing good.
So Natasha Schwade, and then after that, Blake Butler, and you're a 10-minute, or Blake Butler, wherever you are. There you are. Yeah.
Hi, I'm Natasha Schwade, and I don't live anywhere near this property. I actually have no idea where it is. But I want to be completely straightforward for a lot of the people who it's more close to them. And I just want to say this isn't even close to me. And I saw on the agenda this item, and I felt like I had to comment. The fact that it says that it matches the comprehensive plan, you know, with encouraging responsible growth. I don't know, we need to be mindful of encouraging incremental growth where the age of the buildings and the infrastructure are not the exact same, because the maintenance will be due at the exact same time. And this is also a private road, so there's likely an HOA that's going to be responsible for those neighborhood level infrastructure liabilities and responsibilities. It also said that it promotes general health and wellness, but the frontage of the houses are proposed to be garages that also feature a front door that you can go in on the side of the house, or not at the front of the house. And that directly encourages private vehicle usage as the primary mode of transportation. And that's not health and wellness, to be honest. The porches are not really designed to be able to create a community or a lively community, one that children could safely exist outside. People with disabilities can be included in that community, and where people want to like share space. And that is not really helping celebrate the unique identity of neighborhoods through creative placemaking, because all the houses look the exact same because there was like 2 proposals of houses. And, you know, we can make things that are beautiful and attractive and inviting, and they don't cost a lot more or any more at all, actually, when you're creating a community and its infrastructure from an existing forested place, maybe, or, you know, not super developed property. And I just feel that a crosswalk and a future sidewalk aren't enough to promote the general health and wellness and community building and all these different things. I, again, don't live anywhere near this place. I don't know exactly what the site looks like or anything like that. But even just seeing the proposal from someone who lives on the other side of town does not feel like something that I don't know, super support. And to hear that it's around a bunch of schools when we're trying to encourage people to be able to walk and use other modes of transportation. So that's all. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, ceding their time for Blake Butler, please raise your hand, is Donna Hallman. Thank you. And Cindy Hallman. Okay. And Megan Liebert. Thank you.
Good evening, everyone. I'm Blake Butler from the Oak Forest Homeowners Association, and I want to echo what everyone has said. Thank you, city council members, for all your time. Thank you, city staff, for answering all our emails and our phone calls. I know we burned you up every day, but we did have a lot of questions, and it has been a learning experience, and it's been so valuable to be part of this process. And that's really how it started, because I spent my professional career in web design, marketing, public relations, and Shannon Reese grabbed me one day on the street, and she said, Blake, the process is flawed. We just went to a community meeting, and the applicant didn't even have to be there. So I didn't even understand what that meant. I said, what do you mean the applicant didn't have to be there? She said, we're combining skill sets in our neighborhood. We're taking all the professionals in our neighborhood, we're coming together, and we're going to P&Z. And that's when I got on board. It interested me to be part of the process after being away for so long. And that's one thing I wanted to bring up right in the beginning. That is a flaw, folks. It really is. And we need to address it. I want to recommend that the applicant does have to attend the community meeting. That is a pivotal point where community members and the applicant can interface. It's tough for the community members to interface with the applicant's engineer without being able to face the applicant. And that was the case in P&Z too. No interaction with the applicant. Now, I did have interaction with the applicant's attorney, and we do have a friendship. We've known each other for 25, 30 years. But what I realized is there was no other apparatus, no other process in place that my neighbors could speak to the applicant or the applicant's attorney. It's not required. So this is what I started thinking about, is what would it take with proper guidance from another individual, what would it take to build mediation? What would it take to bring 3 council members in and ask the applicant and the attorney to come together in mediation? And we staged this mediation, our neighborhood did, at the Resurrection Art Gallery on Broadway Street. We didn't go to the attorney's office. We staged this mediation, and as you heard before, Councilperson Sage Turner, Councilperson Kim Roney, as well as Vice Mayor Mosley, were our mediators for the mediation. And I really, really commend all of you for complimenting me on this mediation in our neighborhood group. Like, what a great thing to put in the process, to slow it down, to interact together, to talk with one another and not yell at one another. And I appreciate the accolades, but I have to give credit where credit is due. The mastermind behind this mediation is Vice Mayor Antoinette Mosley. She was the one that I called and bounced this idea off, and she gave me guidance that this could work. This is needed somewhere in the process. Neighborhood groups and the applicant and the applicant's attorney can work it out. We have mediation all over the place, right? In the legal world and everywhere. So just think about implementing that from the neighborhood side. And once again, thank you for the 3 council members that attended that mediation, and thank you to the applicant and his team as well. You know, with all that, we identified a better plan. It is okayer, and we did approve it by a slim margin last night. It's tough. The first thing I did this morning, even though it was approved, is I texted the applicant's attorney and says it was approved by a slim margin, but it's tough. I didn't sleep last night because I want to be absolutely sure that what we decided in our small neighborhood groups is what's best for South Asheville. It's been a long time since South Asheville had a voice on city council. It's been a long time since South Asheville was involved in the process. But you have activated us in all the right ways. And we're learning, we're watching, we're negotiating, we're mediating, but more importantly, we're starting to join with other communities around us to start to find that common voice, how we can help with the infrastructure. We know you can only take it so far, but at the same time, we made relationships with MSD and the city and others on DOT, the school board. We know what we are charged with. And that's the kind of community and neighborhood associations that we've put together. And we are very proud of it. But this process could use some tweaking, for sure. And that is my recommendation. But moving forward, I, again, appreciate all the participation from city staff, from city council, and everyone else. But the frustration is out there. And we did a great job, I think, of managing that frustration amongst a lack of transparency until we forced that transparency through mediation. So finally, our neighbors could talk to the applicant. Isn't that good government? Isn't that what we can change at the local level? It's not orchestrated by who's in Washington. This is important. As a city this size, we should be able to come to the city council and the mayor for assistance. So thank you, everyone, for your time. And I especially want to thank the most professional neighborhood group I've ever worked with, and the first one I've ever worked with. And watch out for the PTA moms. Thank you very much.
I feel like we just kind of heard a stump speech for a possible candidate from South Asheville. Okay.
There's an idea.
Okay, with that, that's who I got signed up for this item, so I'm going to close the public hearing. This is the part where we get to have some discussion up here and ask further questions, clarification. And I want to thank everybody here for all the work you all have done. We have seen all of the meticulous notes and outlines and recording of the meetings. And thank you for providing all that information. You all are the most organized neighborhood I think we've had this year. So very impressive, and obviously you love your community and you're here to advocate for it. So I very much appreciate that. And I do also appreciate so much the suggestions about improving the process. We have struggled with that over the years in terms of the community meeting, which I know a lot of people find very unsatisfying. We won't get into all the boring legal stuff about our limitations on what we can require of applicants statutorily, but just know that there's always some restriction on us in terms of what we can require an applicant to do. Now, I think good applicants will go above and beyond and do, not just look at the minimum requirement for what the city can require, but try to do more so that if need be. It's interesting, some projects, I'd say the majority actually come to us with very little comment from anyone, and so it's a little bit hard sometimes to gauge what the right balance is in terms of the community outreach and engagement piece of it. So, but what I will say is I think our biggest challenge is, we have two super big challenges. One is our UDO. It sucks and it's super old. I was telling a group today, the UDO was drafted when I was an intern here, and I'm now 54. So that's how old and antiquated the UDO is, and it really doesn't make a lot of sense in a lot of places anymore in the city. And that is why we are looking to rewrite it. And we have a funding opportunity to do that because of the hurricane, actually. So that's an exciting opportunity, but a really big lift, and it's not happening tomorrow. So, so just something to look at out there on the horizon. The other challenge I will say, just in general, I think our most controversial projects are infill like this, where there's already an established neighborhood, and there's a piece of land. We've had it happen in North Asheville and East Asheville, South Asheville, and West Asheville. So where we have a developer who's not proposing something that can be done by right, which you all know very well what that would allow, something like 17 lots or something like that. So I would say those are our biggest challenges, because as you've heard tonight, we have a great housing need, but we also have an existing community, and trying to balance the needs for housing and the existing community. And then existing infrastructure, as you pointed out, which is lacking in so many places, especially in East Asheville, South Asheville, where whole areas, subdivision neighborhoods were built where there aren't any sidewalks on the major thoroughfares, and we're having to go back and figure out how to retrofit these communities to create that infrastructure. We're obviously busy working on the major corridors and have done a lot with Hendersonville Road and other major corridors, but Springside has not yet gotten a full sidewalk, for example. Anyway, just some thoughts about the challenges around this, but Council, do you all have questions of staff or the applicant at this stage of the night, almost 9 o'clock?
I just have a comment. I always hope that our neighbors will hear and see our shared humanity. And participating in this process, it was a lot of work on everyone's part. And I just wanted to say thank you for being in the wrestling match with each other and making space to hear each other. It added to my understanding and my hope.
I wanted to share just a sentiment about the overall housing supply and a theory I have. We had Patrick Bowen here earlier. If you were here for the whole meeting, he did a housing presentation. It was brief. His study is 350 pages long. One of the things that stuck out to me that I haven't been able to forget, that wasn't mentioned tonight, was that Asheville is building at a rate of 2.5 times the rate of other cities in North Carolina.
In the country.
Did it say country? Mm-hmm. So to me, I'm a housing advocate through and through. I know we need housing. I know we need affordable housing. We need housing everywhere. I generally support housing projects. And so this might be almost surprising to hear, but I'm starting to understand why neighborhoods are so upset. 2.5 times the building rate of other cities. I get it. It's like there's construction everywhere. And I empathize, and I am, as a legislator, also troubled because I need to get us some housing. For those of you like the gentleman that spoke up and said, hey, I just bought a house and I hope other people can too. It's not lost on me that the stakeholder that is never here is the people that would be buying those houses, that would be your neighbors. I say that because I understand. I understand the frustration, and I understand the angst and from all the neighborhoods in a way that I didn't before, because I'm just seeing the sheer amount of growth and construction we're experiencing, and it can be just off-putting when it's all around you. So I understand. I do hope that this project moves forward tonight. I hope that we hear from the applicant that they're willing to concede on some of the things that the neighborhood is asking. If there's a chance that the 20-foot buffer is in, and that sways some votes up here, maybe it's worth doing. I don't know if you've had a chance to talk about it, or I'm not actually sure where my colleagues are, if there's more concerns. But I heard 20-foot buffer and try to move the street entrance, which really comes down to traffic engineer analysis on whether or not that's possible. But I think that was that the end of the concerns, or were there more than that identified? Did anyone else hear that? And if so, I'm seeing a couple no's out there because there were other concerns, just general concerns about the project. Okay. But I don't know if the applicant would like to speak to that.
To the outstanding.
The 20-foot buffer, or
yeah.
Even if it matters, I'm
Right.
not sure if they can.
And this is, I will say, the mediation, awesome, of course, comes from a lawyer, because it's a good system, it usually works. However, it doesn't, one of the challenges for us is, for example, we were meeting today with, I think, 5 folks from the neighborhood, and we kind of distilled it down to a couple of outstanding issues. But it's not really clear to me that all of you here have consensus around, well, yeah, if those 2 things are addressed, then I'm okay with this project. And that also almost, well, it doesn't ever happen completely in any of these, right? Because everyone has their own opinion, and it's very challenging to get 100% consensus on anything, really, especially anything in Asheville, I will say. So what we heard today, though, in the meeting was that the outstanding issues were creating a 20-foot setback on the Page North side of the project and the moving of the entrance slightly Page South of where it currently is. But I think that the majority of you didn't say anything about that. You said you had other concerns, more broad concerns around just development, the kind of more development-related general concerns. So, I'm a little bit hesitant to say, well, developer, can you do those 2 outstanding things that we heard in that meeting? Because I'm not sure we're gonna finalize a mediation on that note here today. Do you agree with that?
Can we get
I mean,
no.
So the two outstanding items that we heard today were a 20-foot buffer on the Page North side, so that would be on the top of the project, and and moving the entrance slightly down.
Mayor, do you want someone from the neighborhood to answer that, or do you want Mr. Allen to answer it? From the neighborhood perspective.
Well, we're live on television. There could be thousands of people watching us, so please.
Hundreds of thousands.
Please come up to the mic, neighborhood. And I want to be careful
Tens of
because we
thousands.
do not normally allow people to continue to comment. So I'm going to say you're the designated neighborhood representative tonight.
That's it.
Yes.
Everybody, do we have a motion and we approve? Okay, thank you.
Thank you, Mayor, members of council. I'm Suzanne Godsey. I'm a landscape architect with Sidework Studios. I will answer your question. So the 2 remaining items are the 2 of the top 3 concerns that our overall neighborhood have identified from the very get-go, which was the Type B buffer that we wanted along Spring Forest Circle property and relocating the drive to its most appropriate location. So if transportation is comfortable with the location, or they'll work with the applicant to get it in the safest location, and that's the advantage of it only just being that one entrance. You have one entrance, let's get it in the best spot that we can get it, okay? So that just leaves the buffer. And that is the last remaining item. And that is coming from the community as a whole, and that has been our top 3 issues from the jump. Raise your hand, everybody. Okay, thank you.
That's very helpful, thank you.
Yeah.
Raise them again, let me see.
So we're in agreement, but these are the 2 remaining issues.
It sounds like. So there's still some concerns.
Okay, there are 62 people watching us on YouTube, all right? So I've just been informed.
1 billion.
A couple of quick things. I do think that we have consensus with the safety spot for the crosswalk and that location at the crest of the hill. And we will work with the Department of Transportation for the city to make sure that's in the safest spot.
What do you need, attorney, to memorialize this adjustment?
Take notes.
I think we already have to do that anyway, but.
Yeah, I'm listening.
So I don't think that generates a new condition. However, on the 20 feet, I've talked to the applicant and the designer, and we can increase what we have to 20 feet, and it will consist of the 10 feet undisturbed, that's undisturbed now, an additional 10 feet before the building envelope. So that was 10 and 5, now it's 10 and 10, so that's 20 on that one.
Okay. You just said
At
you
units-
do what they want.
At
Okay.
units 1 through 10.
Where the road
For
is.
units 1 through 10.
Okay.
20 for units 1 through 10.
20 feet
20 feet.
total, 10 feet undisturbed, and then
10
another 10 feet to the building envelope.
Yes, right. That was as I understood it, and what about for the remainder?
It's different. This is why, this was a learning curve for me. I'll share it, because the through lot, when you have the road on both sides, treats both sides like a front yard. I didn't think that carried through to private roads, but it does. So in a sense, we're supposed to have a front yard on the back and the front. And that's where this variance is.
And Mayor, at the end of that 10th
Yeah.
lot, the road takes a jog
Yeah.
to the left.
So then in the end, the building envelopes will be smaller, thereby the house is a little smaller, maybe even, maybe a little more affordable. Okay.
Correct. And the other thing that I wanted to make sure that I got in there was that these other 2 things came out of these neighbor meetings that we had. And the one was the request to take out a lot, lot 21, old lot 21. So that's where that lot reduction came. Along with that came taking out a retaining wall. Along with that came keeping somewhere between 7 and 10 trees on that lot. That lot doesn't count for additional open space, so that's not counted in there yet, but that is actual real open space that's on the site as well. And then the other thing that came out of the neighbor meeting was this idea that we could take sidewalk out of the development off of one side, because it's 5 feet on both sides, and use that money for sidewalk along Springside, which is where everybody seems to want the connection. And we are putting, of course, our sidewalk across the entirety of our development.
I want to emphasize that sidewalk change, because it was at the last meeting where we all got together, and every meeting I was at, the neighborhood was so very concerned, justifiably so, that there were no sidewalks. So I thought that was a really good save, and I know it maybe means that one street doesn't have it on both sides, but there was a lot of concern, so I appreciate that.
Well, and
change.
this group and Blake and Shannon and Kendra and Suzanne are all very organized, and the way that things get done in this city are to push on the elected representatives to get it bumped up on the priority list. And so I think that
We're not
that's...
done yet, it's still not on the list.
That's right, so
It's
let's
just
keep pushing on
possibly
that.
funded. Yeah.
Could we take a break and let you all have a conversation? Would that be helpful? Because what I hate to happen is if we're not all on the same page, at least about what's being decided. No? Yes? No?
Who's going to take the break?
I mean, I'm saying we could take a break and then you all could have a conversation and make sure there's clarity on closing.
Who is they?
The community.
I mean, I would invite the community to have a conversation with the applicant to make sure.
Yeah, I don't know that they want to.
Okay,
Well,
all
I
right.
mean, just to,
I guess
I
the
mean,
risk-
whether we have a break or not, like, there's been many months with 3 non-negotiables. And in good faith, we've all been coming to the table, trying to work on those 3 non-negotiables from the community. And I'd like to continue, thank you. And it sounds like just now, the last one is being offered from the applicant. As of the meeting that we had this afternoon, those were the explicit requirements. So I guess I just share like a little bit of confusion.
Just make sure everybody's on the same page. The risk is, we make a motion, it doesn't pass, and maybe it was really close, maybe you guys need one more conversation. I don't know, but if a break will help, do it. Y'all get on the same page. I think we're on the same page up here. I'm hearing most of the, I mean, I've seen so many lists, but everything I've seen on a list has been checked off now. So I want to come back and make a motion to move this forward, but I really want you all to be on the same page.
So our neighborhood representative, where did she go?
Our last one.
And
Suzanne.
also happens to, Suzanne, did you hear what Derek said in response to what you had said the last remaining 2 items were?
Mediation.
So where was that?
She-
Undisturbed, 5 feet for the building, for it's now 10 feet undisturbed.
Do you have value in your comments?
Is it just your regular freak
I do understand what he said, just as an
Hold on.
abundance of caution.
Just everybody, just,
Take a minute,
just a
yeah.
second so we can hear this, thanks.
Just as an abundance of caution, I think taking a break might be good. I think we do have some neighbors that would like to say a few things to their representatives. So I
Oh,
think
to
maybe a
To you.
brief break to us.
Okay,
Yes.
okay,
Not
let,
to you.
to-
Yeah,
so,
not to you.
so you know what we're gonna do? Why don't we do this? We have a, do we have something short on here?
The TDA.
You know, we can
The TDA thing.
we can do boards and commissions.
Yeah, we could do,
TDA appointment or board.
okay, what, Brad, can I pause this thing and then go do a couple other things and come back?
Yes, Mayor, I would
Okay.
suggest
But we're,
temporarily closing the public hearing and then reopening it when you're ready, if you're taking.
well, we already took all the public
If
comments.
you're
Maggie's
done,
gonna
yeah,
pounce
you
on.
can
I already
close the
closed the
public
public
hearing.
hearing because
Yep.
we took all the public comments. So,
Go take your break.
but the only thing I ask is if you go out in the hall, just be quiet enough that we can hear and hear. That's all. Okay, so everybody who wants to talk to each other, just go out in the hall and we'll do a couple other things and come back. No, you're shaking no. You don't want to.
We've never done this before. It's very interesting.
Okay.
We're trying something different. I know. Do you mediate as part of your job? What do you think?
know how many mediations?
That's all I think. I mean, it is insane.
But see, the thing that is interesting to me is what they asked for. Because we're
But-
all still on mediation.
But sometimes
Offered
things,
what
they usually take, I tell my clients, I'm like,
Okay, so 20 amongst that, but they're saying that it's because of the, so it's like part that's flat.
Deborah reminded us that earlier.
okay, so we're gonna, everybody start whispering, and we're gonna move on to, should we try to do the item B, the Helene Recovery Board? They probably need.
Look, all of our staff are like, what are they doing?
Jane's face is on. Jane's asleep while we get.
Okay, oh, okay. Okay,
Oh, Derek, go out there with the wolves.
so Ben,
Oh,
Ben Woody, I'm thinking we could go ahead with your
Okay.
item B.
Esther, there's a ton of public comment on that.
Well,
Yeah, what are you
There's
doing?
6 public comment. Can we do the TDA thing?
there's how, 6 is not time. 6 is no problem.
Okay, but the TDA.
That's 20
we could
minutes.
do.
Okay.
Yeah, that's 20 minutes. How much time, okay, that's the questions. How much time do you think they need?
Well, they're doing their process. Go for it. Just do
Okay,
it.
go ahead, yeah.
We ready?
Sure, Ben.
I've learned working in Asheville to always be prepared. You never know.
What does that mean, bring a pillow?
Thank you, Mayor and Council. Ben Woody, Assistant City Manager. I'm going to present tonight a resolution that establishes 4 Helene recovery boards, as well as a temporary operational structure for our current advisory boards. A lot of this I did cover at your July 29th meeting, so I'm going to move quickly through a lot of the things I've previously covered, but I do want to highlight some slight modifications in the proposal, as well as add some additional detail where appropriate. So I want to take a second to read the first bullet point, which I think is important. Effective public participation is clearly aligned with goals, adheres to timeframes, and provides the context within which a decision must be made. And that's really the basis for how we're trying to view this proposal in terms of engaging advisory boards. In February at your retreat, City Council, you established 4 recovery priorities. And following that retreat, we had a couple of work sessions with Fountain Works, and we landed on the idea of establishing 4 recovery boards to support our journey as a city council and a community and how we recover from that storm, which remains your top priority as a council. We'll talk more about the boards themselves and the format for how they'll exist and operate. We're also going to spend a little bit of time on the existing advisory boards and kind of what that looks like for how they're going to operate. And then finally, and real quickly, there's a number of boards that we're just going to turn back on that are not advisory in nature, but more technical or quasi-judicial. So let's talk about recovery boards. So there's 4 recovery boards. These 4 boards will align with your 4 priorities. And really, and again, I won't read this slide to you, but the Helene recovery boards, in a lot of ways, are just like your normal advisory boards. They're a sounding board for you and for the community. They draw membership from the community where we can draw upon the community's expertise. They represent the community, and they ultimately, like all our advisory boards, they're charged with developing policy recommendations on items that eventually come to you for a decision. One thing that I like about the Helene recovery boards, and we'll talk a little more about this, is we've actually created a structure that I think is really representative or reflects kind of the diverse perspectives in the community. So the way the recovery boards are framed, you'll have membership from existing advisory boards that represent different areas of expertise, as well as at-large appointments. So you can really round those recovery boards out in a way that I think brings a lot of broad perspective to the policy conversations they're going to have. And then finally, the recovery boards will be tasked with ultimately advancing and supporting your priority recovery areas for the upcoming year. So there's a lot to unpack on this slide. This is kind of the details of the recovery boards. Each recovery board will have no more than 11 members. Up to 7 members of each recovery board will be drawn from chairs, vice chairs, or their designees of current advisory boards. So we have 13 advisory boards. One of the things I want to clarify on this, and this is some of the additional detail from the last meeting to now, of course, before we do the selection process, staff will develop and post kind of scopes for each of these boards. So we want people to understand, what the composition of the board is, the type of tasks that the board is going to take on, so they can decide who on their committee or who in the public is the best fit for that role. Other thing I want to note is we've had a lot of conversations with department directors and many, not all, but many of the existing board chairs. I do know that there are some chairs, or some boards, that are going to have conversations and they're going to put forward 2 representatives from their existing advisory board. But I also understand that some boards will want to have the ability to meet and discuss that as a body. That is something we can accommodate. There is a process here for existing advisory boards to meet, and our department directors understand that there may be at least an organizing meeting where an advisory board may want to have a conversation about who are the best 2 people to serve on these recovery boards. So that is something that I think is achievable and reasonable. The 4 Helene recovery boards will be fully supported by staff. Those meetings will be online and accessible to the public. There'll be a regular cadence to those meetings. And as we said before, their work is really going to be focused around council committee priorities. This is an important slide, actually. And I don't know that a lot of folks processed or paid attention to this last time. But this is a good snapshot of what the recovery boards are going to work on. And I know everybody in the room wasn't here today, but for council, when you had your policy, finance, and infrastructure work session today, part of that you saw a presentation on recovery projects, and you also saw a presentation on long-range recovery planning. And I think what you saw in that is these are the buckets of projects, but I think you saw the sheer amount of work and projects that must be done in the next couple of years. So again, the projects that you saw today from the staff, those are the types of things that fall in these categories, and those are the types of projects that recovery boards can provide recommendations on and support for. So there's a lot of work to be done in the recovery world in this city right now. This was an alignment we had mentioned earlier, that of the 11 members of each recovery board, we want to have representatives of existing advisory boards. This is what that could look like. We've made a couple of tweaks on this slide since the July 27th meeting, and in full disclosure, this may change a little bit more before this gets finalized and comes back to council. The resolution just establishes the process that we use and the fact that there'll be 2 members from each existing advisory board, and then you'll fill in the remaining slots with an open process. I'll give an example. We've had conversations with the audit committee, and as of today, they're not interested in participating on this. So we'll have at least the audit committee that will not want to have 2 members on this, so we'll have 2 additional slots that'll open up. So there's still a little bit of work to be done to kind of finalize this alignment and the membership of each of these boards. Any questions on the recovery boards before I move into the existing advisory boards?
No,
Okay.
but hold on. Logan,
Yes.
if you hear me, there is a little feedback in the chamber. Thank you. I'm
Okay.
talking to the guy in the
I know.
basement.
That was weird.
All right, let's
You
talk
all
about
right over there,
advisory
Oscar?
boards.
Yeah, I mean, we've been texting about it. There's like,
Okay.
can you hear it? Like,
I
sometimes
don't
it's
hear
kinda-
it.
I don't hear it either, but
Well-
I don't hear well, so.
Okay. I am like hot.
Esther
and
needs a
I'm
break.
Okay, so let's talk about the 13 advisory boards that we have. These boards have been paused since Helene. These 13 boards, we are proposing a temporary operational structure, and I should have said this resolution and this operational structure would be in place through June 30th of 2027. So all this has an end date. Another thing I should have noted is we also propose in the resolution that after 1 year, we come back council to review this to make sure it's working. So we're gonna come back, and if it's not meeting your objectives, we can go in a different direction. But these 13 advisory boards will meet on an as-needed basis. That is a temporary operational structure we're proposing. Want to take a minute to talk about what that actually looks like. So the first is the idea that the advisory boards would be assigned a task. And we talked about this previously, and this has always been the case, that city council or a council committee can assign an advisory board a task to work on. One of the things that we've changed, or a slight tweak we made on this to clarify, we're also adding department directors to this list. So what that means is, beyond council and a committee assigning a task, certainly a board chair or a board member could meet with the department director, talk about the department director's work plan. And there are ways, and I'm going to give an example of this, that I think even working with the department directors, there are ways that advisory boards can meet and can take on meaningful tasks. But of course, you too, as council, can also assign advisory boards work. So that's one way. It's kind of the top down. And again, what we're trying to do with this is ensure alignment of the work of your boards with your priorities. And that's really important for the next couple of years. But we want to have some way for bottom-up to happen, because we know that ideas can come from the board members and the community up. A couple of things we talked about last time was the idea of, there'll be these Helene recovery boards. They'll have representation from all the advisory boards, so that's one way to identify tasks or projects. Of course, board members, and anybody, quite frankly, can always communicate directly to council or council committee members to try to get things on your radar. And then the last thing, I just want to kind of pick up on the last slide, the idea of the chair of the department working. I do think there's ways through that relationship that we can identify meaningful work for advisory boards to do. We've had a lot of conversations already, and a couple of examples I wanted to share is, for example, we have an urban forestry master plan. It's on our organizational work plan. It was on one of the projects that was on the slides you saw earlier today. That's something that the planning department plans to work with the Urban Forestry Commission to work on. Now, they'll develop a work plan and work through that together. I know the Arts and Culture Plan is an example of something the Arts and Cultural Commission could work on. AHAC, the Affordable Housing Advisory Committee, we could talk about that board working on the home repair program. And again, finally, resilience hubs could be a good fit for the Sustainability Advisory Commission. All that to say, there's a lot of work to be done. There's a lot of projects. And I think what's important in our recommendation is to ensure that staff and advisory boards and the lien recovery boards are aligned on doing that work in a way that's meaningful and that has outcomes and results and things we can bring to the city to move these projects forward. Last slide for me, the boards that will continue quasi-judicial are already meeting and they'll continue to do so. And then we have these 6 additional boards that really aren't advisory boards in nature. They're more technical boards, and we'd like to go ahead and turn those on and let them return to their regular meeting schedules. Next steps, and this is my last slide, we're going to continue to, tonight's a big step because we'll have direction from council on what we need to do, and once we have that, we'll continue to stand these boards up in accordance with the resolution in your direction. Tonight's your night to vote on that if you're willing to do that, and we recommend that you do. As soon as you do, we'll go ahead and start the appointment and application process for the Helene recovery boards. We've got some preliminary work to do, but we want to get that moving in September. We're going to continue to have our department directors work with the advisory board chairs to work through their appointments to the recovery boards, as well as determine potential task and meeting schedules. And then finally, to continue working with the community on how we can better integrate and improve access to boards and commission meetings. Our CAPE department and clerk's office are proposing to create some focus groups, including the realignment working group who will speak tonight, to commit to continuing to work through how do we make these boards easier and more accessible. So our ask tonight is for council to adopt a resolution that establishes the 4 recovery boards and establishes a temporary operational structure of our current advisory boards and commissions. Any questions?
Well, I mean, I'm going to support this because it's so much better than voting to disband our recovery boards. And Ben, I just want to say, but even before my time on council, I saw you tackle really hard stuff like the noise ordinance with just no fear, like totally able to just like get in the weeds with folks, and I want to say thank you. So I support the expediting of the recovery boards. I think we need a path for regularly scheduled advisory boards. We just need to go a little bit farther. Thankfully, we have the RWG support. Some specific examples: Affordable Housing Advisory Committee to take on the Affordable Housing Plan recommendations, Missing Middle Housing Study implementation, bond and recovery funding projects. For the Urban Forestry Commission for community engagement, the Urban Forestry Master Plan finalization and implementation. For NAC for input on neighborhood engagement of plans for resiliency hubs, and maybe even parks in the absence of Parks and Rec returning. And the Transit Committee for the ongoing transit study, in addition to it being sidelined as a subcommittee of multimodal, because transit's a core service and critical to our economic recovery and climate goals. I don't see NAC Chair Elise here. I was just gonna read your letter, but I'll let you speak. Okay. We can engage in the front of decisions with our community, or we can attempt to plow ahead and end up with delays and putting engagement at the end like we usually do if it turns out we're on the wrong path. I'd prefer to get our advisory boards that are ready back to the work with the support they need to do so, accepting the help of the RWG to make it possible. That said, I'm not going to vote no to this because it's better than nothing. Thank you.
Thanks. I do want to say, I know this has been a tremendous amount of work for everybody, for our staff to work on this, as well as a lot of the folks in the community that have been working on it. And my hope is that when we create, I'm calling them super committees, but the 4 super committees, I'm just going to keep calling them the 4 super committees. But my hope is that we, after tonight, assuming this passes, we quickly convene all of our advisory boards to explain to them how this process will work, so everyone is really clear on it, and also allow them an opportunity to select their representatives to the super committees. To me, it's a little stumbly if they don't at least have one meeting to be able to figure that out instead of having to call around to each other and figure that out. Because the chair and vice chair might not be the best appointments to it, or they might not want to do it. So I think it's really important to have that initial meeting of each of the advisory boards, and my understanding is that's the plan. And then, to me, this is a really exciting opportunity to streamline our recovery efforts. I am heartbroken that we suffered this hurricane, but I'm so excited because we're receiving so much funding, which we heard about in our work session. Felt like yesterday, but it was actually earlier today. And so there's going to be so much work that has to be done, and so many decisions, and a lot of input we need from the community around all of these issues, and actually funding to work with. So that's an amazing opportunity for us. I'm going to keep saying that, amazing opportunity. Super committees, amazing opportunity. And I know there's folks out there that feel this is imperfect, and it is imperfect. I hope we figure out a way, in the future to evaluate how this went, and think about how to make sure that advisory boards in the future can feel like their work is always meaningfully reviewed and absorbed and incorporated into the final product that eventually comes out of this council's work. So I know that that's been a challenge in the past. Anybody else on council want to say? These guys are being really quiet out there. Like, where did they go? To another floor? Maybe they. Okay. Anyway, I'm not going to worry about that. But council, if you have questions, comments, but we do need a motion before we can take public comment on this. Do I have a motion?
I make a motion to adopt a resolution establishing 4 Helene recovery boards and the temporary operational structure of current city advisory boards and commissions.
Second.
All right, we have a motion and a second. We have 6 people signed up to speak under this item, each in the 3-minute category. And the first is Alan Exkowitz.
Good evening. I think it's still evening, not morning.
It's almost dawn.
My name is Alan Escovitz. I serve as vice chair of the Realignment Working Group and a member of this group for the past 3 years. The Realignment Working Group, since its genesis, has been grounded in the fundamental principle that government works best when built on an informed and engaged community. For this reason, public participation in the government process is a core component of democracy. RWG recommends immediately re-engaging the city's boards and commissions, at least at a pilot basis, as part of the Helene recovery process. To build a fair and equitable system for participation, boards and commissions can serve in an advisory role in addressing the recovery process in our 4 critical areas that are identified in the building back for our community post-Helene era. Here are some of the issues to consider. Despite the temporary ongoing suspension of the city boards and commissions, these bodies remain a critical community connection and a resource for City Council to provide efficient and effective government, as well as the recovery efforts for the community. As we move forward, we want to reiterate that the Realignment Working Group stands ready to support the reactivation of the boards in ways that minimize staff burden. We can assist with meeting coordination, provide tools for virtual and hybrid presentations, and help ensure compliance with the open meeting law, and support communication so that both council and the public have a timely access to the board's work. Our goal is to make it simple as possible for the boards to continue meaningfully during this critical recovery period. We are happy to tailor our level of cooperation with the city staff to address any potential logistical or legal concerns. Thank you very much.
Thank you. Patrick Conant, and then it'll be Stacy Anderson.
Thank you, City Council, for letting me speak again. I mentioned earlier I served on the Blue Ribbon Committee that created the structure for the HRCA, and I also served a term on that body. But what I'm here to talk to you about now is my work with the Realignment Working Group, which has been working for years to research and suggest improvements to advisory boards. To build on the comment that Alan just made, I think government works best when it builds with, not for, the communities you serve. And that is one of the things advisory boards can do. After Helene, our city's facing new challenges, and our board continued our work to figure out how we could help during this new challenge. One of the things we saw was that the Fountain Works proposal once again asked the city to disband most advisory boards. And now the staff have come forward with a different proposal. And I want to say we agree with many things included in that staff proposal, creating recovery boards, ensuring alignment between advisory boards and council priorities. However, we do think that there's one area where the staff proposal could be improved, and that's around giving boards the ability to request regular or special meetings so that they can maintain cohesion of their group and onboard new members and figure out what tasks to propose to city council in a bottom-up method. So, I wanted to say, we didn't just want to recommend that from our heads. So we went out and asked advisory boards 2 questions. We asked them, does your board wish to have the option to hold regular meetings? And if so, could you please explain your reasoning for it? And would your board be interested in holding regular meetings with RWG's support? Here's what we heard back. We heard that many boards value regular meetings to maintain engagement, continuity, and readiness to provide timely input if activated by council. Some are cautious, preferring to see how things play out, and a few express some skepticism or a wait-and-see approach. Since I'm a bit short on time, I'm not going to be able to read all of the feedback we heard, but I did bring copies of this document that I'll share with council. What I do want to highlight is that we had 6 boards that expressed a strong interest in holding meetings immediately. That's Affordable Housing, Asheville Downtown Commission, the Audit Committee, Transit Committee, NAC, and Urban Forestry Commission. 2 more had mixed support, but a majority of members in support of meetings. A few want to wait and see. And then there were 2 that supported the staff proposal as is. So I just wanted to share this information with council because it is important to ask advisory boards what they need. And that's how we should proceed with this model moving forward. So all you have to do today is just say boards can request special or regular meetings.
Thank you. Stacy Anderson.
Thank you, Mayor Manheimer, City Council, and particularly Assistant City Manager Ben Woody, for his willingness to work with us in the RWG through this process. I know we've taken up a lot of your time, as other community members have. Okay. My name is Stacey Anderson, and I'm the chair of the RWG and a former member of the Public Transit Board. We the people. A simple phrase changed the world in 1787, a mere 240 years ago. And the British Empire and the world listened and took note. An evolution and revolution of what became a representative democracy of the people, by the people, and for the people. And in order for this great experiment to succeed, it requires many opportunities for the people to be heard, from the hollers of the mountains to the hallways of our city building. We, the people, here in Asheville are also vocal. We are known across the state as one of the most engaged communities in local affairs and government. Committees, task forces, listening sessions, work groups, focus groups, and advisory boards, all which help to make us one of the most popular places to live and to visit. We, the people who have volunteered for oh so many years in PTOs, sports leagues, dance troupes, tutoring pods, scouts, faith communities, nonprofits, and local government advisory boards are skilled, passionate, talented, tenacious, and proficient in providing needed expertise when funding and or time by staff and employees simply isn't feasible. We, the people, want to work together with the recovery boards as a cohesive and high-functioning team. We can only do it if given the time to be together, build a strong level of trust, and coalesce as a team to effectively meet the needs of the community. So therefore, we, the people, numbering between 100 to 200 folk in the most recent past, do not discount our voice in the future discussions of Asheville recovery. All of us have earned our seat at the table. All of us have earned the right to be heard. And all of us have invested the time to continue our work on the advisory boards. Thank y'all.
Thank you. Vicki Meath. Oh, there you are, all right. And then Nicole Lopez will be next.
Hello, I'm Vicki Meath. I'm here on behalf of Just Economics because Just Economics has a strong commitment to making sure that there's more community and voices involved in public decisions that affect our lives. And so we have been concerned about the questions about boards, commissions for a long time before Helene, and originally kind of participated with the realignment working group. Since Helene, I think it's more important than ever that we have more voices involved in how we rebuild and restructure our community. And I don't have prepared remarks, and so I wasn't really clear on the updates around that were made to the proposal at the July meeting, and the work that City Council and staff did with the realignment working group. But I'm happy that there's some work together there. I know the realignment working group has done an incredible amount of volunteer work to get to a place where we can try to work and find community solutions to make sure that the community is engaged and that we are not fully suspending our boards and commissions. So I just want to voice my support for continuing to work with the realignment working group. I want to voice my support for community involvement. I understand staff time that it takes to run committees and really want to voice my gratitude for the number of volunteers from the realignment working group that have worked so hard on research, on working with surveying staff and surveying board and commission members. And I just want to voice my support for looking at their recommendations, thinking through those recommendations and figuring out ways that we can move forward to make sure that those boards and commissions stay intact. Additionally, I want to mention that we have done a lot of amount of work with the Transit Committee, and I'm still not clear on kind of the pathways for the Transit Committee. There are lots of things that we have brought to the Transit Committee over the years that we have actually saved staff time by going to the Transit Committee, so we didn't have to individually ask staff or have them to respond to our emails or to our group. We've saved council time by having the Transit Committee to not have to bring little issues to you all. So just also voicing my concerns to make sure that the Transit Committee, along with the other boards and commissions, has regular opportunities to meet, and that we kind of figure out how to keep this together through the next 2 years. Thank you.
Thanks. Nicole Lopez and then Elise Martyr.
Hello, Council. I'm here to support the work of the Realignment Working Group and their offer to facilitate the advisory boards resuming their regularly scheduled meetings. I believe that our communities are stronger when we include more paths for participation, and that our local governance is stronger when we accept input and feedback and gain insights from our community members. It seems that this restructuring seems like it has a lot of benefits in terms of consolidation and efficiency, and really putting certain focus on post-Helene recovery. I fear that it's also turning down volunteer labor and expertise from advisory boards that want to meet and might have capacity to meet, and especially if that can be done with the support of the Realignment Working Group to facilitate those meetings occurring without taking a lot of staff time. There's a lot of expertise and strength in our community, and I hope our local governance can expand versus subtract the avenues for participation by allowing the advisory boards to have their regularly scheduled meetings per the recommendations of the Realignment Working Group. It seems really special that we have a group of committed community members who have who put such intention behind how to structure, how to support, and how to provide volunteer labor that can help enhance staff capacity. And it seems like it could be amiss in terms of accepting volunteer support from our community and strengthen that way. Thank you.
Thank you. Elise Martyr.
All right, good evening, Mayor and Council members. My name is Elise Martyr, and I am a member of the Boards and Commissions Realignment Working Group, but I'm here today as my role as the chair of the Neighborhood Advisory Committee, also known as NAC. I am concerned about the proposed framework that would limit most boards, including NAC, to meet only on an as-needed basis. NAC plays a vital role in connecting residents with their local government, and we serve as a conduit for information between the city and its neighborhoods. We elevate residents' concerns and share information back into our communities. Pausing our regular meetings effectively shuts down that two-way exchange at a time when public engagement is most critical to our city's recovery. Our neighborhoods cannot afford silence for the next 2 years. Additionally, our committee is currently operating with 4 vacancies out of 9 seats. These vacancies undermine both our capacity and the diversity of voices on the committee, and prolonged inactivity could increase the risk of future attrition. Volunteers are far less likely to remain committed if they feel disengaged or underutilized. Further, of our remaining members, 2 are brand new, having attended only 2 meetings prior to the storm. Without regular meetings, we lose the ability to onboard these members, establish working relationships, and build the trust necessary to function effectively. Allowing us to meet on a regular basis does not require unlimited meetings or unchecked agendas. Even a modest meeting schedule would keep our members engaged and informed, and ensure that we are ready to respond effectively if council needs us. Without that, any assignment from council risks being met by a fragmented, underprepared group rather than a cohesive advisory body equipped to provide meaningful input. I imagine these same concerns apply to other boards as well. They may be facing vacancies, need to onboard new members, or are struggling to maintain momentum. Without regular meetings, they too risk losing their capacity, diversity, and ability to provide timely, meaningful input when called upon. For these reasons, I urge you to revise the proposal to allow advisory boards like NAC to continue meeting on a regular basis. Doing so will preserve capacity, ensure representation, and maintain the vital connection between this council and the communities you serve. If our advisory boards go dormant, we risk losing the very voices and connections we will need most to rebuild this city. Please keep us active, engaged, and ready to serve. Thank you.
Thank you. Okay, that concludes the public comment under item B, new business. Thank you, Maggie. Just to put a pin in it. Sorry. That was your alarm.
I've tried this a couple of times, and I'm gonna use the tools that I have as a council member, even though it might fail. I move to adopt a resolution establishing 4 Helene recovery boards, the temporary operational structure of current advisory boards, and instruct staff to accept the offer of the realignment work group support for the boards who want to meet regularly.
Didn't we already move?
So
Wait,
we already had a motion pending, so we need to vote on the pending motion. Okay. Everybody clear on the pending motion is to approve the staff recommendation that is, or that was already moved.
That was just a separate motion in the middle of the other motion?
Well, it's not really in the middle.
No.
Yeah, I guess how about this? I will move to amend.
You're
Realizing
requesting,
there might not be a second.
who made the motion in the first place? I did. Oh.
I don't have it in my.
No,
notes.
she's not, she's making a motion to amend the motion, and it would require a second for us to vote on the motion to amend the motion.
Who made the motion?
Maggie did. I thought only Maggie could agree.
No, that's
Oh.
for a friendly amendment. This is
Oh.
for, we're doing
Non-friendly.
Robert's rules now, full up, people, ready?
All right,
Okay.
everybody wake up.
All right, all right.
I'm like right there.
Yeah, that's right.
This guy's my new favorite.
He's doing it. He's loving it.
All right, so Councilwoman Roney's made a motion to amend the motion. Do we have a second?
Second.
Okay, so,
Wait, so now the
okay,
motion-
so now what happens is, Councilwoman Roney's motion would have staff work with with the group, oh my God. do you want-
RWG.
With RWG to support council committees. We have already been told by our council that we cannot do that.
Yeah, Brad, could you talk to us
And
about that?
I asked, Stacy and I had a good conversation this weekend, and I asked her for an example of any city in North Carolina that does this, since we're stumbling on the logistics of it, and she said, no, there wasn't anyone there specifically. Yes, to be accurate. Oh. So.
Yeah, the question is whether or not the assistance of the realignment working group or any particular community organization could be used to support the work of the boards to supplement that which staff would already be providing or would not be able to provide under the limited staff resources. The biggest concern that I have from a legal perspective is, again, the compliance with open meetings law. Every single one of these bodies is created by council, was staffed by council, meaning that they are subject to the same open meetings laws of this particular body. It is the reason that we staff all of your meetings with attorneys, including boards and commissions, attorneys that work for the city. I'm not sure whether or not the realignment working group would have attorneys that would be able to support that, but if they are not attorneys, I think it would likely constitute the illegal practice of law, which is a criminal offense in North Carolina, and I think neither they could do it nor the city could support them doing it.
This is so curious because I can't think of a single advisory board outside of the Urban Forestry Commission's voluntary compliance where they take up any legal matters and regularly meet without legal assistance. But also, are we modeling open meetings law when we're actively being sued for it?
We are being sued by Mr. Conant's group regarding the task force that was created regarding the water outage in 2022. That's an outstanding question, and that task force no longer meets. So I don't know that that means we should break the law now because of that ongoing litigation.
I also get the sense that department directors who work with their subject matter experts in their departments feel that if these committees are meeting, that they would still want to be there. They would still want to attend. because it's important conversations, and they're these subject matter experts, and a committee might say, well, what about this? And then the technical information that only the wonky public servant knows needs to come to light. And so I think that there's an ideal that it could function, but I think the practicality is our city staff would still want to attend, which would then negate some of the goal we're trying to achieve.
So is everyone clear on what we're voting on? We have a motion to amend the original motion, and so we need to vote on that. Is everybody ready to vote? Do you understand how
This
you're
is on
voting? So
amending
if
it.
you want to amend the motion, you would vote in favor. If you don't want to amend the motion, you would vote against. Got it? Okay, all those in favor of the motion to amend the motion, raise your hand. Okay, all those opposed, raise your hand. All right, so now we're back to the original motion. All those in favor, raise your hand. All right, all those opposed, raise your hand. Okay. Did you get all that, Maggie? You did it.
But then she voted it.
But it's okay, she can vote. She can
I'm
vote for it.
not gonna
Okay,
vote
she can vote
against
both, yeah.
having advisory boards.
Yeah,
Okay.
so she, so that's-
Okay,
we got this.
got it.
Ta-da, look it, we did it. Okay, we did that one. We're gonna do one other quick, promise, this one's quick, really. Vice Mayor.
We have one item up for approval tonight with regards to appointments. That's for the Buncombe County Tourism Development Authority. There's one vacancy. The seat is reserved for owner-operators of hotels, motels, bed and breakfast, or vacation rental management companies with 100 or fewer rental units. While we had multiple applicants, there were only 2 that are eligible. Those 2 are Amy Kelly and Ron Mashburn. I'll note that the TDA Board Development Committee recommends Amy Kelly. Earlier this afternoon, this body decided to, instead of re-advertising or conducting interviews, to go ahead at this time and make an appointment. My suggestion is that since there are only 2 that are eligible, we just do a round robin. So we can start with you, Councilman Hess.
I vote for Amy Kelly.
Okay. Amy Kelly.
The gentleman, I can't place his name.
His name is Ron Mashburn.
Mashburn, thank you.
Amy Kelly.
Amy Kelly.
Amy Kelly.
Before I vote, because not everybody watched the PFI meeting, can I ask Brad to reiterate the decision that we made earlier today? We have an option to not prioritize the local
And
primary
out of
residents.
state resident.
Yes, so the particular applicant here does have a residence in Asheville, but also primary residence out of state. This particular board, the membership qualifications are set by the state legislature, which was a local act forming the TDA for Buncombe County. There is no requirement in that state statute of having city residency or even county residency to serve on this board. City Council's policy is that you have a preference to select city residents, but you have the ability to waive that and choose someone else if you so wish.
And that the dynamic with this applicant is that she has a custody agreement that maintains her residence stay in Atlanta, although she operationally lives here.
Yes, and meets all the other qualifications, which are unique for each individual seat for the TDA board.
Yeah, this one is for a hotelier
Hotelier of a
with
certain
5 to
number.
100 beds.
And I'll share it. It sounds like this person is fantastic. I'm just uncomfortable with the out-of-state. Yeah.
Yeah,
Okay.
I'm concerned about the precedent, so I'm gonna vote for Mashburn.
Okay. So we had 5 for Amy Kelly and 2 for Mashburn.
Yeah.
All right, back to our regularly scheduled program. Everybody, are we ready back on
I feel like we need
Springside? Are
a
we
tiny
back?
bit of a pep talk for everybody, like, we're almost there, everybody.
Well, no, I mean, I
We
just
still have
want
a
to
whole
say
nother
that
item.
our clerk, who is deadly accurate with her guess of how long it will take, guesstimated that we would adjourn at 11 o'clock, which we seem on
11:15.
pace to do. So, but Springside, are we ready? Do we have a neighborhood representative?
Suzanne, they're
Oh,
still
so we're not-
hovering.
So we're not
The
ready?
huddle's over.
They're not done?
Okay.
You want
Do
us
you
to
want to
start?
wait another hour?
30 minutes.
Wait, okay.
Do you want me to step outside and?
Just go for A,
Ask
new
them?
A, panhandling it is.
You want me to go ask?
I've already asked.
Yeah, should we go ahead with panhandling?
Let's do panhandling. Well, the
Let's do
question is like,
panhandling.
do they want to wait another hour?
Okay, we're going,
They
we're
don't
going
choice. They gotta
to,
be
we're going to panhandling.
Panhandling.
We're not
Deputy
going
Chief,
to panhandle.
here he is, there he is. Oh, we're all chiefed up, here we are, all right.
Hello. Thanks for staying up so late with us.
Absolutely. I worked nights for 14 years.
Yeah, this is no problem for you.
You're
We
just getting
didn't.
going.
We're the rookies.
We are the rookies. If we yawn, it is not personal.
You ready?
Ready, please.
Thank you all. I'll try to make this brief. I actually assured Ms. Burleson earlier that I would keep it under 10 minutes. She swore me into this room just a couple years ago. So yeah, I gotta listen to you there. So try to make this brief. Here to talk about potentially amending the public solicitation ordinance. So the key takeaways, they do occur, or violations of it do occur most frequently in commercial areas and near high-traffic corridors, which of course are our densest business corridors, and sometimes the interstate exits.
Microphone.
Sorry?
Yeah, Mike.
Excuse me, I'm sorry.
Thank you.
There you go.
It is getting late.
We're getting punchy.
So, we are making the recommendation that the additional areas be considered for high-traffic zones based on both calls for service and community complaints. So, two new areas for consideration are Patton Avenue and Haywood Road, and specifically the business corridors there. And also, there's an existing Zone 1 in the ordinance, which comprises the majority of the central business district downtown. So we are proposing to expand that to sections of Merriman Avenue as well as the South Slope. So the ordinance 11.5.2A will need to be amended to include the boundaries of those new zones. So, quick summary, what are high-traffic zones? The existing ones, as I mentioned earlier, currently comprise the majority of downtown. They're discussed in that particular ordinance. An additional one is in Biltmore Village, and if I'm not mistaken, I believe both of these were created approximately 2003. Does that sound correct? Even longer. Yeah, maybe longer than that. So that particular section where it discusses high traffic zones obviously can only be enforced within those defined zones. So this is the current ordinance. So it prohibits the acts of solicitation based under certain conditions, such as physical or aggressive behavior, location, or under the influence of alcohol or controlled substance. But it talks about verbally begging, soliciting, or panhandling within any high-traffic zone. And there's a note in here, solicitation with printed sign would still be permissible within any defined high-traffic zone. Currently, there are only two areas, the majority of the CBD, as well as Biltmore Village. So, our recommendation is that we add the business corridor of Patton Avenue and along Haywood Road, and to expand that Zone 1. And I'll look in here later. So, why consider expanding these zones? In the past 12 months, and I believe this was stated toward the end of July, there were approximately 430 calls for service in these proposed zones. So those calls that we pulled the data on include panhandling, obviously, but also suspicious persons and trespassing. So this breaks it down even more, and you're gonna notice that these numbers don't add up, like in this first section, 26, 21, and 4 don't add up to 147. Those single out those particular calls for service. Some of those others could be anything from a business alarm to a motor vehicle collision or anything like that. But it is indicative of the number of calls for service just in the past 12 months in each of these areas. So the section of Patton Avenue that we're recommending is from approximately Regent Park Boulevard to the intersection with New Leicester Highway. The Haywood Road Business Corridor South Slope, which is predominantly Cox Avenue, Buxton, that area down there. And Merriman Avenue would be from the current CBD boundary approximately at I-240 north to just north of Chestnut Street. So to include some of the business properties along Chestnut, Merriman Avenue, because of the calls for service there as well. So in the past 12 months, we've issued 82 citations for violations of the current ordinance. In the past 3 years, on average, we've issued 118 citations. So looking back, 2009 to 2012 was the highest number, and that was 326 on average in that 3-year period. So as you can see, they've gone down a pretty significant amount since 2009, 2012. So we heard a lot of the community input at the Public Safety Committee meeting, and so I wanted to talk about what violations of these ordinances may look like. So North Carolina General Statute 14-4 is what authorizes counties and municipalities to enact local ordinances and make them a misdemeanor violation. So what it talks about is that any violation of a municipal ordinance would be a Class 3 misdemeanor, and the fine for it cannot be any more than $500. Then it goes on to talk, unless the ordinance expressly states the fine is greater than $50, that's the only way it can be. It can go from like 50 up to 500. So one thing we wanted to point out, though, is that in that same statute, it talks about a person being found not responsible or guilty of a local ordinance violation that's punishable by this subsection if, when tried for that violation, they produce proof of compliance with the local ordinance through either of these things. No new alleged ordinance or violations of the ordinance with 12 months from the date of the initial violation, or the person provides documented proof of a good faith effort to seek assistance to address any underlying factors related to unemployment, homelessness, mental health, or substance abuse that might relate to their ability to comply with the ordinance. So, Buncombe County actually has a number of treatment courts that are currently enacted. And the Asheville Police Department has representatives that serve on each one of these courts. So Adult Drug Treatment Court is just as it sounds. The Aspire Court deals primarily with alcohol violations. And Veteran Treatment Court, of course, applies to any veterans that may qualify for deferred prosecution. So what we're asking here today is for a motion to expand the city's current public solicitation ordinance to expand and designate new high traffic zones. Zone 1 that currently exists to be expanded, again, to include those areas of Merriman Avenue and South Slope. And 2 new zones designated, the Haywood Road Business Corridor, as well as the Patton Avenue Business Corridor in West Asheville. Key takeaways, once again, they occur most frequently in our commercial areas and near high traffic corridors, which is, correct me if I'm wrong, is basically what the statute and current ordinance requires for a high traffic zone to be designated in that fashion. Again, Patton Avenue, Haywood Road, expansion of current Zone 1, and for the existing ordinance to be amended to include those new boundaries. Did I make it in time? I tried my best, man.
Everybody's loopy.
Questions?
I have 2 questions before public comment, which is important. Number 1, for Brad, can you confirm that if a person is on one of these corners that's in this zone holding a sign, they still have the right to stand there and hold a sign? They're just not able to verbally communicate a solicitation.
That is correct. In any high-traffic zone, that would be the case right now. That would be the case in the whole city, except in the high-traffic zones, would just be the one additional limitation of verbal solicitation, but they could absolutely still hold the sign.
And then my second question would be to the city manager and the mayor, who are two representatives on the continuum of care. Has the continuum of care discussed this policy because the city is a member? And how does this help or hinder the work plan and goals to reduce homelessness?
So at the last meeting of the COC, we didn't go into a detailed discussion of this policy, but they were very much aware of it. And I've had 2 conversations with board leaders about our intent to expand this. And I did not receive from them any objections or concerns.
So it sounds more like an information more than a request for input?
Correct.
Thank you.
I want to clarify also with the signs. Signs would still not be able to be held on the median strips where we've had 2 fatalities since January.
Just on the edge, the road edge.
The median strips in the center, so it'd be
So not,
like
yeah,
Patton
not like on
Avenue.
Patton Avenue, not in the median.
Yes,
But
yes.
if you were on the sidewalk.
Yeah, sidewalk would be
if a
different, but just the median
pedestrian-
strips in the center where they're so close to traffic, that's where we're seeing the most pedestrian accidents happen.
It's a
Fit into
serious
the law.
NCDOT flaw. That, it is crazy dangerous right there.
If I may add to that, council approximately a year ago made another change to we actually have 2 solicitation ordinances, and one is very specific to what I would call roadside solicitation. That is specifically already on the books. It's generally unaffected by this, and what it already does is limits any solicitation in a location where pedestrians are not supposed to be. So it allows for that to occur if you're on the sidewalk, if you're on any place that's safe for pedestrians, but not in a median, in the middle of the road, or on a non-sidewalk shoulder. All of those, consistent with exactly what the state law already requires, is what we mirrored locally.
And Councilwoman Turner, to your point about DOT on Patton Avenue, our district commander in West Asheville, Lieutenant Mindell's been in discussion for several months about infrastructure improvements there to preclude people from wanting to walk on those median strips.
It's so dangerous, it's shocking.
So yeah, we recognize that problem as well. So we're optimistic that DOT is going to come work with us and find a solution to that.
The way folks run across Patton Avenue there, they, hold for a second in that median, but it is so dangerous, y'all.
You know,
I see
we've
it
had
all the time. I'm
2
amazed it's only 2
fatalities,
people.
1 near fatality,
Yeah.
just in the last 6 months.
We're lucky it's not a lot more.
Okay, we have, any other questions though for Deputy Chief before we,
Can you clarify, I don't even know what slide this is.
and Maggie, before you say that, everyone, we will need a motion in order to
move
get to the comment.
I think it was slide 12 where it mentions no new alleged violations of the local ordinance within 12 months.
From the date of the initial alleged ordinance. So,
Can you just pretend I'm in 5th grade and explain that, because it's 10 o'clock and
so basically, let's say I wrote you a
violate-
citation for this, and the court, when you appeared in court, looked and saw that you actually have another pending case of a similar violation.
Going backwards.
No, going forward. So, yeah. It basically starts at the first time you receive a citation for violation
So
of the
you give me a
ordinance.
citation,
Uh-huh.
I have to pay it.
So the courts actually decide what the appropriate penalties are.
Okay.
The city doesn't define any set fine within this ordinance, and I believe 1114 as well, where it just refers back to this statute and leaves it up to the court to determine what the best course of action is.
So are you saying the misdemeanors on the second offense? You get a citation, you have 12 months?
So Class 3 misdemeanors are like any other. You have Class 1A, Class 1, Class 2, and Class 3. All of those you can receive a citation for, or you can be arrested.
Oh,
And that's statewide for any violation
the
of a
language I
misdemeanor.
don't get, okay.
So yeah.
Okay, thank you.
I still don't understand what this means. I'm
It's
sorry.
okay.
This might be,
So
you
basically,
can't, if you've already
once you're pulled over,
Yeah.
and then if you get another infraction within 12 months. Well, no,
Yeah.
you're right. This is like how to get out of it.
Yes.
It'll be,
Right,
it
so I
can-
get pulled over, or,
You can get it expunged if you're good for a year?
It's pretty much.
okay, all
More
right,
than
all right,
likely, yeah.
all right, I'm with you. Thank you,
Yeah.
apologies.
So basically,
Not
it's,
apologize.
it's,
But
I-
don't get a violation
or.
I believe
But it
this,
happens, and then 12 months later,
If
like,
you show
if
you
you
have
do a
it-
good job for 12, okay.
yeah, I believe that's the spirit of the
Okay,
statute.
thank you.
or,
I want to make sure I understand.
or think it would be retroactive. So if you go into court and you had a citation, they will say, how have you done in the last 12 months? You clean? All right, then we're dismissing this one.
Yeah. And, my
But if you're-
experience,
But if you, so
Okay.
I
that is
think
exactly
that's
what
how.
happens.
So that's more at curbing behavior, not
Yeah, it's-
I'm just doing- it's-
long-term impacts to their life.
I think it's
Correct.
more like the
Okay.
way a traffic ticket works,
Yeah.
where they're like, well. it's
And the
open
goal
for
is really
judgment.
to change the behavior, not to punish the resident. in
Precisely.
perpetuity. Okay.
Yeah, and in practice in Buncombe County, there's a lot of, especially subsection 2 there, where it talks about the documented proof of effort to
That's the
improve.
practice of the court.
Most of the time, yes.
And you have the option to just give somebody a written citation without any, it's not a.
Like a warning.
Like a warning, right?
Yeah.
And just ask them to move along.
Absolutely. And I believe the city manager has talked about this in the past, is this is just one tool in the toolbox. But, I've heard you guys talk throughout the evening about community complaints, specifically in West Asheville. And we're hearing them too. And so that's a big part of the reason why we're here making this proposal this evening.
Okay, any other questions or comments or a motion?
I am a little curious as we're adding South Slope when there had not been any panhandling calls, and we're leaving out Tunnel Road right there where that mall is, and
Yeah.
right there at that dangerous strip. And so I didn't know.
What is the
Good
reason
question.
there?
So the data that we have on Tunnel Road is more applicable to the other ordinance, 1114.
Okay.
Dealing with people being in places alongside or in the roadway where a pedestrian should not be.
Okay.
So the data doesn't necessarily in that area support creating a high-traffic zone there as defined by our ordinance.
Okay, so you already have the tools there, in other words, to make some enforcements and get people to a safer, more appropriate spot.
Correct. But, the same statute that we were just discussing applies to that ordinance as well.
Thank you. Well, I'll move to amend existing ordinance 11.5, public solicitation and begging regulated, expanding the areas identified as high-traffic zones as outlined in the staff report.
Second.
Okay, we have a motion and a second. We have a number of people signed up to speak under this item. The first person has 10 minutes, if their folks are still here, to cede their time. It's Kesslin Tench, and the people ceding their time are Patrick Conant and Kevin Ray, yes, thank you, and Leslie Johnson. Thank you. All right, Ms. Tench, you'll have 10 minutes.
Good evening, Mayor and council members. My name is Kesslin Tench. I'm here to speak in opposition to the panhandling restrictions and to encourage more meaningful and long-term solutions to poverty. Asheville has always been a city of contradictions, stunning beauty, historic charm, and deep disparities. In the late 1800s, it became a health and vacation destination for wealthy visitors. That trend only grew when George Vanderbilt arrived and established the Biltmore Estate. But what's often overlooked is that Vanderbilt didn't just build a mansion, he created a village. Biltmore Village wasn't an afterthought. It was a purpose-built community to care for the workers who supported his lifestyle. With housing, a church, a hospital, even gardens. He understood that wealth wasn't sustainable without the labor and well-being of others. Now, fast forward 130 years, and Asheville is still a tourist destination. built on the backs of service workers. But the village is gone. The people who care for our hotels, restaurants, and resorts can't afford to live in the city they serve. Every Tuesday, I volunteer with Bounty and Soul at their free produce distribution. And every Tuesday, I see the same thing. Workers arriving in uniforms, straight from shifts at Biltmore, the Grove Park Inn, and other downtown restaurants and hotels, just to pick up free fruits and vegetables. These are not people who are unhoused. They're not unemployed. They're not looking for handouts. They're working full-time and still not able to make ends meet in Asheville. As a city, we have a choice. We can keep investing in ways to make poor people invisible, or we can invest in programs that help them thrive. Tonight, we've heard a lot of discussion about housing. To thrive, people also need jobs and food. Let me highlight two proven solutions. Solution number one, a jobs program that works. In 2015, Albuquerque, New Mexico launched a program called A Better Way. City workers offered panhandlers a choice. Would you like a job for the day? Those that said yes were taken to clean up parks, medians, and public spaces, beautification projects. They were paid $9 an hour at the time. They got lunch, and they were connected with social services after their shift. In the first year, over 900 jobs were filled, and dozens of people moved into permanent employment and housing. The program has since inspired similar initiatives in Denver, Dallas, Honolulu, Atlanta, and beyond. Solution number two, urban farming on city-owned land. Asheville already has a roadmap for a better way. In 2017, this council supported a visionary food policy action plan that included using public land for urban agriculture. We have a growing number of community-led farms like Southside Community Farm. But many of these initiatives exist on precarious terms. For example, Southside Farm sits on land owned by the Housing Authority without a formal lease, and now is under threat of being replaced by a playground, even though it grows food in a food desert. Other cities have scaled this idea. New York's Green Thumb program supports over 550 community gardens on city property. Seattle's Beacon Food Forest operates on public utility land, and St. Louis grows over 16,000 pounds of food annually on repurposed land owned by the Department of Transportation. Here in Asheville, the city owns approximately 11,000 acres outside of protected watershed and essential infrastructure. If we commit just 1 to 5% of that land to urban agriculture, that would be 100 to 500 acres. We could build a network of neighborhood food hubs. I mentioned the successful jobs program in Albuquerque, and here in Asheville, we already have successful community farms that are growing food and growing community. Let's combine those two ideas. This fall, let's launch a pilot program that hires individuals, especially those experiencing homelessness or food insecurity, to work in community gardens and urban farms. Let's help them expand and maintain edible landscapes along our greenways, pay them a fair wage, give them lunch, and offer support services. We already have the land. We already have the community partners. What we need is city leadership to fund and coordinate a pilot that shows what's possible when we treat people not as problems to remove, but as potential to invest in. George Vanderbilt built a village to support his house. Today, we have the opportunity to build a city that supports its people. Let Asheville be known not just as a city that draws visitors, but as a city that takes care of its own. Thank you.
Thank you. Elliot Gordon, and then next will be Jensen Galfand.
Hello, I'm Elliot Gordon. Thank you for hearing us today. I'm new to this sort of thing. I'm a little nervous, so bear with me. As it regards the proposed panhandling expansion, I can only speak from my personal experience. Among the many other things I've done in my life, I've been a professional driver for a lot of it. I drove an 8-wheeled palletized loading system in the Army. I drove a delivery van in all 5 boroughs of New York, and I drove a box truck in New Orleans. For the past 5 years, I've basically worked as a cabbie, a glorified Uber driver in Asheville. I did that while homeless, living in a 2003 Subaru Forester under bridges, behind dumpsters, and in vacant lots. Luckily, I recently entered transitional housing, and I'm making my way forward, so it's awesome, right? But that was 3 months ago. In my time as a professional driver on Asheville's roads, I've learned to keep my head on a swivel. The first year I was here driving, I saw more catastrophic traffic accidents than I've ever seen in my entire driving career. And these accidents had nothing to do with panhandlers and everything to do with entitled NASCAR wannabes, bus stops posted on the wrong side of the intersection, dysfunctional traffic systems, and roads that, well, were laid out on old livestock drovers' trails, I believe. The claim that panhandlers are causing car crashes and to use that excuse to expand the ordinance, well, to me, not to be vulgar, sounds like malarkey. We have the opportunity to do good work. We could be helping people get a leg up. Instead, this expansion cuts people off at the knees based on dubious data that the gentleman himself said doesn't add up. Look, at the very least, please table this motion. Meet with people like me. I've lived on these streets. And I've driven professionally on these streets for 5 years. There are far better ways to spend the taxpayer dollar, cheaper ways to do good things, ways that can help people like me. There's a lot of people out there like me. Let's do the right thing and let's be Asheville strong together.
Thank you. Next, we have Jensen Galfand, followed by May Mims.
Good evening. My name is Jensen Galfand. I live in West Asheville. And tonight I'm thinking about the emotional dynamics of the panhandling issue. You know, I have had fear of people on the street, people panhandling. That's come up for me before. I'm thankful that I've found the 12 Baskets free cafe, and I've started going there over the past year or two and have started meeting the people that will often be out there in panhandling or doing other things out there, and it's really started to kind of disarm my fear. I'm beginning to feel more comfortable in the community. These people are just like me in most ways, and I've had some real incredible connections, and it's really changed my feeling, and I highly recommend going over to 12 Baskets and experiencing the special community that they have over there. And I just urge you to, regardless of the outcome of what's going on tonight, to examine how you feel about panhandling. I know we've heard some things about how this is a safety issue, we're protecting people. But if that really is the case, then why aren't we going after the jaywalkers? People take their lives in their hands every day they choose to by jaywalking. Everyday people who may not be economically disadvantaged, and we're not going after them in this way. We're choosing to target panhandlers, but not everybody else. And why are we putting these people in this special box? Why are we treating them with force and with punishment instead of with compassion? And what happens when we punish these people? What are they going to choose to do instead of panhandling? When we put these people in a place that's less visible, are we really going to like what they're choosing to do, or what they're maybe even forced into doing when they're forced underground and into a place that is less visible, I actually feel very grateful that we see these panhandlers and we understand that there is urgent need in our community to support people and lift them up. Let us use this visibility of panhandlers to give them a hand up and not a punishment. Thank you.
Thank you. May Mims, followed by Una Fradin.
Hello, neighbors. I have the honor and privilege of standing alongside of one of our city's most vulnerable populations and those who are unhoused and are deeply in poverty. I'm here today to ask you to vote no on the expansion of the Panhandling Ordinance. As we have these conversations and make these changes, it's critical that we collaborate with all neighbors who are in the affected communities. And our neighbors who live outside or use panhandling as a means of income are part of our communities as well. Their kids are also asking, Mom, what's for dinner tonight? But they have to make the survival decision of, do I feed my children and I stay hungry? Or do I go outside and panhandle and try to figure out how to feed them? I think from precedents, we can all say that police presence does not equal public safety. Finding poor and unhoused members of our community, who I assure you cannot pay the fine, does not equal public safety. Potentially increasing the number of folks incarcerated does not make our communities safer either. Institutionalization without bridge programs or rehabilitation leads to folks losing the limited resources that they might have. The maps that are drawn are in our highest traffic areas for folks who are visiting our city. And they also happen to be where most of our social services are centralized. It feels suspiciously like an effort to make these folks invisible, to hide our most vulnerable people. Hiding any demographic of people only provides the perception of safety for those who don't understand how or why these folks have wound up in deep poverty, nor do they understand how or why begging is the most reliable means of maintaining or uplifting out of it. Panhandling is merely a symptom of a much deeper issue, and that issue is poverty and systemic failures. I hope we all agree that folks who are in deep poverty deserve compassion, understanding, and access to critical social services. And alongside those neighbors, we all deserve well-lit sidewalks and better crosswalks so that we actually can be safe when we are out on our streets. No individual deserves, no marginalized community or population deserves to be further criminalized. Thank you.
Una Fradin.
Good evening, Mayor, council members, staff. Thank you for taking the time out of your very busy and challenging jobs to hear from us, your constituents. I appreciate it. And this is a long one. I'm here to urge you to vote no for expanding this ordinance. I work with people experiencing homelessness and substance use crises every week alongside the incredible people on the front lines helping with the housing crisis. And I've seen firsthand what works and what doesn't in terms of fighting the housing crisis. And what works is decriminalization, housing first, and taking a community-centered, holistic approach. And the research backs it up. I mean, study after study shows that those approaches save money and are more efficient, and they reduce strain on emergency resources and the justice system, and they increase public safety, and they strengthen our sense of community. Expanding the panhandling ordinance's high traffic areas would do the opposite. It further criminalizes homelessness, and in the long term would cost taxpayers significantly more money. Not to mention that every time a person experiencing homelessness participating in our programs goes to jail, when they get back out, we have to essentially start the entire process over. It slows us down a ton and just perpetuates the problem. And it does nothing to give them the resources that would stop them from just panhandling again when they get out. So it does nothing to change the behavior. And why would it? I mean, it's a request that's coming from APD, who's not an expert in homelessness or substance use at all. I know you're under pressure from many different directions to work on the issues in West Asheville, and we're right there with you. You mentioned earlier, Councilwoman Turner, that we might need to address the issue in multiple different ways, and I think that's true because people experiencing homelessness aren't a monolith, but they are all human. And so, yeah, in our work, we find that just by talking to someone who is openly using or asking for money and expressing how they're being perceived as a threat or giving them other resources or just asking them to move is very effective. Many just aren't aware of the impact of their actions, and if we take a moment to empathize with the people experiencing homelessness and substance use disorders, it's hard to care about your impact when you're struggling. These are people who constantly have doors shut in their face, and are experiencing unimaginable levels of instability and stress. But when someone stops to show you compassion, it makes you want to care. It's in building those relationships that we actually make a difference. And if we need an emergency or like a first responder to respond, why don't we use the first responders who are working with these populations the most, like the Buncombe County Community Paramedics? I mean, we can get creative beyond, the community resources. We can use other first responders. Thank you.
Thank you. Paul Howell, and then it'll be Jen Hampton.
Good evening, Mayor, Vice Mayor, council members, city attorney, city manager, assistant city managers, and the glue that holds everything together, Maggie. I empathize with the homeless people. This ordinance needs to be amended because everybody that's panhandling out there are not homeless. I have seen people get out of their cars. I've seen them pull up to the stores out there on Ingalls, on Merriman Avenue. I've seen them pull up to the store and park their cars and get all their stuff together and get out of the car, get their walker, get their sign, and get their bottle of water, and go and stand at the corner and procure alms. Now, the homeless people that are panhandling place themselves in dangerous situations in the mediums on Patton Avenue, at the corner of Merriman Avenue, the medium on Tunnel Road out there when you get out through there, in front of the library. I sit there and had people come up to me and ask me for a cigarette, and I said I don't have one, and they got aggressive because I didn't have a cigarette. I watched them approach people, and basically threaten them for not giving them a cigarette, giving them $1, anything. One guy, I think his name, they call him Santa Claus. He actually cussed somebody out. He cussed him out because they said he had no dollar. He cussed him out. I don't know what the solution is as far as separating the homeless from those that aren't homeless out there panhandling. But this panhandling thing is out of hand. It really is. And it's not gonna get no better until we get some help. And going to jail is not helping. Because you get out of jail, you go do the same thing, go back to the same place. But anyway, I say yes for the amendment to the ordinance.
Thank you. Jen, okay. She's Jen Hampton, and then Austin Draver.
Hi, my name is Jen Hampton, and I'm here as co-chair of Asheville Food and Beverage United. And we believe that housing is a human right, and I'm here to urge you to vote against expanding the panhandling restrictions. I get it. It's really hard to see people in our community struggling with poverty and homelessness, and that some people really want to just find a way to not have to see them. but most of us in the community want to find a way to help. Punishing people is not going to work in the long run. The real problem isn't what our neighbors are doing on the street, it's that they literally have nowhere else to go. So instead of focusing on what we don't want to see, let's think about what we can do. Here's what we think we should consider. First, let's really push for housing. Homelessness is a housing issue. Without a stable place to live, it's almost impossible for people to deal with other challenges like health, jobs, and mental illnesses. We need to do everything that we can to build more affordable housing. Second, let's expand our community response teams. Programs like the REST and community paramedics have proven effective for nonviolent situations such as mental health crises and substance use. Let's provide them with more funding and resources. And let's aim to expand those programs to be more like Durham and Fayetteville's HEART program. Foreshadowing, we will be back this fall with our ideas about a HEART-like program for Asheville. We must address the immediate needs of our unsheltered neighbors. The lack of 24/7 public bathrooms in West Asheville is a public health and safety crisis. Instead of focusing on criminalizing poverty, we should be instilling bathrooms and showers and laundry services. This small step would have a huge impact on people's lives. Think about it. If you were unhoused in Asheville, it's technically not legal to sit or sleep anywhere. You're basically committing a crime just by existing, and that's not right. A city official recently said at the Continuum of Care board meeting that trespassing is an egregious behavior. What's truly egregious is failing to ensure our citizens have their most basic needs met. We can't just arrest or fine our way out of this situation. Our friends on the streets need resources, not charges and fines. They need to feel like a part of our community, not isolated and blocked off. We need to invest in our neighbors and keep in mind how we would want to be supported if we were in the same situation. Thank you.
Thank you. Austin Draper.
How's it going, guys?
Pretty good. It's going.
Yeah. People need places to go. If we criminalize the mere act of existing while looking like a vagrant, how are people supposed to exist? If we truly want to clean up our streets, we must invest in clean streets. We need to give people places to go, chances to better their lives. As the economy gets worse, as jobs disappear, more and more people are going to be left with nowhere to go. This comes at a time where landlords use algorithms to determine how many units of housing to leave vacant to artificially inflate the market and how much to charge for the apartments they do choose to fill. Not giving people places to go creates an actively dangerous situation for the most vulnerable amongst us. I heard stories after the storm I was not able to confirm about a homeless encampment that was washed out by the river, leaving hundreds of bodies in its wake. They were not counted in the death count because they were not identified. I really hope that churns your stomach in the way that it churns mine. If our society is not for the people, then who is it for? I'd also like to add, if I've got some more time, that I've come to the last couple of these meetings, and I love them. I think it's amazing that we get to do this, and I don't think we truly will ever know how amazing it is until it goes away, so we need to make sure that that never happens. Thank you.
Thank you. Nicole Lopez.
Hello, Council. I'm here to speak out against the expansion of the Panhandling Ordinance because I fundamentally believe that it is unethical, immoral, and bad for our society to respond to panhandling with a misdemeanor and a fine. If we are striving to increase pedestrian safety, I don't understand how expanding a zone for criminalization solves that. If we are striving to increase access to services, I don't understand how expanding the Panhandling Ordinance solves that. I was at the public safety hearing where council members discussed this with APD, and it was heartening actually to hear Chief Lamb say that it's not APD's priority to arrest people for panhandling. But that leads me to the question of, if that's not an enforcement priority and the priority is pedestrian safety, I don't understand how expanding a zone for enforcement achieves that. It's also my understanding that if somebody's being inappropriate or otherwise out of line, there are already existing crimes that might fall under, like drunken disorderly conduct, public nuisance, harassment. If the intention of council is for there to be zero enforcement, then why are we expanding the zone for enforcement? Per Citizen Times data and APD's data, per the Citizen Times, APD issued 129 citations while responding to 381 panhandling calls for service in the past year. Why would we expect zero enforcement if that's what the data has borne? I also wonder how many of the service calls that APD is citing, as they're responding to a need, right, that's expressed in service calls. I do wonder how many of those are coming from a place of fear, preconceived notions about unhoused folks, and bias. Are we strengthening bias? Is it possible to strip the misdemeanor and fine from the designated high traffic zone? Is it possible to strip that from what is currently existing? I would beg you to go beyond denying the expansion of this to stripping the misdemeanor out of this entirely. Is it possible to solve for pedestrian safety without expanding the mechanisms of punishment of poverty? And can we put our resources instead towards fully funding the Buncombe County Community Paramedics Program? Thank you.
Thank you. And the last person signed up to speak under this item is Micah Grant Tomlinson.
Hello, I am here to speak against the expansion of the Panhandling Ordinance. For a little of my background, Asheville has been my home since 2013, and I myself had a couple stints where I experienced being unhoused during that time. I have worked in mental health services, and I've worked for nonprofits, fighting food insecurity. I have experienced the impacts of poverty and spent time with others experiencing poverty. Expanding the criminalization of poverty will not make our community safer. The expansion is a thinly veiled attempt to move our unhoused populations to less visible places while claiming it is for their own safety. If we wanted to keep our unhoused pedestrians safe, we wouldn't charge them fines and put them at greater risks of entering the criminal justice system. If we wanted to help make our streets safer, we would put more money and effort into housing our unhoused and helping them get off the streets by helping them find ways to get their needs met. No one should have to beg for their basic needs to be met. Some people are on the streets today became unhoused due to Helene. We are nearing 1 year since Helene, and instead of offering people ways to break the cycle of poverty, this expansion of the Panhandling Ordinance would exacerbate someone's financial struggles. How do you expect someone who can't pay $5 for a meal to pay $500 for a fine? If we actually want to make our streets safer, why don't we decrease speed limits in high traffic areas and increase fines for speeding in those spaces? Why not add more visibility to high pedestrian traffic areas, maybe with lighted signs or crosswalks that have flashing signals so people will stop? Honestly, none of those things really solve the real problem. Many of our community members, our neighbors, are unhoused and living in unsafe conditions. I believe in treating all of our residents, all people, with dignity and respect. I believe that food, water, shelter, and healthcare are human rights, and that no one should go without their basic necessities due to lack of funds. We need to take care of our neighbors and not push them away and fine them for trying to get their needs met. Again, this ordinance expansion does not make anyone safer and will definitely make our unhoused neighbors less safe. At a time when our federal government is perpetuating more harm and violence towards our unhoused populations, especially in DC, I hope here in Asheville we will not follow their lead, that we here in Asheville will care for our unhoused and not criminalize them. Please vote no.
Okay, thank you. Council, we have a motion and a second. Do we have any other questions, comments before we vote?
Yes.
Yeah. Oh,
you go ahead.
Well, I agree with folks that Asheville's working class, especially our service workers, our young people, our families, are being priced out of the city. And this really is a structural problem, as many of you guys have noted. And it's only been worsened, as the last speaker noted, by the storm. But I really think we're conflating two different things here. We're conflating that crisis with the ordinances under discussion. This is not a homelessness or poverty policy. It is a pedestrian and traffic safety measure. 3 of the last 5 pedestrian fatalities in Asheville involved individuals panhandling in our most dangerous high-intensity traffic zones. And we cannot ignore that reality or accept it as normal. And quite frankly, the majority of the city is not. This ordinance is about keeping people alive while we continue to do the long, hard work of tackling poverty and affordability. Setting safety boundaries is not the same as criminalizing poverty. Panhandling remains legal across the city, except in our most high-traffic corridors. And I'm excited to hear your alternatives. In fact, I've been at the table working with our 24/7 shelter, community responders, our rest team, and I brought up the fact of employing our homeless folk so that they can work during the day and have a place to be. So I am just struck by the callous disregard for the lives of our most vulnerable neighbors. I mean, I don't know why folks think an effective spin is to say that the lives of our most vulnerable residents don't have value. I strongly reject that our unhoused residents' lives don't have value because we know that they do. In fact, I work with them every day. We are taking decisive action to protect not only them, but our drivers on the road. And if this were any other population that were getting mowed down, like the bikers, like we hear all the time, we would be demanding action. But for some reason, the folks up here just don't think that those lives are worth protecting or saving. And as a social worker, I cannot accept that. And so I will be supporting this amendment today.
Thank you. Each one of us is doing the best we can with what we have. So I just want to share with you where I'm at. Thank you to the Food and Beverage United folks for being here and having a representative. Up until 2019, I worked in the service industry. And back then, people used to pay for things with cash sometimes, maybe 50% of the time. And so I would have change, maybe $1 or a few quarters, and I had something to share. I also noticed that when recycling went out, some of our neighbors would go through the recycling to get the cans and haul them down to the River Arts District to exchange them for coins. So that kind of accessing resources or grain or information, the term I know of it as a person of faith is called gleaning. It's like picking up off the ground what was left behind. And then in 2020 happened. This is before my time on council. I lost my service industry job due to pressures from the COVID-19 closures, and the moth plate closed and I was out of work. And I noticed after that, I didn't have cash. And when I went in to patron local businesses, no one seemed to have cash. Everyone's moving. Some businesses have moved to entirely digital payment forms. So I don't have as much to share. And I've noticed that the desperation when I'm walking and when I'm riding the bus with my neighbors, there is just less to glean. There's less to pick up off the ground. So fast forward to today. On July 24th, 2025, so last month, and I'm reading from the ACLU. ACLU condemns Trump executive order targeting disabled and unhoused people by Scout Tadovich, senior staff attorney for the ACLU Trone Center for Justice and Equality. Quote, President Trump signed an executive order today directing states to criminalize unhoused people and institutionalize people with mental health disabilities and substance use disorder. The order, titled Ending Crime and Disorder on American Streets, directs the Justice Department to expand indefinite forced treatment for people with mental health disabilities or substance use disorder, and those living on the street who cannot, quote, care for themselves. The order also purports to eliminate federal funding for evidence-based programs like harm reduction and housing first that save lives, and directs federal funding towards cities and states that criminalize substance use disorder, punish people for sleeping outdoors, or enforce other laws targeting unhoused people. The order also calls for sweeping federal data collection on unhoused people and those with mental health disabilities, raising serious concerns about surveillance, privacy, and how such data should be used to justify further criminalization instead of funding services or support. The administration is prioritizing profiling and control, end quote. So what I am wrestling with is the feeling that in an effort to do something, we are complying in advance. And because we know that having the highest pedestrian accident ratio in the state of North Carolina per capita is bad for the people who live and work here, and it's bad for business, we should implement the Close the Gap recommendations. We're hundreds of thousands of dollars behind in our ADA compliance. We have so far to go. We're way in the weeds, so it doesn't feel like we're doing something even when we take on one project at a time and work on it every day. If we want to work on homelessness, the Continuum of Care plan has, 53 recommendation buckets. There's subcategories within them. We have too much to do, not enough resources. Another thing that was named was supporting local businesses. We got to get that $17 million in recovery funding on the ground. But I guess the thing that's the most confusing is because I thought we were on track to reduce homelessness with the Continuum of Care plan, how will these misdemeanor charges further limit our residents' ability to access jobs and housing? Those are among the many layers of what I'm seeing and I'm feeling as I'm moving into this. And so that's why I'll be voting no tonight. Thank you.
Okay, anyone else have any comments or questions before we vote?
Just briefly to chime in on, I'm continually worried about the growing conflation of different populations that may have nothing to do with each other. Assuming that panhandlers are homeless is harsh. I'm seeing panhandling in a very dangerous intersection on a regular basis. I've never thought to myself, they must be homeless. I thought about their safety. So I really, I know that this is not a monolith, and I just really want to caution us to not blur issues. I appreciate what Councilman Hess said. To me, this is safety. I'm not trying to make people go away or say that I don't want to see them. I want to see them safe and housed and in good, healthy conditions. And it's going to take a lot more effort than this kind of thing to do that. That's not the point of this, in my perspective, and I will be supporting it tonight.
Okay, anybody else?
And just revisiting Brad, I'm looking at you, the legalities. If I am on a sidewalk with a sign, that is still legal.
That will be legal, that's legal right now everywhere in the city. That would be legal after, if this were to pass, everywhere in the city.
Yeah. So the proposal is not eliminating a method to glean. It's channeling that to places that are less likely to have conflicts with 5,000-pound vehicles.
Going 45 miles an hour on Patton Avenue.
Okay, that was.
Okay, everybody else ready? Ready? We're gonna vote. Are we ready?
We're ready.
Okay. All those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed, please raise your hand. Okay, thank you. Okay, that concludes that item. We're gonna circle back now.
Springside.
Thank you, folks who were here on this item. We're gonna circle back down to Springside, and do we have a neighborhood representative?
Are we back to 3 entrances? I'm just, bad joke.
It's late. We're back to 3 entrances?
I said, are we back to 3 entrances, but, yeah.
She's on our board of adjustment.
Yeah. Did you guys work it out?
She's fighting upstream. She made it. She made it.
All right, who's gonna talk first?
Okay, we just have a little bit more exiting happening. And ready, go.
Sure.
Look at you guys together.
Okay, great, thank you. That was quite a wild little break for us. And I just want to say, we had mentioned this from our very first neighborhood meeting. There's so many opportunities for us to actually have some consensus and some conversations with the developer. So it is incredibly frustrating to be sitting here trying to convince our neighbors to go along with something that they're really not 100% on board with. I feel as though we have quite a few neighbors that are disgruntled. So we have taken 3 votes. We have discussed with
Wow.
with Mr. Allen all of our options. So if you want me to go through them, I can, but I will just go to the third
Is there a
vote.
landing where you landed?
We have a landing.
Just, let's.
We have a
yeah, if you
landing
don't mind,
with a
just-
vote of 11 yeas to 7 nays that we are agreeable to a plan that requires a 20-foot landscape buffer on lots 1 through 10 with an undisturbed buffer of 10 feet. And that's encompassed within that 20-foot buffer, just to clarify. And then, of course, the additional communication about coordinating the road in the safest location with the city engineer.
The entrance.
Correct.
So
Yes.
moved. Oh, I'm sorry.
Those are the conditions. Brad, do you understand the conditions?
I believe so.
And to make it easier, Mr. Branham and Mr. Palmquist, on sheet C20, that's part of the submittal set, we already have that 10-foot undisturbed area in the landscape buffer. And on the plan currently is 5 feet, so beyond that 10-foot undisturbed area. And so that area would now be 10 feet in addition to the 10 feet of undisturbed.
Correct.
Hold on, I'm waiting
That's how I
for
heard it,
to
too.
register.
Yeah.
Are you ready? Are you?
That's good.
You gave us a thumbs up, you got it.
Yes.
And the wording on the entrance.
I feel like the entrance one hasn't changed from what it said before.
It's just in the
Well-
right places to be deemed the
It could,
most
sounds like
safe,
it could be adjusted if there's a determination it needed
so
to
long
be.
as it's determined to be safe. So we're kind of looking at, shall I take a stab at this motion?
Well,
Oh, wait, hold on,
let's
let's make
let
sure.
me double check if I may,
Okay.
Councilmember Turner, to make sure that the conditions that I have here match what the parties have agreed to.
Okay.
I have sort of, what I'll say is 3 either new or clarifying conditions that have been talked about. The first one is the project will provide a 20-foot wide type A landscape buffer along the western property boundary. And I'll do each one.
10-foot landscape, 10 foot.
Well, then the second, I had separate, the project will maintain an undisturbed 10-foot wide buffer along the western boundary at the rear of lots 1 through 10 where the tree removal and grading is prohibited.
Within that 20-foot buffer.
Just to make sure, total's 20.
Okay.
It's
Yeah,
not,
So
it's
you're
not
combining those two?
yeah, it's not
Yeah.
10 or 10, it's 10 and 10.
Yeah, 10 undisturbed.
Okay.
Yeah, I mean,
10.
another way that you may want to word it, it's the same thing, is that it'll be a 20-foot it'll be a 20-foot type A buffer.
With 10-foot vegetative.
With 10 foot undisturbed.
Yes, with no grading activities within 10 feet of the property line.
That part doesn't work. The part that works is what's on sheet C20, which is the 10 feet of undisturbed buffer area between the road, going in 10 feet, and then another 10 feet to the building envelope line. If we have a landscape requirement buffer in that area,
different.
then those folks have no backyard area.
Right.
So it's, none of it is a landscaping buffer, is what you're saying?
The first 10 feet can be a landscape buffer, but the idea is to be
Undisturbed.
undisturbed, no grading.
There's currently trees there.
Okay.
So
20-foot
to be
buffer.
clear, our vote included a landscape buffer. So the intention was that that area would be landscaped, and it would be 20 feet wide, 10 feet of which would be undisturbed. And by undisturbed, that means grading activities. That doesn't mean you can't landscape in it. It just means that we're not grading up to Spring Forest Circle. So
I'm confused.
what we voted on, just to clarify, is a
20-foot landscape buffer from lots 1 through 10 with no grading activities within 10 feet of the property line.
No,
That's
is
the
that
clearest
same
way to
thing?
say it. It's the
Because the
same.
goal is 10 feet undisturbed, then 10 feet before a house starts. But that's different than saying no grading, because 10 feet from where the house starts might still need grading. It's a slope. So is it 10 feet of a buffer, undisturbed trees?
The first 10 feet measured from the road, a spring forest circle, I believe that we agree on,
Right.
which is
10 feet, don't
10
touch
feet
it.
undisturbed, don't touch it.
Looks like it is
Don't
today.
grade it, don't-
And then beyond that 10 feet, what we're saying is what currently showed as 5 feet to the building envelope
6
line
will now become 10.
will now become 10.
That's what I thought.
So-
Now, you're saying something different, because
We're saying that that needs to be landscaped. That needs to be
That's
a
totally
landscape
different.
buffer. Yes. Yeah, it's a landscape buffer. That was what we
But
voted
that's
on.
like saying that their yard has to be landscaped.
And
How about we let
Mr.
him say if it's okay?
Palmquist was there while we voted on it, so, and I think that we were attempting
Is it
to
just
clarify that,
Maybe
and,
it's just wording we're talking about, that's the problem.
I think that
Well, one is,
there's two things. There's preserving area, and then there's providing a landscape buffer per the ordinance, which is the type A would require landscaping.
Does it mean that
The
they're
existing
landscaping these people's
vegetation would
backyards?
count as some of that buffer. So any of those existing trees that remain, as they're showing on their plan, because it's undisturbed, they would get credit for those. So they would get credit for those, and then they would have to supplement that with additional landscaping. Now, because there's no grading activity does not mean they can't landscape within that first 10 feet. So I think we're splitting hairs. I think what the intention is that they are concerned with these potential backyards not having any space. However, if you look at their tree canopy plan, they're identifying all of that as tree canopy protection, and you can't even put a bench in that area. So we're already talking about not having a backyard in and of itself. So all we're asking for is for a buffer along these first 10 lots, not the entire western border.
Are we, so, I mean, more importantly is for you two to feel like you have the right language and you agree on it. You tell us.
The concern I have, just to be real clear,
Well, no,
is
we don't want to, we're not mediating anymore. Can't you two just agree on the language about it?
I don't know how we can commit to putting landscaping behind undisturbed area. That doesn't make a lot of sense to me.
That's why I changed the language to say grading activities. That was the purpose of the undisturbed, which has always been our intention with wanting that to be an undisturbed area, was because we didn't want to have any grading right up against Spring Forest Circle to undermine or detract from the integrity of Spring Forest Circle. So in the ordinance, you're allowed to landscape in an undisturbed buffer. In fact, they want you to do that. If you grade within 10 feet of the property line, you have to upsize your vegetation.
I'm trying to figure this out. Do we have like a difference of understanding of what the ordinance requires, or a
Are
different
you
way
able
to
to do that?
describe? Just, yeah, do you know
Does
what-
this work, or is this a significant change from what you thought?
Well, that's two different questions.
No,
Will-
can
will
you do
agree?
what she's saying?
Yeah, can you do?
Well, when we
answer-
left the room, I had a different understanding.
I
Where are
go
you?
back to the future residents, right? Like if you're going all the way up to their back deck with vegetated, they may want a yard, right? This is a community, right? I go back to the type A that they keep referencing is between multifamily or commercial properties, not single family to single family, right? So what we're offering is you can see the vegetation on this road on the
Yeah.
right side. On their other side is parking lot and town, other buildings, right? So the 10 feet, having a landscaping and not undisturbed, yes, from this road right here. And then the next 10 feet would be a setback for no house to be built, but that could be their yard for the house that
But
will
it
be there in the
might
future.
need to be graded or adjusted, or you can leave it alone.
It's going, I mean, no, we can't, we already have done a lot of grading to not disturb the 10 feet that's undisturbed. There's the 10 feet that's undisturbed, yes.
So
After
you're
that, it will be
saying you're
disturbed.
gonna, the 10 feet will be open, they won't come in and bulldoze it and grade it and all that stuff. But what I'm hearing them say is then the homeowner will get to decide what they plant in their backyard. And what I'm hearing you say is, I want the homeowner that's, before they even arrive, to have the plants in their backyard.
Correct.
That's correct. And also I'll point out, if backyards were a massive concern for this applicant, we wouldn't have 6-foot rear setbacks. So for all of lots 31 through 22, 31 through 21, they have a 6-foot backyard in and of itself with 16-foot stem walls. So they're not, backyards can be an advantage when it's an advantage in some cases, but others it doesn't matter.
I guess I'm just more inclined to let the homeowner choose what's in their backyard, but maybe that's not, I'm missing your point.
I'm more inclined to support an agreement. Is there a way can we?
My preference would not to have to go back out and
Right.
continue to communicate with the neighbors that are already incredibly disgruntled.
Right, I mean, we're here,
with me
it's 11.
trying to seek
Yeah.
this compromise.
Yeah, so can you all agree on some wording?
It sounds like they can't. Or can the applicant, can the applicant do that, is the question at hand, it sounds like.
I don't know how we commit to a designated planning schedule in between an undisturbed buffer and a house. Like, that's the part that, like, there's a bad disconnect for me there.
I don't think you're understanding the undisturbed buffer. The undisturbed buffer is referring to grading activities. It's not referring to planting. You can plant within that 10 feet. You just cannot grade. So the existing trees will stay there. You can supplement them with your required buffer plantings, but you cannot grade within that 10 feet. And that is why I clarified with Mr. Branham to say, no grading activities within 10 feet.
I think
You
everyone
can-
understands
We got that one, we
We
got
got
the first 10 feet.
that one, but it's the,
That
it's the
needs to be
10, yeah, it's the
landscaped.
10 feet
But
inside of
that's gonna
that.
be someone's private property. Or are you asking for it not to be someone's private property, it
It's
to
still
be
preference.
land in the overall development?
Well, I would say if
Those
the
are very
developer doesn't want it to be encumbered on an individual's property, he can reconfigure the lots and have it an undisturbed buffer that is part of their open space. I mean, it was pretty clear to us that we were asking for a required landscape buffer that was 20 feet wide, type A. That's what we've been requesting from the very beginning.
I have
So-
not heard it referred to a landscape buffer. It just means something different to me because it means landscaping, not open space backyard. Like, I guess I just didn't infer that that was what you meant at all.
So what happens if you get the landscaping, I move in, and I'm like, I hate those shrubs. I'm gonna tear them all down and plant grass. What happens then? That's still my
I would
choice
assume
'cause
that's
it's
an
my private
enforcement
property?
issue for the city.
We can't do that on private property, really? I mean, I guess
Well,
if
you
it's written into
encumber
the
tree
conditions.
canopy protection on
yeah.
private property.
Yeah,
If
the
it's in the
same thing.
conditions, it's enforceable, I guess. I'm uncomfortable with making people put plants in their backyard. I guess I really want you all to agree, and I think I've voiced where I'm at, so I'll just let the others talk. It's late, sorry.
Is there anything else, though? Is this it? Or is this the only one where everything else?
This is it.
This is, we're all in agreement that it's 20 feet. We're all in agreement that the first 10 feet is undisturbed, no grading. We're just talking about the second 20 feet.
Second
10
10 feet.
Sorry, second 10 feet.
In the private backyard of the future homeowner.
Well,
couldn't the eventual buyer change it to how
They would be out of compliance, so then they would be
well,
in a violation, and the neighbor could call in a violation.
so what,
Well, I mean,
can I just ask oh my God. So in the 10-foot, the first 10-foot undisturbed buffer, is that dirt going to be?
There's a picture. Put it up.
There's nothing
It's a-
on
it-
that. Is
just
that,
was.
oh, no, well, I'm thinking more about, is the dirt going to be owned by the lot owner, or is that dirt common area within the subdivision?
As the plans are showing right now, it is owned by individual property owners.
So the lot lines run to the property line,
Yeah, so
okay.
they'll need to
And
keep
so
the
so
undisturbed
the,
and the landscaping.
So then the next 10 feet, I mean, all of it is their backyard.
Yeah.
And
To their house.
so,
And they can't change
boy, you know, it's tricky because you have this urban
It doesn't make
development
sense.
with a, you know, a suburban style land use imposition by not covenant, but deed restriction or something.
Doesn't make a lot of sense.
So it's pretty difficult to enforce, right? Because what the condition would be is not something that your neighbor enforces against you like a covenant restriction. It's a zoning restriction.
Right.
So,
And what's that? What's
but
the
it's not
goal?
a zoning restriction that's held by the community. It's imposed on the, you know, whoever buys the lots will have to live with the restriction. I'm just trying to think about that.
Yeah, I mean, well, it's exactly the same way that the TCP operates. The land is designated in perpetuity. I mean,
The TCP.
the Tree Canopy Protection Plan, and if you look at their plans that they have submitted, they have TCP running all along that area. So they're already encumbering those lots with the inability to even put a doghouse.
Okay, so, yeah.
My engineer can speak on it if we need to. We have more than enough trees. That was the initial plan, that was gonna be the TCP, which means we would have to plant trees back if we didn't meet the requirement.
We're good with the TCP, right?
Okay, but I'm
Well,
just,
so-
all right.
Yeah,
Okay, we don't want to open,
that area is not already designated for TCP though, is what I'm hearing. It was
Correct.
one of the many iterations, it's no longer.
Sure. So,
We're just asking that the backyard not be pre-planned with the plantings. And it may have the plantings in that satisfy type A at some point, but we want it to be the homeowner's choice to do that.
I mean, let me ask you a question. Could we agree to some plantings within the inside 10 feet initially that,
There's your buffer.
That's what I've been saying all along,
but
yeah.
I'm just saying, you know, in terms of the condition though, to enforce it in perpetuity, I mean, most people will probably keep what's provided them on a lot that's got landscaping.
I mean, I
Maybe.
would assume that if
Maybe.
I was looking in my backyard, I wouldn't want to look at a road.
Right, but
You
some
know,
people
15
wanna
feet
do,
off of my
you know,
back door.
Some people
Somewhere
might
for their
take, say, the
dog.
west wing garden and put pavers across the entire thing. But
People garden,
Fair
people have
point.
dogs. I mean, it's
Is
just,
there
it's
like a
hard for us to
world where
restrict
it's
someone's
a
yard.
one-time condition of the
Yeah,
the
that's
condition
what I was
is,
saying.
we
That's-
shall do plantings one
Yeah.
time,
I
and then
was-
it shall be the, sorry.
That's what I was saying, can it be an initial requirement that be established that way and then sold?
But a homeowner could change
But a
it if they
homeowner-
wanted.
But recognizing that a homeowner might change it in the future.
'Cause they might wanna grow
But as an
tomatoes.
initial matter, it would be prepared that way.
I don't know that I have the authority to answer that question for you, and I'm speaking for a lot of other people back there that probably have about 7 different opinions.
And again, we're only talking about the inside 10 feet, not the undisturbed 10-foot buffer, just the inside, just as a practical matter.
That does sound fair. If they want to put the balance of their buffer in the undisturbed area and then place whatever they want, and, because that's how I would do it. If I was designing a buffer, I would make it look attractive, take the required amount of plant material and come up with
that
some
okay?
type of
Is that okay?
cohesive plan, working around the existing vegetation, because there's existing vegetation out there that they're gonna get credit for. So, in terms of trees, it's not gonna be that many trees, it's just gonna be shrubs.
Right.
And you can put those in, it doesn't have to be the entire 20 feet. You can plant within that 20 feet. Does that make sense? You don't have to go 20 feet in and then plop down a shrub.
Right.
You can plant within that 20 feet.
Yeah, I'm just thinking about,
Future homeowners.
yeah, do we
Yeah.
want our zoning staff out there going, now you had a, you know, so, I mean, it'd be much easier from a permitting standpoint to sign off on the product as constructed.
I think that we'll land there, and I think this is maybe what Suzanne was trying to say a moment ago, and that is, we can do the type A planning within that 20 feet, but we get the credit for the
plantings in the undisturbed area, we can plant also inside the undisturbed area without violating it being undisturbed.
Okay, hold on, now Brad's furrowing his brow, is that
I'm totally
acceptable?
lost on that.
Yeah, he
Okay,
just
so
wants, he
let's
wants you to
give-
get clear and then
Let's
say
get
it.
Derek and Brad a
Okay,
moment.
just say it again.
Podium
Derek
to
and Brad.
dais. Y'all do legal thing now.
This,
This is crazy.
Go ahead.
and I might have to draw Will into this. What I've been hearing is not at all a type A landscaping buffer. It was a non-disturbance area followed by a setback equaling 20 feet.
No,
But now
10 feet.
No, 20 feet in total.
10 and 10, yeah. And-
Two tens, but I'm not hearing anything about a type A landscaping buffer.
And so-
I'm hearing an undisturbed 10 feet followed by a 10-foot additional area between that and the building envelope. And now I'm hearing that there's some initial plantings that would be done within the 10-foot prior to
To
building
meet their
envelope
landscape.
area.
So, what we can agree to is that there will be a 10-foot undisturbed area, an additional 10 feet to the building envelope, and inside of the collective 20-foot area, the type A planting requirements will be met. We are permitted to count the existing vegetation in the 10-foot undisturbed area, and we are allowed to supplement plantings within the non-disturbed area to count towards our type A planting requirements.
That's what I heard.
Okay, Brad, did you get all that?
God is doing.
Brad, do not. Seriously, yes.
He's
you
working
got it.
on it.
I'm trying to get it.
Red like I'm trying.
He's typing. They are.
All night I've been like, what's happening?
We've all noticed your glasses.
Yeah.
It is, it's very Clark Kent. Pull out your cape, Clark. Fly us home. We may need like neighborhood awards.
Maybe you were wrong.
Oh, you have ruined Maggie's time by 2 minutes.
I don't know that it was them.
No talking, Brad has to.
Oh,
Did-
we
did-
still have this down.
Mr. Allen?
Yeah, we still have
Oh, yeah,
general
so-
comment. Yeah. Did
Am I good
anybody
to sit
stay
down?
for it?
Do you need, who do you?
I mean, are you good to sit down?
I feel like I'm good to sit down.
Go ahead. You've done
Derek.
good.
Let me recite this.
Yes.
And you tell me what needs to be edited still. The project will provide a 20-foot wide buffer along the western property boundary comprised of an undisturbed 10-foot wide buffer along the western property boundary at the rear of lots 1 through 10, where tree removal and grading is prohibited, and 10 additional feet to the building envelope. The type A planting requirements will be made within the 20 feet, including potential plantings within the 10-foot area adjacent to the building envelope.
The last part is, needs to change to including allowing plantings within the 10-foot undisturbed area.
Yeah.
Okay.
it was under-
And one other thing that.
Wait, what about the
Okay.
credit for the?
Yeah. Did you have the part about getting credit for existing plantings within that area?
Not yet.
Was that? Yeah.
Western Florida.
I might.
Yeah, just why I thought of going home.
No, I was just, it's okay. We are writing. I do.
They have doctors there.
Down there, they have, well, we have a medical facility on the tiny island. It's okay. I told my doctor I was gonna pull the staple and cut the stitches. He was like, don't do it. I was like,
Okay.
"I'll video you."
Now, what's What's the credit?
It's for the tree canopy credit.
Tree canopy.
Okay. So these any plantings will be, could be credited towards the TCP?
No,
Let's say it.
I don't think we need plantings for the TCP through there, do we?
Well, what's the credit for?
What is it that you do want?
No, what I did want is existing plantings within the non-disturbed area can count towards the planting yard requirements.
Existing lands, existing vegetation.
So the things that are
Yeah.
here right now.
Existing vegetation cannot.
Can.
Can.
And this is all standard language and the buffer standards, so you do get credit for existing vegetation that you preserve. So I know that Will
But
and
I
Steph
understand,
get
but
it,
when,
so-
when we create these conditions,
Yeah.
you're essentially creating a brand-new set of rules that apply just to this property. So
These are
anything that
quite
we're doing,
standard.
we have to be specific about it now.
You're the best, Brad.
I mean,
We're giving him stress. He's gonna be up all night because of this event.
I know.
Derek,
Do you want us to do general public comment while they hash out legal?
say that.
Why don't we do that?
Okay,
Hey,
well,
do you attorneys want us to legalize while we do
we're
public
gonna,
comment?
I think we're gonna go ahead and we've got a couple folks signed up under the very end of our agenda. We have no agenda, which is general public comment. So why don't we go ahead and hear from the folks that are signed up for that, if they've hung in there and they're still here. I've got 3 people that fall into that category. The first is Dave Mittler.
No?
Dave
Dave
Mittler.
Mittler didn't make it to 11:20.
Okay, the next person is Tanya Pineda.
Hey, Tanya.
Come on down.
I feel like we get some clapping. No clapping. Just
And you win a car. And you get your 3 minutes. Take it away.
J-Pod. Yes, it's about J-Pods, but I hope everything that I have to say is relevant to everything that's been discussed tonight in addition to that. I just wanted to say thank you and hello to the mayor and council. Thank you for everyone here for everything that you're doing. I'm here to also add my voice to countless others for our precious urban forest to remain natural also. And I want to advocate for the adoption of Mr. Bill James J-Pod's innovative solar-powered elevated transportation infrastructure. And I think that will help a lot of the issues that everyone has been bringing up all night. And I would like to bring your attention to the MOU, or I think it's Memorandum of Understanding sent today by Mr. James, who is ready to secure funding as soon as it can be signed to move forward on the project. His email will explain that the solar J-Pods network is 5 times more efficient than roads, pays 5% of gross transportation revenues to use the airspace over approved public rights of way. In addition, J-Pods complies with 3,000 times better safety records used to regulate Disney and other theme parks and other versions of cable cars in North Carolina. It would not limit the city in any way and create a new source of both jobs and revenue. On my way here, I drove by about 30 pedestrians precariously crossing the street to get to the tourist baseball game. And only moments after they crossed the street, I witnessed 2 trucks crashing into each other right in front of me, which could have been massively tragic if the timing on that had been a few seconds different. And that was very difficult for me to watch because I was personally hit by a truck last year walking simply to my car, and I'm still recovering from those injuries, and I'm infinitely grateful for people who cared about what happened to me in the community and all the first responders. I have the deepest respect. I would like to encourage everyone here to learn more about J-Pods, jpods.com, and how this alternative form of transportation could provide a more inclusive and accessible mobility for both residents and visitors to our city. In addition, it would help vastly increase pedestrian safety. It could have dedicated bike paths underneath, reduce traffic and parking issues, help people get around our incredible city with more ease, and it would also provide more extreme weather resiliency.
Thank you very much.
Thank you.
Good job.
Way to stick it out, too.
Natasha Schwade.
Hey, you get one too.
Hi, you guys. I'm Natasha. Again, we've made it somehow to this moment, and we're not done. Okay, so I just wanted to let you guys know I got this book. It's called You'll Pay for This, and the other part is How We Can Afford a Great City for Everyone Forever. It came out in like this year, and I heard about it on podcasts, and I bought it, and I read it, and it's like a day's reading. But since this is here, that's what it looks like. Yeah. But I want to read you a few excerpts. They're not that deep. They're like, it's a pretty, easy read. That's the vibe. But anyway, so the author is from Winnipeg, but we're all dealing with the same things in North American cities. And so one point is that in 1946, at a time when we were just recovering from the Second World War, we decided what services we wanted, and then we decided what tax rate we needed to get us there, like you do when you have money. And these days, we do the reverse. We look at how much money we can raise through taxes, then we decide how many services that will buy us, like you do when you're broke. And they make a really good point on explaining city finances, and that in the balance sheet, there's two things on each side of the equation that are equal to each other. So you have your cash and your infrastructure, which equals your liabilities, and your surplus, which, in other words, the money we need for infrastructure will always come from either debts or surpluses or a combination of both. And in the case of debt, it'll eventually need to be paid back out of the surpluses. And when it comes to funding infrastructure, it all comes down to having surpluses eventually. And the main thing is that if you only have one takeaway from this entire book, let it be that capital dollars are just operating dollars from a different year. And so, I'm sorry, I'm blinking and it threw me off. Anyway, so, before we even consider the cost of interest of actually operating that infrastructure, and of course, of maintaining and eventually replacing it, all of which is also going to come from the future year's operating budget ultimately. And I just wanted to share this book with you guys, that if you get a chance to buy it and read it, you should, because it'll help you guys, and it'll help me, and it'll help you guys too, if you happen to read it. So I just wanted to give you a few little...
Can you put it back up so we can see it? You'll pay for this, the city project. Thank you.
I like her vibe. We can see it.
We got it. Thank you. Thank you. You may want to look up Urban 3.
Oh,
Okay.
Yes. Okay, thanks.
All right.
Okay, thank you very much. That concludes our general public comment. Boy, I'm so glad we don't have a closed session tonight. All right, so our city attorney has now typed up the conditions that were discussed. I'll read them. They're the two that we discussed. The one regarding the road says the entrance road and crosswalk shall be located in coordination, maybe? In coordinate? Is that supposed to be coordination? Okay, in coordination with the city's traffic engineer at the safest possible location. The second one says, the project will provide a 20-foot wide buffer along the western property boundary, specifically comprised of an undisturbed 10-foot wide buffer at the rear of lots 1 through 10, where tree removal and grading is prohibited, and an additional 10-foot buffer from the undisturbed buffer to the building envelope. The type A planting requirements will be made within, I think it's just type A planting requirements will be made within the 20-foot buffer, including allowing planting within the 10 feet undisturbed area. Existing vegetation can be used to satisfy the type A planting buffer requirements. Is that right?
Sounds good.
That was what, yeah.
That sounds good. Look at that.
Okay.
What? Wait, no, don't. What are you doing?
Just one super quick thing. So where it says at the rear of lots 1 through 10, I think you need to put that after that first part where it says western property boundary.
Yeah, I agree.
At the rear of lots 1 through 10.
Okay,
That
so
way it's-
just a grammar change, Brad, can you make?
Say that again,
The
So-
project will provide a 20-foot wide buffer along the western property boundaries of lots 1 through 10.
Oh,
Yep.
there you go. Yeah,
That's
just
it.
add the phrase.
And then get
lots
rid of it at the next part of
I'm
it.
gonna give it a go. Are we ready? I
Wait,
move.
hold on, Brad looks still, he's doing.
Ooh, I was so close. I move to approve the conditional zoning request for the property located at 93 and 95 Springside Road from residential single-family medium-density RS4 to residential single-family medium-density conditional zone RS4ZZ, and find that the request is reasonable. I have some more adjectives, is in the public interest, is consistent with the city's comprehensive plan, and meets the development needs of the community, and that the request, 1, prioritizes greater densities of development overall throughout the city as appropriate, 2, eliminates gaps in the sidewalk network, and 3, maintains and enhances buffers and open space preservation along creeks, streams, and rivers. This ordinance shall be effective only upon the transfer of all the real property described in Section 1 of this ordinance and as shown on the approved zoning map and site plan to Sage Communities LLC or its assigns, and as required by condition number 3 on the attached Exhibit E, project conditions, including the 2 that we just verbally shared. Or do you want me to read the 2?
I can try to read them again if you
I can read it. The 2 additions will be, the project will provide a 20-foot wide buffer along the western property boundary of lots 1 through 10, specifically comprised of an undisturbed 10-foot wide buffer at the rear lots 1 through 10, where tree removal and grading is prohibited, where an additional 10-foot buffer from the undisturbed buffer to the building envelope. The Type A planting requirements will be made within this 20-foot buffer, including allowing planting within the 10-foot undisturbed area. Existing vegetation can be used to satisfy the Type A planting buffer requirements. Additionally, the entrance road and crosswalk shall be located in coordination with the city's traffic engineer at the safest possible location.
Good. Okay.
Tell me there's a second.
Okay, we have a motion. Do we have a second?
Oh, come on.
Second.
Oh,
Shanika.
okay, we have a motion and a second. Any other questions or comments? Okay, ready? All those in favor, please raise your hand. All those opposed, please raise your hand. Okay. All right, thank you all so much. That concludes our business for this evening.
I hope everyone can decompress. Thank you, Springside.